I loved my wife for 10 years, but now I find out that my two daughters are my biological children. I held two paternity tests in my hands. At this moment, my world collapsed. 10 years of relationship have been torn to pieces, but my wife has clearly shown that she loves me very much these years. Could it be that she is pretending all this? I was so angry that I ran away from home, got drunk in a bar, and accidentally got involved in a ridiculous fight. I was even taken home by a strange woman. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. My name is Long Hao. At this moment, I am holding two paternity test copies in my hands. The cold words on them hurt my eyes. No blood relationship. After raising a child for many years, I suddenly found out that the child is not my own. At that moment, my world collapsed. The two children whom I had loved for many years were not mine. I fell down on a chair in the hospital. My body was cold. Alas, there are 80 million sufferings in the world, but being cuckolded is the most hurtful. My wife is Chen Yuding. She was once a recognized campus beauty in college. Even after giving birth to two children for me, she is still fair-skinned, beautiful, and has a perfect figure. She is a real white, rich, and beautiful girl from a wealthy family, and is the only daughter in the family, while I am just an ordinary civilian. The year I graduated from college, I married her. I became the envy of everyone and felt that I was the happiest person in the world. The birth of my child made me immersed in the illusion of happiness. But now these two identifications are like two sharp blades, piercing me to pieces. 10 years of love, but what I got in return was a complete deception. When did she start to betray me? I don't understand. Just because she is rich and pretty, does that mean she is destined to trample on other people's sincerity at will? What if I expose this at home? Once you put on the green hat, there is no way to take it off. Chen Yuding's family background made me even more helpless. My father-in-law has always looked down on me and even wanted the child to take her mother's surname. If I get divorced, what will I get? Nothing but greater humiliation. Anger, humiliation, and despair surged together, and I was almost swallowed up by these emotions. When I came out of the hospital, I walked down the street in a daze. When I passed by a bar, I walked in as if possessed by a ghost. Today, I just want to get drunk and forget all this shit. Forget Chen Yuding, forget that home. I drank one glass after another. The burning pain in my throat was the only proof that I was still alive that day. I don't know how long it took, but a woman came over and said, "Sir, are you drinking alone? Do you want to join us?" I glanced up at her, then lowered my head to continue drinking. Soon, more women gathered around. They seemed to have an inexplicable interest in the despair revealed in my decadence, and wanted to get close to me when I was drunk and off guard. I don't care who they are or what they want. At this point, I just want to get drunk and not face reality. Before long, I couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed in the booth, vaguely hearing the sound of them arguing. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the noise. "Let go. This man is mine today." The surroundings were quiet for a moment, but soon, the women began to argue, and some even tried to fight, until a light check fell to the ground. "Here is 100,000 yuan. Whoever grabs it first will get it." After that, I just felt a lot of commotion, and then I was picked up by a woman. She helped me out of the bar, and my touch told me that she was a woman, but my eyes were so blurred that I couldn't see who she was. She stuffed me into the car, and I lay in the back seat, vaguely seeing her long black hair. At that moment, I actually thought of Chen Yuding, who also had a similar hairstyle when she was young. I asked angrily, "Chen Yuding, you liar. You asked me to raise a child for someone else, and you still have the nerve to show up in front of me." But she didn't respond and just kept driving. Her indifference made me even angrier, and the more I thought about it, the more I felt like my chest was going to explode. "Neither of the two children is mine. Why are you doing this to me? Why?" I roared, tears streaming down my face. After years of hard work, this was the result. My heart completely broke, and I burst into tears. "I won't let you go. I will bring disgrace to your Chen family and kill that adulterer." I roared angrily, but she remained silent. I was tired, and the alcohol took effect. My consciousness gradually became blurred, and finally I fell into a complete sleep. When I woke up again, I found myself lying on a strange bed with a splitting headache and dry mouth. I turned my head slightly and saw the woman next to me. She was still asleep, and the sunlight on her face made her incredibly beautiful. The woman woke up, looked at me, and said, "I don't know how it happened, but if you have any requests, you can ask for them." I was a little nervous after sobering up, and I responded with gritted teeth. If you want me to be responsible, then we can try to get in touch for a while. She smiled, but with a hint of sarcasm in her voice. I don't need anyone to be responsible. You should go back and take care of your own problems first. I was stunned for a moment. How do you know about me? You shouted all the way in the car last night, and it was hard not to hear you. A complicated expression appeared on her face. I lowered my head in shame, but I couldn't help but say, "Wait for me. I'll go back and divorce her, and then find you." She waved her hand and said coldly, "Don't you understand yet? I'm not interested in knowing your past, and I don't want to have a future with you." This sentence was like a bucket of cold water that woke me up from the chaos. I was suddenly speechless and could only leave my contact information and leave. When I was getting dressed, I found a small red flower on the bed, and I was suddenly dazed. I had never seen such a flower when I was newly married. When I got married, Chen Yuding explained that she had been injured while learning dance, and I believed her at the time. Thinking about it now, it's really ridiculous. What are you looking at? Hurry up and leave. She blushed and urged. I nodded, looked at her seriously, and turned to leave. Her expression was complicated, and mine was even more complicated. This night of indulgence was destined to be a moment I would never forget. Back to reality, I went straight to Chen Yuding's company. This time I decided to end this marriage completely. On the road, someone greeted me, but I ignored him. I had only one thought in my mind: divorce and end it all. When I pushed open the office door and saw her buried in her work, my heart was filled with nothing but disgust. She raised her head, smiled, and asked, "Honey, why are you here? Where were you last night? Your phone was turned off when I called you." Looking at her natural expression, I suppressed my anger, closed and locked the door, drew the curtains, and got straight to the point. "Chun Yuding, tell me honestly, have you ever betrayed me?" My voice was low, but with irresistible majesty. She was obviously stunned for a moment, then asked calmly, "Husband, what's wrong with you today? You came here this morning and asked this. Did you hear something?" Her calm attitude did not surprise me. Having been a boss for several years, she had good control over her emotions. But I had no interest in dealing with her, so I took out 2 paternity tests and threw them on the table, saying coldly, "Look at what this is." She picked up the report, looked at it for a few seconds, and her face suddenly changed. She obviously didn't expect that the thing she had concealed for many years would be exposed. Where did this come from? You didn't bring this to scare me?" She tried to save the situation, but her voice was trembling. "You don't have to pretend. I did it in a formal institution. It has legal effect, and I took the sample myself." I responded coldly. "Now, I'm not here to explain to you, but to tell you, this marriage ends here." She suddenly smiled, threw the paternity test report in her hand into the shredder, and then said lightly, "You haven't done the test, and I haven't seen the report. Husband, aren't we a happy family?" She said this in a terrifyingly calm tone, which stunned me for a moment. What the hell? What kind of divine logic is this? Was she Zhao Gao in her previous life? She actually used this method to call a deer a horse. I almost gasped for air after hearing that. Her calmness made me even angrier. Was she asking me to continue being a cuckold and help her raise someone else's child? "Chun Yuding, do you think it's possible?" I said coldly. "Don't force me to find that man. Also, divorce me quickly." She remained calm. "Divorce is impossible. My 2 daughters cannot live without a father, and I cannot live without a husband." Listening to her say this, I just felt it was ridiculous. She had already put the green hat on my head, and she was still talking about love in this tone. "It's not my child, I won't raise it, and I can't live with you anymore." I was very emotional, and my tone became even colder. "If you don't agree, I will go to court to file for divorce, and you will bear the consequences yourself." I stared at her, completely losing my patience. She frowned and seemed about to lose her temper, but when she saw that I was about to lose control, she obviously restrained her emotions. "Why did you go for a paternity test? Did someone tell you something?" she asked tentatively, with a hint of vigilance in her eyes. "Yes," I sneered. "Yesterday morning, I received a text message that clearly stated the time and place of your derailment. I didn't believe it at first and thought it was a harassing message. But I called you more than a dozen times, but your phone was turned off and no one in the office answered. You said you were going to work this morning, but you disappeared in less than an hour. If it were you, would you not be suspicious?" She was speechless, so I pressed her. "Where did you go yesterday? I didn't see you calling me back in the afternoon. Did you not see me, or were you fooling around with some guy?" She lowered her head and said nothing. The panic on her face betrayed her. I sneered. Why? Are you feeling guilty? She looked up and defended herself. I went out to discuss a contract yesterday, and my phone ran out of battery. I was busy until the evening, and when I called you, you didn't answer. Oh, to discuss a contract? I don't believe it. I was so drunk at the bar last night. How could I have the time to answer a call? Okay, I don't want to dwell on this anymore. I said coldly, in a word, divorce. You take the child with you, and the property will be divided equally. From now on, we will live our own lives and never see each other again. My tone was as cold as a knife, cutting off all her chances to defend herself. She suddenly exploded. Don't even think about divorce. Come home with me now, or don't blame me for being rude. It's already this time. What else do you want to do? Even if you don't want a divorce, I won't go back. I stared at her and said in an uncompromising tone, you have 3 days to think about it. If you don't agree after 3 days, I'll see you in court. After saying that, I turned around and left without looking back. She was so angry that she smashed everything in the office. Chin Yuding has been pampered by 2 men in the past few years and thought she could control them both. After I left, I was filled with anger. Chin Yuding's lies and sophistry made me completely lose the last bit of hope I had for her. At this time, Chin Yuding smashed things in the office and made a phone call. My husband knows that the child is not his business. Can you marry me? The other party sneered. 3 days later? Don't worry. I will help you settle it. She was anxious. How to settle it? If we divorce, he will not let it go. Not now, my mother is in Sioux City. If she knew about us, I would lose my inheritance rights. The other party's cold voice was threatening. Chun Yuding's voice trembled. Is the right of inheritance so important? We are not short of money. It is enough for a family of 4. The other party snorted coldly. You don't understand. Without Wen's support, your company will collapse. Don't worry. I will let him know what it means to be desperate. Don't hurt him, she screamed. He's so good to us, mother and daughter. I can't be so heartless. Yuding, I won't hurt him. You don't necessarily need to use force to make people obedient. The other party's tone became increasingly gloomy. After hanging up the phone, Chin Yuding looked at the office in silence, with mixed emotions on her face. After all this was her own fault. After leaving my wife's company, I returned home. My father-in-law and mother-in-law were taking care of their 2 granddaughters at home. The eldest daughter was called Long Kiki, and the youngest daughter had not been named yet, so everyone called her Xiaobao. You're back. Mother-in-law Li Yuzhen was walking around the living room holding Xiaobao. When she saw me, she greeted me cordially. Father-in-law Chen Chushing was sitting on the sofa, telling Coco a story. Seeing this scene, I felt mixed emotions. What a happy family and 2 lovely daughters. But thinking about those truths, I couldn't help but feel angry. But facing these 2 children, I couldn't get angry at all. Daddy hugged me. When Coco saw me, she immediately jumped off the sofa and ran towards me on her short legs. Looking at her innocent little face, my tears couldn't stop flowing down. I quickly turned around, not wanting my parents-in-law to see my gaffe. Squatting down, I hugged Coco tightly, feeling her small, soft body. At that moment, I even hoped that it was all just a dream and that I could continue to live in the lies my wife spun. But those 2 thin paternity test papers pierced my heart like needles, reminding me that dreams are just green jokes. Wiping away my tears secretly, I put Coco down and thought about what to do next. After all, I came back today to pack up, and I couldn't say nothing and embarrass the 2 old people. Kiki, go play with Grandma, and let Daddy talk to Grandpa. I touched Keek's head and sent her to my mother-in-law. Coincidentally, my father-in-law also said, Long Hao, I also have something to talk to you about. Let's go to the study. We walked into the study. I made a pot of tea and handed it to my father-in-law, then closed the door. His attitude towards me has always been complicated. Although he looked down on my background, he has gradually accepted me over the years. Long Hao, there is something I want to discuss with you. He said, Dad, go ahead. I poured him a cup of tea and placed it in front of him. As for Xiaobao, I want her to take the Chen family's surname. What do you think? My father-in-law said this lightly, but I was stunned. I married Chen Yuding, not the Chen family. So why would he suddenly make such a request? I looked up at him, and his expression already showed a hint of dissatisfaction. My father-in-law has always been very self-righteous. It would be unacceptable to him if the Chun family, with a fortune of hundreds of millions, did not have a child to inherit his surname. 7 years ago, He opposed my marriage to Chin Yuding and forced me to marry into the Chin family, but I refused to agree. In the end, it was Yuding's desperate plea that made him reluctantly agree. What? You don't agree? My father-in-law looked at me in a daze, and his tone became heavy. No, I have no objection. Just ask Yuding about this matter. I whispered. Actually, Kiki doesn't have to take my last name. It's up to you. My answer surprised my father-in-law. He thought I would strongly object and even argue with him about the child's surname. In fact, when Coco was born, I insisted that she take my surname. At that time, I argued with him so hard that his face turned red, and he still remembers it. Long Hao, this kind of thing is not something you can joke about. He sighed, as if he was relieved. Xiao Bao can just take the surname Chun, and Kiki should take your surname. After all, the Chin family has to leave an heir. There's nothing we can do about it. I sneered in my heart. Does he really think these two children have the blood of the Chin family? At this time, I think it's time to confront him. Dad, it doesn't matter what the two children's last names are. I took out the two paternity tests from my bag and handed them to him. Take a look at this. My father-in-law took the paternity test, and his expression became uglier as he read the contents. Is this true? He looked up at me, with a hint of disbelief in his voice. It's true. So, the child's surname has nothing to do with me. As for whether the surname is Chun or something else, you should ask Yuding. After all, I still don't know who the child's biological father is. I answered calmly. You'd better not lie to me, or I will never let you go. He glared at me, trying to find some sign of guilt on my face. Dad, I have decided to divorce Chin Yuding. I will not make this public. I just hope you will stop disturbing my life in the future. I paused and added, if you doubt the truth, you can ask Yuding directly. Do you think I would make up something that is so easy to expose? I said, no longer paying attention to him, and turned to leave the study. At this moment, I just want to leave this home as soon as possible and leave this place that breaks my heart. My father-in-law stood in the study, unable to calm down for a long time. He was obviously shocked by the news. Although he didn't want to believe it, he knew my character. I couldn't joke about such a thing. Not long after, the father-in-law called Chin Yuding. After the call was connected, he got straight to the point. Neither Kiki nor Xiao Bao are Long Hao's children. Is this true? On the other end of the phone, Chin Yuding's voice suddenly became flustered. How did you know? Did Long Hao tell you? The paternity test is in my hands. I ask you again, is this true? The father-in-law's voice was filled with suppressed anger. No, Kiki and Xiao Bao are the children of Long Hao and me. He made a mistake. Dad, you wait at home. I'll be back soon. Chin Yuding hung up the phone anxiously. After hearing my daughter's explanation, my father-in-law's anger turned to me. He kicked open the study door, rushed into the bedroom, and saw me packing my things. He raised his hand and slapped me in anger. Pa! The slap hit my face. It hurt like fire. I was stunned and looked up at him. Boy, how dare you lie to me? I just asked Yuding, and she said the child is yours. What else do you have to say? He questioned me with gritted teeth. I was a little confused by the slap. I suppressed my anger and said coldly, of course she would say that. How dare she admit it? But don't you see that the paternity test in my hand is fake? Stop talking nonsense here. Yuding said the child is yours. How can I believe you? The father-in-law was furious, his tone full of favoritism. I suppressed my surging emotions and sneered. Okay, since you believe her, let her do a paternity test herself. If she gets slapped in the face later, don't blame me for not reminding you. After saying that, I pulled a handful of my hair from my pocket and slapped it on the table. Here, just do it. I'll accompany you to the end. My father-in-law was speechless for a moment because of my attitude. He stood there staring at me, and his expression began to become complicated. He was not a fool. The more such things were covered up, the more it showed that there was something wrong behind it. And my attitude was so firm that he was a little shaken. What? You don't dare to investigate? Are you afraid that the truth will embarrass your daughter? I looked at him sarcastically, my tone merciless. You're looking for death. My father-in-law was furious and raised his hand to hit me again. This time, I raised my arm to block his move. I advise you to calm down. Don't do anything before the truth is revealed. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I glared at him with cold eyes. He was stunned by my stare and put his hand down, but the anger on his face still did not dissipate. I know that this self-righteous old man can't accept his daughter's scandal, but I don't want to waste my breath now. Okay, Long Hao, I will check it out. If I find out that you are playing dirty tricks, I will make you live a life worse than death," he said viciously, turned around, and left the bedroom. "You'd better not let your daughter piss you off to death." I sneered back. "Don't forget, a father is like his daughter, and you can't escape this." This completely hit his sore spot. He turned around and glared at me, his face red with anger, almost having a fit. But I was too lazy to pay attention to him and continued to pack my clothes. I watched my father-in-law leave coldly. My heart was cold. His partiality and unreasonableness had already made me completely disappointed. I packed the last few pieces of clothes, picked up the suitcase, and prepared to leave this suffocating home. When I reached the door, Chin Yuding came back. When she saw me packing my luggage, she ran over and grabbed my hand. "Honey, what are you doing? Let's have a good talk. Don't be like this." Her hands were cold, and her eyes were tearful. These eyes that I once loved deeply now made me feel sick. I shook her hand away coldly. "What are you talking about? See you in 3 days. I don't want to see you again." "Long Hao, don't go." She rushed over and hugged my waist, crying and begging. "Please, don't leave us. The child needs you, and I need you too." Hearing this, I sneered in my heart. She needed me. When did she need me? When she betrayed me or when she lied to me? "Let go," I said coldly, broke free from her hand, picked up the suitcase, and prepared to leave this house. In the living room, the mother-in-law watched Long Hao leaving with the suitcase, feeling dissatisfied. "Isn't it just to let Xiaobao take the daughter's surname? Why are you being so disrespectful?" Coco ran over and asked, "Where is Daddy going?" Long Hao forced a smile and touched her head. "Dad is on a business trip. Stay at home, and I will take you to the amusement park when I come back." Looking at the innocent Coco, he suppressed the hatred in his heart and turned away. Chen Yuding fell to the ground, tears streaming down her face. She wanted to catch up, but was stopped by Chen Chusheng. "Let him go. Where can he go if he leaves the Chen family? When he regrets it, he can come back and beg us on his knees." Listening to my father-in-law's ruthless words, I sneered at the stairs and walked out the door without looking back. The cold wind outside blew in my face, freezing cold, but it was much more comfortable than the suffocating atmosphere in the house. I pulled my suitcase and left the house quickly. When I reached the gate of the community, I felt bitter inside. The family that I once wanted to protect with all my strength has now become the place I want to escape from the most. After leaving home, I drove aimlessly on the street. Looking at the busy streets outside the window, I felt lost and didn't know where to go. I stopped the car suddenly when the car circled back to the community I left in the morning. Maybe renting a house here and settling down temporarily is also an option. There was a real estate agency at the entrance of the community, and I walked in. I was greeted by a capable middle-aged woman who quickly recommended 3 houses according to my needs. One was a small one-bedroom apartment, 60 square meters, with a rent of $2,500. Another was a 3-bedroom apartment of 122 square meters, with good conditions, but required sharing, which I rejected on the spot. The last one was a large flat of more than 200 square meters, luxuriously decorated, with complete home appliances, and the owner had not lived in it yet. What's more, this house was just above the woman's house. Although the rent was 10,000 yuan a month, it was not too stressful for me. I signed a contract immediately, paid the rent for half a year, and got the keys smoothly. When I opened the door of my new home and looked at the spacious and bright living room, I felt a little relieved. After packing my luggage, I fell on the bed and fell asleep without eating. What happened in the past 2 days made me exhausted, and the short time alone made me feel relaxed. I slept until about 3 p.m. when the phone rang. I took a look and saw that it was from the company, saying that there was something urgent that required me to go back. Although I had taken annual leave to deal with family matters, I could not delay the company's affairs. After all, my future life would still depend on this job to support me. After arriving at the company, I went directly to the general manager's office. "Mr. Zhang, do you need me for something?" I asked straight to the point. "Come on, take a seat." Mr. Zhang smiled. "I have 2 things to discuss with you. One is business, and the other is personal." After I sat down, he continued, "Xiaolong, you have been in the company for 7 years and have always performed very well. This time there is an opportunity. Lao Zhu will retire next month, and the company plans to let you take over his position as vice president. What do you think?" Lao Zhu is the company's powerful vice president, in charge of the 2 major departments of scientific research and engineering. When I heard the news, although I felt complicated, I suppressed all my emotions and immediately agreed. thank you for the company and your trust. I am confident that I can take this job and will definitely live up to the company's expectations. Mr. Zhang nodded, but then changed the subject. But there is a condition. What conditions? My heart tightened. Don't be nervous. He smiled and said, this is your private matter. The company has certain requirements for senior management. I hope you can't get divorced within 5 years. I was stunned and frowned and asked, Mr. Zhang, are you serious? When did the company have such a rule? He waved his hand and said, don't worry. This is a stability requirement for senior management, especially for young people like you. You can think about it again and give me an answer before leaving get off work today. My heart sank. Mr. Zhang, I'm going to divorce my wife in 3 days. If taking over as vice president is next month, and I've already divorced during this period, it shouldn't be considered a violation of the conditions, right? President Zhang shook his head with a look of helplessness on his face. That's not the case. If you want to be promoted to vice president, you must stop your divorce plan in 3 days, and you can't divorce within 5 years. This is the only condition given by the company. Mr. Zhang, I was about to explain, but he raised his hand to signal me not to speak, and then added, the vice president's annual salary is 5 million, and there are also stock dividends. Last year, Mr. Zhu's dividends were more than 30 million, and this year's performance is even better. You can do the math. Think carefully about whether it's worth it, and then give me an answer. After that, he waved his hand to signal me to leave. I walked out of the office with a puzzled mind. I couldn't understand why the company would set up such an obstacle because of my divorce. What puzzled me even more was that this condition was so targeted, as if it was designed specifically for me. Standing downstairs of the company, I thought about what Mr. Zhang said and felt a sense of absurdity. An income of 40 million is enough for my family and I to live a carefree life. But the price is that I have to continue to be a cuckolded fool and endure 5 more years of humiliation. I sneered, and I already had the answer in my heart. Damn it, let alone 40 million. Even if it's 4 billion, I won't compromise. This marriage must be divorced. It's enough to endure until today. I, Long Hao, will never trade my dignity for money. However, what I didn't know was that after I left, Mr. Zhang made a phone call. Mr. Wen, now that the matter is settled, it depends on what Long Hao decides. If he agrees, I will tamper with the contract, and he will have to return everything he earns in 5 years. If he disagrees, then I will ban him and make him earn nothing. A young man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Great. Come see me tomorrow. I have a project I want to discuss with you. After leaving the company gate, I was so irritated that I walked across the street to buy a pack of cigarettes. I lit one and took a deep breath, but it made me cough. After a while, I took another puff, and the strong smoke rushed into my lungs, as if filling up the empty space in my chest. Without the constraints of my family, my personality gradually began to return to its original state. When I was in college, I was still a cheerful and outgoing boy who liked to play basketball and games with my brothers. Smoking and drinking were commonplace. But since I fell in love with my wife, I slowly changed myself. In order to cater to her preferences, I quit smoking, stopped playing games, rarely played basketball, and even stopped attending parties at barbecue stalls with my brothers. Over the years, I have always indulged her and made myself the way she likes. But what did I get in return? I took a deep puff of my cigarette, and my heart ached. I am such a fool. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but slap myself hard. Others get rewards for their efforts, but what I get in return is a green hat. Divorce, whoever wants the money can take it. I put out the cigarette and called Mr. Zhang. Xiaolong, have you figured it out? Mr. Zhang's voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Zhang, I've thought it through. My wife and I can't live together anymore. We have to get a divorce. I'm sorry I can't reveal the specific reason. Mr. Zhang advised earnestly, Xiaolong, this opportunity is rare. With an annual income of tens of millions, you really have to consider it carefully. Boss Zhang, I've thought it through. If the deputy general manager can do it, then he can do it. If he can't do it, then it doesn't matter. I just want to live a happy life. Mr. Zhang sighed and hung up the phone. I breathed a sigh of relief and felt much more relaxed. After rejecting the company's temptation, I felt like I had found my long-lost self again. The once free-spirited boy chasing the wind seemed to be back again. I drove straight to my hometown. Since I was getting a divorce, I had to tell my parents about it. I had experienced so many grievances and hardships over the years, but I had never told them. On the way home, my mind was full of my mother's face. Thinking about how little time I had spent with my parents over the years, I couldn't help but blame myself. From now on, I will only be worthy of the person who gave birth to me and the person I gave birth to. I whispered softly, but when I thought that even the child was not my own, I felt sick again. 3 hours later, I returned to my hometown. When I opened the gate, the familiar smell of rice hit me. It was the hand-rolled noodles made by my mother. My nose was sore, and I whispered, "Mom, I'm back." My mother came out of the kitchen and saw me with a smile on her face. "Long how? You're back, where's you ting, didn't she come back with you?" Looking at the wrinkles on my mother's face and her gray hair, I felt sad. When did she become so old? What have I done all these years? "Mom, I came back by myself, Mom. I'm hungry." At the end, my voice choked. My mother seemed to notice my emotions, but she didn't ask any more questions. She just kindly greeted me. "Come in quickly, the meal is just ready." Not long after I sat down, my mother brought a big bowl of noodles, topped with meat, and sprinkled with my favorite chili. Eating this long-lost taste, my heart gradually calmed down. "Mom, where's my dad?" I asked while eating. "Your father went to the village to demolish the temple, saying that he wanted to build a small square." The mother replied, "The temple at the west and the one I used to go to when I was a kid. Yeah, that's it. It's not bad to build a square. We can dance in the evening." I swallowed the last mouthful of noodles, picked up the noodle soup my mother handed me, and drank it in one gulp. I felt much more relaxed. After the meal, I looked at my mother and said what was hidden in my heart. "Mom, Chin Yuding and I are getting a divorce." The mother was stunned for a moment, her brows furrowed. "Divorce, everything is fine. Why divorce?" "Mom, there are some things that I can't go on with. I came back today just to tell you." The mother sighed and said earnestly, "Long how, divorce is not a trivial matter. What about Kiki and Xiaobao? They are still young." When I heard this, my eyes instantly turned red. I hugged my mother and said with a sob, "Mom, Coco and Xiaobao are not my children." My son is embarrassed. By the end of my words, I could no longer control my emotions. My mother's body trembled slightly, and I quickly helped her sit down and comforted her softly. "Mom, don't be angry. I'm only in my early 30s. I'll find someone else after the divorce, and I'll definitely give birth to two big fat boys for you." The mother sighed deeply. The smile on her face had long since faded, and she looked a little pale. "I have long advised you that life will be difficult if you are not well matched. But you are stubborn and have been stubborn since you were a child. I never thought that you would suffer such a great injustice. Mom, it's okay. I will live a good life after the divorce. I will listen to you about marriage and having children." The mother nodded, her eyes full of helplessness and heartache. "Mom doesn't care what you choose. I just hope you take good care of yourself in the future and don't get hurt again." "Mom, don't worry, this lesson is big enough. I will definitely remember it." After saying that, I helped my mother lie down to rest and got up to find my father. I walked along the path in the village, and the familiar scenery came into my face. The fragrance of the soil gradually calmed my mood. From a distance, I saw a group of people gathered in front of the small temple at the west end. "Dad, what's going on?" I walked closer to the temple and saw my father busy with a lot of things. The uncles and people in charge in the village were all there. After saying hello to the villagers around me, I walked over to my father. He glanced at me, and after finishing his work, he patted my shoulder and said, "You're back? That's great. Come and help me." Seeing that there were so many people around, I couldn't bring up the embarrassing issue of divorce at this time. So I just asked, "Dad, what are you doing here? Is there anything you need me to do?" The father smiled and said, "We were just selecting people. They had to be of the right age and Chinese zodiac sign. You came at the right time and are the right age. Come on and help us." Although I was confused, I followed him. After a group of 16 strong men gathered together, my father took us into the temple. This is a mountain god temple, and it has been here since I can remember. When I was a child, I often played in the temple with my friends, but I didn't expect that this time I was here to lift the mountain god. Today we are going to ask the mountain god to move, and he must not touch the ground on the way. My father's shout made me understand the content of the task. The mountain god statue was very large, weighing 500 kilograms. The statue had already been tied up and fixed to the wooden pole with thick ropes. The 16 of us stood on both sides, ready to carry the mountain god to the new temple site on the back mountain. "Get on your shoulders." As my father sounded the gong, everyone lifted the mountain god up. Everyone shouted in unison and slowly carried the statue out of the temple. Firecrackers rang out, and my father held a big gong in front of him, shouting, "Left leg rope to the right, right leg rope to the left." We moved in unison, carrying the statue forward. The road was very lively, with girls holding lanterns and fans, and some holding canopies. We walked from the flat village road to the foot of the back mountain, where the road became rugged and steep. When we reached a smooth, rocky slope, my father shouted, "Young men, work hard." Hey, we shouted in unison, moving up step by step to the rhythm. My shoulders were already sore, but the passionate atmosphere made me grit my teeth and persevere. Finally, amidst cheers, we carried the mountain god to the flat ground on the mountainside. A 1 meter high stone platform had already been built there as the new shrine. I was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but my shoulders were getting more and more tired. My father placed incense, candles, and offerings in front of the stone platform and lit firecrackers, and the atmosphere reached a climax. Fall! My father gave the order, and my body was finally released. But the next second, my father's voice rang out urgently. "Long Hao, be careful." I felt a sharp pain in my head, and my eyes went dark, and I passed out. It turned out that the right hand of the mountain god statue that was touching Jin Tong was broken at the wrist, and a slap weighing dozens of kilograms hit my head. The village was in a panic, and I also enjoyed the treatment of the mountain god. I was carried down the mountain by several big men and sent to the town hospital. In a coma, I heard an old voice. "Jin Tong, this time I have achieved enlightenment and returned to the immortal world, and the position of mountain god will be passed on to you." I vaguely saw a red token with the words "Heavenly Official Blessing" written on it floating in front of me. The moment the token disappeared, I felt a sharp pain in my head, and my consciousness fell into darkness again. While I was still unconscious, my father was already anxiously waiting in the hospital. He asked the doctor, "How is my son?" "It's okay. It's just a skin injury. Young people are strong, and it will be fine in a few days." The doctor comforted. The father breathed a sigh of relief, but still asked nervously, "Why hasn't he woken up yet?" "It's a temporary coma. Don't worry. He will wake up by tomorrow morning at the latest." The doctor's answer finally put the father's mind at ease. At this time, Song Yan and Chun Mei, the two girls holding lanterns, also came and offered to stay and take care of me. My father thought about it, left 2,000 yuan, gave a few instructions, and rushed home to comfort my mother. As soon as he entered the door, his mother came up to him anxiously. "Dad, how is his son?" The father sighed and said, "It's okay. It's just a skin injury. The doctor said he will wake up early this morning." Hearing this, the mother's expression eased a little, but there was still a hint of uneasiness in her eyes. "Slow down, don't get excited. Your son is fine. Yan and Chunmei are taking care of him. You can go there tomorrow morning." The father patted the mother's shoulder and comforted her. "Why did you leave the two girls there?" the mother complained. "Chunmei is my son's sister, and Yan grew up in our care. We are family, so why should we be polite? Should we leave a few rough men to take care of the patient, or let an old man like me take care of her?" the father said righteously. "Okay, you're right." Mother sighed, knowing that her father had made proper arrangements, and her worries were relieved. Seeing that her father had been busy all day, she brought him a bowl of hot noodle soup. His father sat down and ate voraciously. "Dad, there is something I need to tell you. My son originally wanted to tell you in person, but now that my son is like this, I am the only one who can tell you." The mother, who was sitting opposite him, hesitated for a moment and then spoke. "What's the matter?" My father put down the bowl, lit a cigarette, and leaned back in his chair to smoke. "My son is going to divorce Yuding," the mother whispered, and she began to secretly wipe away her tears. She felt sorry for her son, how much he had suffered over the years, and now he was being cuckolded. She felt really wrong for him. Divorce? The father was stunned for a moment, then became angry. That boy insisted on marrying that girl back then, and now that he has 2 children, he wants a divorce. He's just being ridiculous. I support my son's divorce. The mother responded firmly, which surprised the father. He looked up at his mother and said, "Old woman, are you confused? Divorce is a big deal. Don't spoil him." "Hey, I told you not to be angry." The mother sighed, took out 2 paternity tests from the drawer, and handed them to the father. "Take a look at this." My father took the report. Although he couldn't understand the data on it, he still recognized the words "no blood relationship." He turned to the second page and still saw the same words. After a moment of silence, he slammed the table and roared, "Damn it, this Chun family is going too far." My father's face turned red, and he almost rushed out to settle accounts with the Chun family. My mother quickly stopped him. "Come on, are you still thinking you're young? You always use your fists to solve problems. Just let this matter go? The father was unwilling. Let's get divorced first, and let our son decide the rest. He's already in his 30s, and it's not easy for us to make the decision for him. The mother's tone was calm, but full of helplessness. The father was silent for a moment and said angrily, "Okay, if this kid pretends to be a coward, I will not acknowledge him as my son." After that, he got up and went out, ready to go to the hospital to see his son and thank Yan and Chunmei by the way. In the hospital, Chunmei held Yan's hand, and the two girls whispered. Yan's face was as red as an apple, but Chunmei smiled wickedly. "Xiaoya, do you still like my brother?" Yan lowered her head and said softly, not daring to look at Chunmei. "Hey, you're already 25 years old, and my brother has been married for so many years. Why are you still dragging it on?" Chunmei sighed and advised. Yan raised her head with a firm look in her eyes. "Brother Hao saved my life. I will never marry anyone else except him in this life. When Yan fell into the river when she was 16, I saved her. I didn't think much of it at the time, thinking it was just a simple task. But to Yan, I became her hero. From then on, her heart was attached to me. But she didn't have time to confess. When I brought Yuding home in my senior year, she was heartbroken when she saw how sweet we were. Later, when she heard that I got married and had a daughter, she was unhappy all day long. Her family introduced her to potential partners, but she refused them all, and it dragged on for many years. Seeing me faint today, Yan couldn't stop crying. Chunmei felt sorry for her, but she didn't know how to persuade her. I woke up dazedly at around 10 p.m. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a pair of loving eyes staring at me. When I wanted to take a closer look, the owner of the eyes immediately turned away. "Chunmei, brother Hao has woken up. I'm going to buy some food. You take care of him." Yan's voice was a little hurried, and she ran away after she finished speaking. I sat up and looked at Chunmei, who was a little embarrassed. "Chunmei, what's wrong with me?" "Brother, you were knocked unconscious by the mountain god statue. The doctor said it's okay, and you will be fine after a few days of rest." She touched my head and said softly, "It's okay. It doesn't hurt anymore." I smiled at Chunmei, and I felt comforted. After going through so much, I found that I still had so many relatives, and my wife's betrayal didn't seem so important. "Who ran away just now?" I asked. "It's Yan. Uncle asked us to take care of you." Chunmei replied, "Sister Yan." I recalled the quiet and well-behaved girl who always followed me silently. "Yeah, she went out to buy some midnight snacks." "Brother, you're really tough. You only broke a layer of skin when such a big rock fell on you. What do you still want your brother to be hit and turned into a fool?" I glared at her jokingly. "No, I just think it's magical." She stuck out her tongue, a little embarrassed. The nurse came in to check on me and saw that I was awake. She immediately called the doctor on duty. After a checkup, the doctor couldn't help but sigh at my ability to recover. "There was so much blood loss when I came in. I thought it was at least a concussion. But you woke up in just a few hours. Young people have good bodies." The doctor gave me some instructions, prescribed 2 bottles of anti-inflammatory drugs, and left. When the nurse came to give me the injection, she suddenly said, "Your wife was crying outside just now. Talk to her later, and don't let her worry too much." I was stunned for a moment. It was obviously Yan who just left, but she was actually crying. Was she scared by my injury? "Brother, do you want to call my sister-in-law?" Chunmei quickly changed the subject. "No need. My brother is getting a divorce, and now he doesn't have a sister-in-law anymore." I said calmly. Since my parents already knew, I didn't want to hide it from my cousin. "Divorced? What's wrong, brother? Why did you get divorced when everything was fine?" Chunmei was stunned after hearing this. "Why are you asking so many questions? We're going to get the divorce certificate in a few days. I don't want my cousin to know about the shame of being cheated on." "Okay, then don't tell me. But now that you're divorced, I'll introduce you to a girlfriend," she said with a smile. "You're not married yet. What are you introducing to me?" I replied to her unhappily. "I'm already engaged, and I'll be getting married in a few months. And you're only 30. Isn't it normal to get divorced and find another one?" "We haven't divorced yet. We'll talk about it when the time comes." I shook my head, too lazy to say anything more. At this time, Yan pushed the door open with a bag of food and pretended not to hear anything. Yan, do you know my brother is divorced?" Chunmei said happily, holding her hand. Yan was stunned for a moment, and then she put down her bag with a cute smile on her face. I looked at the 2 girls and couldn't help wondering if they had a problem with their brains. How come they were so happy that it was like Chinese New Year when I got divorced? "Hey, I told you I'm divorced. Are you two so happy?" "I'm happy. Why wouldn't I be happy?" Chunmei was just saying this when Yan gently pulled the corner of her clothes. She then realized that she had been overacting. Brother, I've long disliked that sister-in-law. She hasn't come back many times in all these years, and she doesn't care about my uncle and aunt. A woman like this is no place to live. Of course I'm happy if you divorce her. I looked at Chunmei speechlessly, but her words made me feel guilty towards my parents again. Brother Hao, you should eat something first. Yan spoke gently and took out the things in the bag. A big bowl of chicken soup, a few sesame cakes, and 4 stir-fried vegetables immediately aroused my appetite. Brother, I'm hungry too. I want to eat too. Chunmei smiled and pulled Yan to sit down together. Come on, this is enough for the 3 of us. Let's eat together. I called them. After dinner, Chunmei and Yan went out to take out the trash. I was left alone in the ward, scrolling through my phone out of boredom, when suddenly a strange scene popped up in my mind. The auxiliary immortal weapon has been recognized as the Master. This immortal weapon is the latest auxiliary system issued by the heaven to the land and mountain gods in the lower world. It can help users better bless mortals. The more blessings you give, the more rewards you will get, and the merit points you can get. When the merit points reach a certain level, you can ascend to the immortal world. Based on the experience of the binder, the skills issued are as follows. Parents and children are not biological, and old age is nothing. Skills, child giving magic, optional gender. Society is too dangerous, women are too lonely. Skills, men's self-defense. Maintain world peace and care for women's health. Skills, gynecological master. Current merit value, 0. I was stunned. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw this information. What is this? The mountain god system? Was I fooled by the mountain god? Thinking carefully back to what happened before I fainted, I seemed to hear a voice saying that he was going to ascend to heaven and pass his position to Jintong, and I happened to be standing in Jintong's position. Could it be that I was mistaken for Jintong and became the new generation of mountain god? Just as I was thinking, Chunmei and Yan came back. Before I could come to my senses, Chunmei suddenly waved her hand in front of me. Brother, you are not really in trouble, are you? I subconsciously raised my hand to react, but I didn't expect that I would grab her wrist with one move. Chunmei screamed in pain, and I came to my senses and quickly let go. Brother, what are you doing? Chunmei glared at me. Wing Chun, IP man. I couldn't help but laugh and joke, but she grabbed a pillow and was about to hit me. Fortunately, Yan stopped her. Chunmei, brother Hao is still injured. Chunmei sat back in her chair angrily, rubbing her wrist. I quickly licked my face and apologized. I'm sorry, I was thinking about the clip of Ip Man just now, and when I saw your hand reaching out, I couldn't help but try it. If you wanted to kill Palang, why not just beat me to death? Chunmei said angrily. No, come, let me show you my hand. I took her hand and started thinking about the new skills. This self-defense technique is indeed very useful. As for the other skills, I'll try them later. Cuarto. You said, please keep the content within 500 words. ChatGPT says, ChatGPT. It's okay, it doesn't hurt anymore. I said to Chunmei with a smile, feeling that with so many relatives around me, my wife's betrayal didn't seem that important. Who ran away just now? I asked. It's Yan. Your uncle asked us to take care of you. Chunmei replied. Sister Yan? I thought of the girl who used to be quiet and well-behaved and always followed me. Yeah, she went out to buy some midnight snacks. Brother, you are really tough. You only broke a layer of skin after such a big rock fell on you. What? Do you still want your brother to be smashed into a fool? I replied to her with a smile. After the doctor came over to check on me, he was impressed by my strong recovery ability. The wound is not serious. Young people have good bodies. After giving a few instructions, he left. When the nurse was giving me an injection, she casually said, your wife was crying outside just now. Don't let her worry too much. I was stunned. It was Yan who just went out. Could she be scared by my injury? Brother, do you want to call my sister-in-law? Chunmei asked tentatively. No need. My brother is getting a divorce, and now he doesn't have a sister-in-law anymore. I said in a flat tone, not wanting to hide it from her anymore. Divorced? Why? Chunmei was a little surprised. Why are you asking so many questions? We're going to get the divorce certificate in 2 days. I didn't want to talk about cuckoldry. Then, after the divorce, I will introduce you to a girlfriend. Chunmei said seriously. You're not married yet. What are you introducing to me? I replied helplessly. At this time, Yan pushed the door open with midnight snacks. Chunmei immediately grabbed her and said excitedly, Yan, my brother is divorced. Yan was excited and smiled. I looked at the two of them and couldn't help but complain. I'm divorced. Are you two so happy? I'm so happy. I've disliked my sister-in-law for a long time, Chunmei said loudly. Yan opened the bag, took out chicken soup and some side dishes. Brother Hao, eat something first. I felt the long-lost warmth, and the three of us gathered together to eat. After dinner, Chunmei and Yan went out to take out the trash. I was left alone in the ward, and suddenly a strange scene emerged in my mind. The auxiliary immortal weapon has recognized its master. Skills granted. Childbearing divine power, men's self-defense skills, gynecological master. Current merit value, 0. I was stunned, recalling the scene before I fell into a coma. Perhaps the mountain god ascended to heaven and left his inheritance to me? Just as I was daydreaming, Chunmei came back and saw me sitting there blankly and waved her hand in front of me. I instinctively grabbed her wrist and twisted it slightly, almost making her scream out in pain. Seeing her angry expression, I hurriedly apologized. Sorry, I was thinking about an action movie just now and couldn't control myself. Chunmei glared at me angrily and complained, If you think of Sha Polang, will you beat me to death? I quickly apologized with a smile. No, I will definitely pay more attention next time. As I said that, I pulled her hand over and pretended to rub it for her. Long Hao placed his hand on Chunmei's wrist. Her physical condition immediately emerged in his mind. Generally healthy, but with some gynecological inflammation and irregular menstruation. Cousin, have you been feeling unwell recently? Long Hao asked. Yes. How did you know? Chunmei was surprised. I learned some Chinese medicine and discovered it when I was taking your pulse. Long Hao answered seriously. Is it serious? Do I need to take medicine? Chunmei was a little nervous. No need to take medicine. I know a set of techniques that can cure this minor problem. It will only take a dozen minutes. Chunmei lay down doubtfully, and Long Hao covered her lower abdomen with a towel and began to massage it gently, from light to heavy, and then from heavy to light. After more than 10 minutes, Chunmei felt her lower abdomen getting warm, and the discomfort in her body completely disappeared. Brother, it really works, Chunmei said happily. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Long Hao saw that the treatment was effective and was also satisfied with the results of the gynecological expert. Yan, didn't you feel unwell a few days ago? Let me take a look at you. Chunmei suggested with a smile. No need for that. Yan felt a little embarrassed. It's okay, let me take a look. Long Hao felt Yan's pulse, and her physical condition immediately came to his mind. There was a little problem with her lungs, and she had palpitations due to overthinking. Treatments included medicated diet and massage, but heart disease needed heart medicine, which gave Long Hao a headache. Yan, you have a little problem, don't worry. Long Hao sent the recipe of the medicinal diet to Chunmei and marked the temperature and time. Drink 1 bowl a day, a month will be enough. Does she need a massage, brother? Give her a massage quickly. Chunmei ran to the pharmacy excitedly, leaving Yan and Long Hao alone. Brother Hao, thank you for helping me with my medical treatment. How can I cooperate with you? Yan asked bravely while trembling slightly. Long Hao adjusted his mentality, asked Yan to lie down, and started massaging her shoulders. Although the treatment process was very stressful for him, he still insisted on completing it. After the massage, Long Hao did not dare to look directly at Yan and turned around with sweat all over his head. Much better. Thank you, Brother Hao. Yan said softly, her sense of happiness far outweighing her shyness. Chunmei suddenly pushed the door open and saw that their clothes were soaked with sweat. She asked suspiciously, What are you doing? Just finished the massage. Long Hao replied indifferently. So much sweat from massage. Chunmei didn't believe it. Yes, I'm quite tired. Long Hao said helplessly. Then why is Yan sweating too? She is tired too. Long Hao continued seriously. Chunmei rolled her eyes. You two are tired, so what happened? She couldn't help but wonder if Yan had started to pursue her cousin. Yan pulled Chunmei over and looked at the medicine in her hand. She knew it was prepared for her and drank it without hesitation. Chunmei, I'm fine. You two can go get a room and rest, she said softly. Okay. Chunmei nodded and pulled Yan out of the ward, with a lot of questions in her mind that she wanted to ask her. I tossed and turned in the hospital bed, and I didn't fall asleep until after 5 in the morning. I had already thought clearly about Yan's feelings for me. I naturally had a good impression of her. When I touched her during the massage yesterday, well, I had to suppress this thought. I stood up and poured a few basins of cold water on my face to calm my anger. I didn't want to stay in the hospital any longer, so I took a taxi back home. On the way, I sent a WeChat message to Chunmei saying that I had to leave first because of work and asked her to help me with the discharge procedures. I was afraid that she would get up in the morning to block me, so I didn't even go into the house, but just shouted at the door, "Mom, I have something to do with the company. I'm leaving first, and I'll be back in a few days." On the way, I opened the panel in my mind to see if I had gained any merit points for helping Chunmei and Yan with their treatment yesterday. Sure enough, Chunmei contributed 1 merit point, and Yan directly gave me 10 points. Apparently, my massage was effective. The panel prompted me to draw a reward, and I immediately clicked on the draw. The result of the lucky draw was a copy of the Heart Sutra of bone correction. The information instantly flooded into my mind, and I immediately mastered this magical medical skill. From the characteristics of bones to the methods of correction and treatment, all the knowledge was available. I suddenly felt that I was invincible in the field of orthopedics. The phone rang. It was Chunmei calling. I hung up directly and replied with a message. "I'm driving." After hanging up, I seemed to hear Chunmei scolding me angrily, but I really didn't dare to answer it, especially since Yan might be next to me. Back in the neighborhood, I hesitated whether to go downstairs to see the first blood girl, who made my heart beat. But thinking that I had to go to get a divorce tomorrow, I decided not to make things difficult for myself. Little did I know that she was packing her luggage and seemed to be going on a long journey. If I hesitated any longer, I might really miss her. I was upset thinking about this and decided to find a hospital to remove the bandage on my head. I accidentally ended up at Maria Women's Hospital and was about to change places when an ambulance stopped at the door. A male nurse got off the car and quickly pushed a stretcher into the hospital. On the stretcher lay a little boy covered in blood. The lady behind him was crying heartbreakingly. It was obvious that the situation was very critical. I wanted to leave, but the Heart Sutra of bone correction flashed through my mind. Thinking that I could help this child, I followed him in. In the emergency room, the doctor diagnosed the boy with multiple fractures, comminuted fractures of both legs, and even broken bones sticking out of the skin, and the condition was extremely critical. When the child's father arrived, he was stunned when he heard the doctor's suggestion of amputation. When the lady heard the word amputation, she collapsed to the ground and cried bitterly. Watching this scene, I subconsciously clenched my fists. Maybe I can try. The conversation next to me made me stunned. What the hell? This little boy looks quite cute, but he has to have his legs amputated? Thinking of such a young child losing his legs, my heart sank for some reason. I walked over to the child's mother, Zhu Yin, and saw that she had fainted. Instinctively, I reached out to check on her. Her physical condition came to mind: multiple miscarriages leading to infertility and gradual organ failure. If her son was really amputated, the family might completely collapse. After pressing Zhu Yan's temple and stimulating several acupuncture points on her back, she gradually woke up. I helped her up and handed her to her husband and said to him firmly, "I can heal your child's injury. Not only can I save his legs, but I can also make him fully recover and grow up like a normal child. Don't listen to his nonsense." Dr. Mediterranean interrupted me coldly. Zhu Yin was very emotional and grabbed her husband's hand. "Hongyuan, he can cure Xiaojie. Let him try?" Tang Hongyuan looked complicated and turned to look at me. "Young man, you didn't lie to me, did you?" "I'm not lying to you. You can supervise the whole process. If you are worried, you can stop at any time." I remained calm and understood his dilemma. He was silent for a moment and then nodded. "Okay, I'll trust you this time. If you can save my son, I'll owe you my life. This is a hospital. You are not qualified to treat patients here." Mediterranean interrupted us with a cold tone, obviously unwilling to give in. "Of course you won't feel bad if he's not your son," I said directly. "It only takes me half an hour to save the child's legs." "Do you have a medical qualification certificate?" "Don't think that someone with a bandage on his head is a doctor. He could be a liar who got beaten," the young nurse at the side mocked. I was powerless to refute and could only place my hope on the child's father. He thought for a moment and asked Mediterranean, "Dr. Long, is there no hope for my son?" Mediterranean responded calmly, "It's possible to save your life, but it's impossible to save your legs." Zhu Yin, with tears on her face, grabbed her husband and said, "Hubby, give Shao Jie another chance." Tang Hongyuan finally made up his mind and said to me, "Young man, I choose to believe you. But if you lied to me, the consequences will be beyond your ability to bear." "Don't worry, you'll be glad you made this decision," I answered confidently. "Dr. Long, please arrange the operating room. I am willing to pay 1 million. Tang Hongyuan's decision made Hai Di hesitant, but he was finally convinced by the huge sum of money. The atmosphere in the emergency room suddenly became tense, and everyone was looking at me. I took a deep breath, not only for the merit points, but also to save the innocent child. The child had taken off his bloodstained clothes and was lying naked on the operating table. The instruments showed that his condition was extremely unstable. Looking at his son, Tang Hongyuan tried hard to hold back his tears, while Zhu Yin was left outside to avoid fainting again after seeing her son's miserable condition. I put on gloves, carefully touched the child's body, and carefully examined him from head to toe. He had severe bone injuries, 8 broken ribs, a fractured left hand, a fractured shoulder blade, spiral comminuted fractures below the calf, and multiple bone dislocations. Mr. Tang, the child's condition is very complicated, but I am sure. I briefly reported the injury. Heidi looked at me in shock. He had spent more than a dozen films to determine the condition, but I was able to diagnose it clearly with my hands. Please. Tang Hongyuan's eyes were burning, as if he placed all his hopes on me. I nodded and started the treatment. I started with the ribs, working quickly and accurately with my hands. In less than 3 minutes, the 8 broken ribs were connected. Mediterranean quickly checked with an instrument, and when he saw the perfect connection, his face was filled with disbelief. Then, I adjusted the child's bone dislocation and repaired the fractures of the shoulder blade and left hand. Although these were difficult, with the blessing of the Heart Sutra of bone correction, they were nothing to me. When I faced the child's legs, the situation became even more difficult. The bones of the right leg were broken into more than 30 pieces, and the tiny bone fragments were embedded in the muscle tissue, which was extremely difficult. I concentrated all my attention and connected them piece by piece, without even a slight deviation. During the process, I was sweating profusely, and the nurse was helping me wipe the sweat, and she also looked particularly nervous. The atmosphere in the entire emergency room was extremely depressing. After 20 minutes of intense concentration, I finally reset all the bones in my right leg, and they were perfectly connected. The surgeon next to me was busy applying plaster. His hands and feet were quick and precise, which made me feel a little relieved. Mr. Tang, your right leg has been saved, but there are more broken bones in your left leg, so I may not be able to do it. I said honestly. It's okay, young man. You've done your best, and I'm grateful. Tang Hongyuan said sincerely. Although he felt regretful in his heart, he couldn't bear to put any more pressure on me. I can help, Mediterranean volunteered. He might not be able to complete the connection, but he could move the broken bones to the correct position, saving me a lot of time and energy. With his help, I quickly completed the positioning and planning of the more than 50 broken bones in my left leg. We had a clear division of labor. I was responsible for the key connection, and Haidang was responsible for moving the bone fragments into place. During the discussion, he finally recognized my professionalism, and his expression was no longer contemptuous. As the treatment progressed, the child's vital signs gradually stabilized. Tang Hongyuan stood aside, clasped his hands together, as if praying. He knew that this miracle might really help his son stand up again. Tang Hongyuan generously promised 1 million, and the Mediterranean immediately arranged an emergency room. The child's clothes had been taken off, and he was lying on the operating table. The instrument showed that his condition was extremely unstable. Tang Hongyuan's eyes were red, and Zhu Yin was left outside to avoid emotional collapse. I put on gloves and carefully touched the child's body. After a full-body examination, I learned about his condition in detail. 8 broken ribs, a fractured left arm, a fractured scapula, both legs were comminuted fractures, and multiple bone dislocations. Mr. Tang, the situation is very complicated, but I can treat it. Mediterranean was stunned after hearing this. He took more than 10 films to diagnose the situation, but I could accurately judge it just by palpation. Please. Tang Hongyuan nodded. I took a deep breath and started the treatment. I started repairing from the ribs, using flexible techniques to connect the bones. In just 3 minutes, 8 ribs were connected. Mediterranean checked with instruments, and when he saw the ribs fit perfectly, his eyes widened. Then, I repaired the child's dislocated bones and healed the fractures of his shoulder blade and left hand. Although these were not easy, I completed them quickly under the guidance of the Heart Sutra of bone correction. When it came to my legs, the difficulty increased suddenly. The bones of my right leg were broken into more than 30 pieces, and each piece needed to be precisely repositioned. My movements were focused and slow, and sweat kept dripping from my forehead. The nurse kept wiping my sweat. The patient next to me also began to admire my professionalism. 20 minutes later, the bones in my right leg were all reset. I was exhausted, But the doctor quickly took over the plastering, and his skillful technique put me at ease. My right leg is saved, but my left leg is more difficult. I may not be able to do it, I said, wiping the sweat off my face. It's okay. You've tried your best. Tang Hongyuan said sincerely, his eyes full of gratitude. Let me try. Mediterranean suddenly volunteered, suggesting that we move the broken bones closer to the fracture first, and then let me complete the crucial repositioning. I nodded in agreement. Long Hao and Dr. Long began to treat the child's left leg broken bones together. The two cooperated well and communicated like a master and apprentice. Long Hao carefully explained the treatment method, while Dr. Long humbly asked for advice and expressed his own opinions. Although Dr. Long withdrew early due to exhaustion, Long Hao did not panic, but completed the remaining broken bones alone. Hurry up and put on the plaster. After finishing the last piece of broken bone, Long Hao was so tired that he sat on the ground gasping for breath. Dr. Long immediately took over and quickly carried out the follow-up treatment. Are the child's legs saved? Tang Hongyuan asked nervously. Fortunately, the mission was accomplished. The child's legs were successfully connected and will not affect his normal life in the future. Long Hao responded with a smile, tired but relieved. At this moment, he felt a sense of accomplishment he had never felt before. Thank you. Thank you. Tang Hongyuan bowed repeatedly excitedly. After the examination results came out, it showed that the bones were perfectly connected. Dr. Long said with admiration, Mr. Long's medical skills are really amazing. The child will be able to walk in a few months. 1 month will be enough. Long Hao corrected, wrote a prescription, explained the preparation method, and reminded Tang Hongyuan to take it on time. Tang Hongyuan was very grateful, while Zhu Yin knelt on the ground in excitement. Long Hao quickly helped her up and comforted her in a gentle voice. After experiencing great sorrow and joy, Zhu Yin no longer cared about her dignity and only wanted to express her gratitude to Long Hao. At this time, Han Kuan, the director of Maria Hospital, came over and said with a smile, Mr. Long is a skilled doctor. I would like to hire you to work in our hospital with an annual salary of 5 million. But I don't have a medical license. Long Hao hesitated. It doesn't matter. We will take care of the qualification issue. Han Kun answered firmly. Long Hao smiled and nodded in agreement. Okay, but I need 2 days to deal with some personal matters before coming back. When he left the hospital, Long Hao felt much more relaxed, his mind full of the scenes of saving lives today. Tomorrow, he has more important things to deal with. Divorce his wife and start a new life for himself. Chapter 16, Breaking Up with the Company. Brother Long, please stay. Looking at Long Hao leaving, Tang Hongyuan immediately stepped forward. There were so many people around just now that it was not convenient for him to take out the gifts he had prepared. At this time, he saw that Long Hao had finished talking to the hospital and everyone had dispersed, so he walked over. Mr. Tang, is there something wrong? Long Hao asked curiously. Brother Long, you're too polite. You saved my son, and I haven't thanked you properly yet. Oh, how are you going to thank me, Mr. Tang? Long Hao is not a lay phone type of person. If Tang Hongyuan doesn't express anything, he won't ask for anything. After all, he is not seeking any benefit from treating the child. But since Tang Hongyuan came after him to express his gratitude, of course he wouldn't refuse. I don't know what Brother Long likes. I'm a rather conventional person, so please don't refuse this 10 million. Tang Hongyuan handed over a check for 10 million. Long Hao just felt that this guy might give money. From the fact that he generously promised 1 million in the hospital, he felt that this guy was very rich. But he never expected that the other party would give him 10 million directly. He was so happy with the gesture. But you still have to maintain a good attitude. A gentleman loves money, but gets it in a proper way. I thought so in my mind, but my body was very honest. Long Hao took the check, looked at it, and put it directly into his wallet. Then I'll accept it with pleasure. Mr. Tang is so polite. I'll help you for free. Long Hao felt a little embarrassed after receiving so much money, so he immediately thought about helping Zhu Yin with her health treatment, which would be enough to repay the couple. Oh, help me with something. Tang Hongyuan was a little curious. Actually, what I'm best at is gynecology. I'm confident that I can cure your madam's condition. Long Hao pretended to be smart. You know my wife's problem. When I was supporting her just now, I took her pulse. Your madam is just suffering from habitual miscarriages. I can solve the problem of infertility. Long Hao said it very easily. Tang Hongyuan was struck by lightning when he heard this. He didn't know how much energy he had spent on his wife's health. The couple had visited all the famous experts at home and abroad, but they had been trying for more than 10 years but still could not cure the disease. Every time my wife got pregnant, I was very careful, but the result was always the same. She would miscarry within 3 months, and even staying in the hospital couldn't solve the problem. It was not until she was 40 years old that she asked someone to find a doctor in a Kyoto compound. At great expense, she was able to save the fetus, and the couple finally had a son. If Tang Hongyuan had heard Long Hao say this before, he would definitely not believe it, but after seeing how he treated his son, he believed it without a doubt. The person opposite is not a boaster. If he says he can cure it, he definitely can. Thank you very much, Brother Long. Tang Hongyuan did not make any promises. After all, others had already said they would help him, so if he gave them money, it would be a bit pretentious. I will come to this hospital to work the day after tomorrow. I will help your wife to take care of her then. You guys should stay with your son for the next 2 days. This is my business card. Brother Long, you can contact me if you have any questions. Tang Hanyuan put a black card with gold edges on the ground. Long Hao took it and looked at it. It was really high-end and made of metal. I don't have a business card. I'll call you. Please write down the number. As he said that, Long Hao dialed the number on the business card. After Tang Hongyuan's phone rang, Long Hao hung up. I have something else to do this afternoon, so I'll take my leave now. Brother Long, see you the day after tomorrow. After saying that, Long Hao left. Tang Hanyuan watched Long Hao leave, then save his number in his mobile phone, turned around, and walked quickly towards the ward. He wanted to tell his wife the good news. Driving to the company, Long Hao was still very happy. Not only did he find a job with an annual salary of 5 million today, he also received a check for 10 million. However, the money in the check has already been transferred to a bank card opened using his mother's identity. After all, they haven't divorced yet, so it's better to be careful. Now I have the confidence to tell my boss that I don't want to serve him anymore. Long Hao arrived at the Human Resources Department. Before he submitted his resignation, the Human Resources Director Lu Ruyan informed him that he was fired by the company. Long Hao, who was bewildered, followed Lu Ruyan to complete various formalities, and then inexplicably received a compensation of 1 million yuan and signed a contract that prohibited him from working in this industry for the rest of his life. Looking at this contract, I thought about the general manager's promotion of me yesterday and the inexplicable conditions. Long Hao also discovered that something was wrong. The Chen family is taking action against me, but that's not right. Although the Chen family is rich, the strength of my company is not weak either. There is no need to give face to the Chen family. Long Hao was a little confused, but it didn't matter. He came here to resign, and yet he received 1 million in compensation for no reason. Isn't that good? Although the document that prohibits you from working in this industry for life is full of traps, it doesn't matter. Although he already has a job as a doctor with an annual salary of 5 million, Long Hao has no plans to stay in this industry. After completing the formalities, Long Hao was invited to Mr. Zhang's office. Looking at Mr. Zhang, who was still sitting and drinking tea, Long Hao couldn't help but stiffen his back a little. In the past, I was his subordinate and had to bow my head for a living, but now, after the formalities are completed, I have nothing to do with this company anymore and don't have to look at his face anymore. Long Hao, there are some things I can't say directly, but I still want to advise you. Young people, don't be impulsive. The formalities have been completed. Isn't it too late for Mr. Zhang to say this? You said I'm a young man, so isn't it logical for me to act impulsively? Hey, it's not my intention to fire you. People in the world have no choice. Although I am the general manager, there are still several directors above me. Mr. Zhang is indeed an old fox. His words were flawless, and he pushed all responsibilities cleanly. But Long Hao didn't care about that. He just watched the guy perform quietly. I have several companies here. If you are interested, I can recommend you there as compensation to you. Mr. Zhang pushed over some documents. Long Hao took it and looked at it. Oh, these companies are very familiar. Aren't these all companies that have close cooperation with the current company? This guy is so kind. So, which one do you like? What's the point of looking at it? The contract has been signed. I can't work in this industry for the rest of my life. If I go to these companies, the compensation will be 5 million. Mr. Zhang, you won't do me a trick, will you? Don't worry, as long as I turn a blind eye, the compensation and other things are just nonsense. Just go ahead with confidence. Fuck you, you think I'm an idiot. Tell me what benefits did the Chen family give you to let you cheat me like this? The Chen family is nothing in my eyes. Since you have discovered it, I'm not afraid to tell you that there are some people you cannot afford to offend. If you obey, you can still have a bowl of soup. If you don't obey, The consequences will not be something you can bear. Oh, it seems that Mr. Zhang is an obedient dog. Keep your mouth shut, or I'll ban you from the entire industry and make it so you can't even find a job sweeping the streets in Sioux City. Stupid, I still have dozens of acres of land at home. I'm going back to farm. If you have the ability, buy my land. If so, I'd like to thank you very much. But you look down on the Chun family so much, which means the one who is against me is my wife's adulterer. What a shameful thing, a rat in the gutter. If I catch him, I will teach him a lesson. Okay, I'll let you know what's wrong with your mouth. Now get out of here. Chapter 17. Meeting my ex-mother-in-law. Oh, there's one more thing I want to tell you. Long Hao ignored Mr. Zhang's anger. He took out his resignation letter and waved it in front of Mr. Zhang and said, I originally came here to resign today, but I didn't expect Mr. Zhang to be so nice to me. Not only did he give me 500,000 yuan in compensation, he also gave me 500,000 yuan in confidentiality fees. Thank you very much for the 1 million yuan. After saying that, Long Hao turned around and left happily, leaving Mr. Zhang alone and disheveled in the wind. Walking out of the company, Long Hao was in a good mood. He was thinking about settling the divorce tomorrow morning and going to find his first blood girl in the afternoon. Should I prepare some gifts? It's not appropriate to go there with 2 fists clenched, as I'm not going to collect debts. Thinking about it, he decided to go to the mall to have a look. Although he didn't know what the first blood girl liked, it was always good to bring some gifts. Arriving at the largest shopping mall in Sioux City, Long Hao felt a little emotional. Every time he came here, he was with Chun Yuding. This time I came here alone, and I was buying gifts for another woman. Thinking about it, I sighed at the twists and turns of life. However, people should look forward. Lost love should be swept into the garbage dump of history. There are still many people who need company and cherishment. Arriving at the mall, Long Hao went straight to the jewelry store and looked at the various jewelry displayed on the counter. As a relatively straight man, he didn't know which one to choose for a moment. Should I listen to what is said on the internet and only choose the expensive ones instead of the right ones? With this thought in mind, Long Hao came to the most high-end women's jewelry store in the mall. There are not only ornaments made of precious metals such as gold and platinum, but also precious jewelry such as jadeite, gemstones, and jade. Long Hao, who had 10 million in his pocket, couldn't help but grit his teeth. Damn, there is not a single item below 6 figures. Although there are very few items above 7 figures, there are still a few in each counter. As for the items displayed on a single counter, none of them were worth less than tens of millions. Long Hao now understood a little bit about the enjoyment of the rich. When I got married to my wife and learned about their family's wealth, I thought they were a big family in Sioux City. But after several years of social experience, he also realized that although the Chun family was considered a wealthy family in Sioux City, their total assets did not rank among the top 10 in Sioux City. But these have nothing to do with him anymore. After tomorrow, they will be people from 2 different worlds, and they will cut ties and not interfere with each other anymore. Looking at the exquisite accessories on the counter and the long string of numbers, Long Hao gave up his previous idea. There was nothing he could do because his strength did not allow it. Sir, how can I help you? The clear voice with a professional tone made Long Hao retract his gaze. I turned around and saw a young and beautiful girl standing next to me with a smile on her face. There was a name tag hanging on her plump chest with the word intern on it, which let Long Hao know her identity. Long Hao to buy such expensive jewelry, he certainly didn't know how to choose. The waiter who appeared at this time undoubtedly helped him solve his current confused situation. He did not mind that the person in front of him was still an intern and immediately expressed his thoughts. I want to buy a piece of jewelry as a gift, but I don't know how to choose. Can you give me some advice? Sir, what age group of women do you need to send? Is it your lover or a relative? Long Hao began to think about when Xian's appearance. She seemed to be in her 30s, but her skin and figure seemed to be in her early 20s. He couldn't make up his mind for a moment. Yes, it's the woman I'm pursuing, around 25 years old. Long Hao saw was not as good as what he touched. Maybe when Xian was just dressed more maturely. Her figure and skin could better reflect her age. After all, she was very smooth. Sir, do you have any requirements for the price? The waiters in this store are very professional. Even though they are interns, they know to ascertain the financial strength of the buyer first. Otherwise, it would be useless to talk big if the buyer has empty pockets. Pick a bracelet about 1 million, the price shouldn't be too different. Thinking about the 1 million he got for no reason, Long Hao felt no regret for spending it. He decided to buy a bracelet on impulse. After all, he didn't dare to give her a ring, and he didn't like the necklace very much, so it was better to buy a bracelet. When the intern girl heard this, her eyes lit up. According to her training, the man in front of her had a high probability of purchasing. Moreover, they had jewelry worth millions displayed here, but it was difficult to sell even one in a day. Yes, sir, please follow me. Following the waiter's footsteps, Long Hao came to a display counter. In the middle of the counter was a hollow platinum bracelet inlaid with many diamonds. Of course, the price of $999,999 made Long Hao feel that this girl really knew how to sell things. The light from the counter shone on it, reflecting a bright light. Sir, this bracelet is the work of the famous Italian designer Master Calorie. This piece weighs 120 grams and is made of high-purity white gold. It is inlaid with 12 diamonds over 1 carat, each of which has been carefully selected and cut to ensure its fire and brilliance are at their best. Moreover, the diamonds are arranged on the bracelet according to a certain pattern, forming a pattern that gives people a sense of nobility and elegance. Whether it is worn in formal occasions or daily wear, it can add infinite charm and brilliance. Long Hao was dazzled by the dazzling diamonds on the bracelet, which did look gorgeous, but he felt that his daughter was a well-mannered girl and would definitely not like such jewelry. This is not good, it's too ostentatious. Is there any simpler jewelry that can enhance the wearer's taste and connotation? Yes, sir, there is a bracelet that would suit your requirements, but the price is a little beyond your budget. It's okay, let's take a look first. Slightly exceeding that, Long Hao felt that he still had that ability. When he arrived at another counter, before he even listened to the introduction, Long Hao was attracted by a jade bracelet in the counter next to him. Sir, this is the one you want to see. Seeing Long Hao walking towards the counter next to him, the intern girl reminded him softly. Long Hao waved his hand, ignoring the 7SXS on the bottom of the bracelet, and said, "Let me introduce this bracelet." The girl came over. Although she had no confidence that Long Hao could afford this model, she could not refuse the customer's request, so she immediately began to introduce it professionally. This is a simple and restrained jade bracelet. Its beauty lies in its delicate texture and exquisite craftsmanship. It is carved from a whole piece of ice-type floating flower jadeite, and the whole body presents an elegant green color. The color is soft, and the natural texture inside is evenly distributed. As he listened to the introduction, Long Hao liked it more and more. He couldn't help but nod his head and felt a little desire to buy it. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded beside him, and Long Hao turned around to look. Fuck, isn't this my mother-in-law Li Yuzhen? The man next to her is actually my wife's cousin Lu Baoqiang, who is also Li Yuzhen's cousin. Although the two people were wearing masks, Long Hao still recognized them at a glance. Looking at the mother-in-law who was more than 10 meters away from him, holding Lu Baoqiang's arm. The two of them looked so intimate that people who don't know them would think they are an elderly couple. The picture in front of him contained too much information, and Long Hao was unable to react for a moment. Chapter 18, like daughter, like mother. Sir, what's wrong with you? Long Hao came to his senses when he saw the little hand shaking in front of him. That's it. Wrap it up and I want it. The melon in front of him made Long Hao no longer want to worry about the price of the 7SS. Although it was very expensive, he was willing to buy it for the girl with the first blood. Ignoring the intern girl's deliberate flattery and fawning, Long Hao paid the bill and secretly followed Li Yuzhen and Lu Baoqiang. When passing by the clothing area, he bought a sun hat and put it on his head. Important note, the hat is off-white. The two of them walked around for a while. Li Yuzhen bought a few pieces of clothes and also bought a watch for Lu Baoqiang. Long Hao was far away and had no idea how much it cost, but when he saw the Patek Philippe sign on it, he sighed that his mother-in-law had really invested a lot of money. When he arrived at the parking lot, Long Hao did not dare to drive his car for fear of being discovered. There was no time to hail a taxi, so I used my phone to swipe an electric bike and followed quietly behind. Riding an electric bike, Long Hao was afraid at first that he couldn't keep up, but now it was 7 o'clock in the evening, the rush hour for getting off work. The Audi A8 in front could only move forward at a snail's pace. After following for a while, Long Hao found something wrong. Isn't this the way back to his community? He remembered that Lu Baoqiang's home was in a villa area, and the Chen family did not have any property in this community. Looking at the license plate number of the A8 in front, I realized I was following the right car, so I didn't worry about it and just followed it. Watching the black A8 swipe the card to enter the underground parking lot of the community, Long Hao couldn't help but complain, is this community toxic? How could it be such a coincidence that the two of them also have houses here? After abandoning the electric bike on the side of the road, Long Hao didn't have time to go to the place where the bike was returned. Otherwise, he would have to wait for them to take the elevator directly upstairs from the underground parking lot. With so many houses, it would have been difficult for him to find them again. After entering the residential complex, Long Hao went down the nearest staircase to the underground parking lot. He looked around but did not see the A8. I ran towards the intersection in front of me. As soon as I ran past it, I saw two figures disappearing around a corner. The A8 was parked nearby. After seeing the target, Long Hao was not so anxious anymore. He walked over quietly and stood by the wall at the corner. He didn't go straight over until he heard the elevator door open and two people walked into the elevator. Then he appeared. Long Hao stood in front of the elevator waiting and saw that the elevator stopped at the third floor and did not move. Then Long Hao quickly ran down the stairs to the third floor. He ran up in a few seconds, quietly pushed open the stair door, and saw that the door of 302 was about to close. Through the crack in the door, Long Hao also saw Li Yuzhen's familiar shoes. He now knew where they were going, but he was still stumped as to how to continue eating melon. It doesn't work if you pretend to be a courier or a delivery man. They will definitely recognize you as soon as they meet you. Besides, it's useless for me to be here. Once the door is closed, there is only a snow-white wall. Unless I can see through, I can't see a single hair. Long Hao walked down the stairs to the outside of the community and quickly locked onto the location of 302. It was probably less than 10 meters high, but Long Hao had no other options at the moment. He stared at it, wondering whether he should call that old guy Chen Chushing. However, even if he called, the old guy wouldn't believe him, so forget it and think of another way. Looking at the protruding steps from the first floor to the third floor where the air conditioners were placed, a flash of inspiration came to Long Hao's mind. He was very familiar with this staircase. He had seen it on the internet more than once, and netizens always left comments below, so he had a deep impression of it. Not only can you place air conditioners on the steps, but people can also stand on them. Both men and women have stood on them, and they are quite sturdy, as evidenced by the photos on the internet. Without hesitation, he went through the first floor window and successfully reached the air-conditioned steps on the second floor. The air conditioner outdoor unit fixed above was very sturdy. Long Hao shook it and found it was very stable. He looked up at the stairs to the third floor that were within his reach, rubbed his hands, and prepared to climb up. Long Hao easily reached the third floor and slowly moved along the air-conditioned steps to the bedroom window of 302. Bending down and squatting on the air conditioner, Long Hao was a little worried about being discovered, but there was nothing he could do at the moment. He could only pray that he would not be discovered by the people in the community or the patrolling security guards. As time passed, Long Hao had already got what he wanted. The two people in the room didn't know that their every move had been discovered by others. Suddenly, Long Hao thought about the abilities he had acquired. Although he didn't know how effective the men's self-defense technique was, the gynecological master and the bone-setting heart sutra had been tested in practice. At this moment, this man who claimed to have supernatural powers to deliver children didn't know whether he meant it on the surface. Now was a good time, and he didn't know whether his supernatural powers could help this couple in their 50s to make the old tree bloom. He did it as soon as he thought of it. Long Hao immediately used his magical powers to deliver a child. A faint red light enveloped Li Yuzhen's abdomen and then disappeared. Long Hao didn't know if it would work or not, but he had already taken the video, and now it was time for Fu Yi to leave. He immediately put away his phone and prepared to leave. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Long Hao was so frightened by the sound that he almost fell down and looked down. Fuck! 7 or 8 children lined up in a row, looking up at him. I know. I saw the neighbor's uncle standing on top of my air conditioner. My dad was standing at the window and wanted to beat him up, one of the little girls said in a baby voice. Then uncle is not very dangerous. Upon hearing this, another little boy immediately shouted nervously. Yeah. Uncle, you're going to be beaten by someone else's father soon. Whose house is this? Can you tell his father not to beat up the uncle and let him teach us how to climb the wall? Climbing a wall looks very high. I don't want to learn it. Listening to the discussion below, Long Hao wanted to explain, but how could he explain it, and would it make sense? Uncle, please come down quickly, or you will be beaten. Yes, uncle. If you stand by the air conditioner, you may get beaten to death by someone's father. Come down quickly. The children finally came to the conclusion that they wanted the uncle to come down quickly and protect him from being beaten. Long Hao nodded with an awkward smile, then climbed down quickly. Uncle is so awesome. Can you teach me how to climb the wall? As soon as I got to the ground, I was surrounded by several children. Climbing the wall is very dangerous. You can learn it when you grow up. Uncle has something to do, so I'm leaving first. Oh, uncle, take care. Goodbye, uncle. Will uncle come tomorrow? Under the gaze of several children, Long Hao fled in panic. But what he didn't know was that tomorrow there would be a rumor in the community that the lover had an affair and escaped via the air conditioner. Chapter 19. You can threaten me by leaving the house empty-handed. Long Hao ran out of the community, returned his electric bike that he had left on the roadside, then bought some cooked food and a few cans of beer and returned to his home. When the elevator passed by the downstairs, Long Hao wanted to go over, but when he thought about the fact that he was still married, he gave up helplessly. Tomorrow, after I get my divorce, I will come here as soon as possible. Holding the newly bought bracelet in his hand, Long Hao secretly made up his mind. While drinking beer, Long Hao was scrolling through his phone and opened a video he had just shot. He thought about taking a few screenshots first. The rented house had a color printer that could print photos, so he just printed them out. How come it's less than 3 minutes? I remember squatting on the air conditioner for a long time. Could it be that I didn't take the whole shot? Long Hao was puzzled by the length of the video, so he quickly clicked the play button and watched it from the beginning to the end. It was indeed 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Seeing this time, Long Hao fell into deep thought. Then I took screenshots of a few representative scenes, printed them out, put them in a file bag, and prepared to go to bed. There are still things to do tomorrow, so it is important to maintain a good spirit. Lying in bed, Long Hao always felt that he had forgotten something important, but he couldn't think of it for a while, and he tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. Oh shit, I forgot to check my merit points. At the beginning, I was trying to earn merit points by saving the child, but with so many things going on today, I actually forgot about this matter. Opening the system panel and skipping the previous information, Long Hao directly saw that his merit value had risen to 37 points. Rescuing the unconscious Zhu Yin gave a minimum of 1 point, while saving the child gave a full 25 points. But there was no lottery this time, and Long Hao felt a little disappointed. The system's rewards were very powerful, and he was still wondering if he could draw a new ability today. Long Hao was still very happy seeing the merit points increasing. When he officially started working and faced a large number of patients every day, his merit points would increase rapidly. Thinking of whether he would be able to ascend to the immortal world at that time, Long Hao fell asleep quickly. Long Hao slept soundly that night. His wife Chen Yuding did not sleep well because her husband was going to divorce her tomorrow. She had contacted her lover several times in the past 2 days, but each time he was busy and had no time to accompany her. She felt empty inside and as if she had been abandoned. Song Yan left the hospital without any sadness over Long Hao's sudden departure. The news of his divorce was like the dawn that broke the darkness, filling her heart, which had been in despair for many years, with vitality again. At this moment, I am lying on the bed, holding the pillow in my arms, with a smile on my face, sleeping sweetly and peacefully. The ones who slept the best that night were indeed Li Yuzhen and Lu Baoqiang. They were so sweet and loving when they hugged each other. Early the next morning, Long Hao came to his former home. He called his wife, but no one answered, so he had to come again. After knocking on the door a few times, he found that it was Li Yuzhen who came to open the door. Long Hao was a little dazed at the moment, but the divorce was more important, so he forced himself not to think about what happened last night. Come in, your dad wants to talk to you about something. Okay, as long as we can get a divorce, we can talk about anything. Long Hao was still a little angry when he saw people from the Chun family sitting in the house he bought. Long Hao, if you want a divorce, just sign this. Chen Chusheng pushed a document over. Long Hao took it and looked at it, and it turned out to be a divorce agreement. Looking at the above conditions, it cannot be said to be harsh, but it is simply outrageous. If it were my old self, I would have torn it to pieces and started to get mad by now, but I have prepared such a shocking news that you will cry when you get divorced. Long Hao suppressed his anger and was ready for revenge. Just wait, I will never let you have it easy. Looking at his wife's name already signed, he took the pen and signed his own name. No! Chen Yuding ran over to stop him, but Long Hao was too fast and signed directly. Take the top portion and leave the other 2 on the table. Write a receipt and I'll give you 1 million right away. Chen Chusheng was a little surprised to see Long Hao being so calm. You see clearly. I've seen clearly that you, the Chen family, are really ruthless. Not only did you kick me out of the house, you even took my compensation from yesterday. I learned my lesson. I was fired because of you, right? No, husband, listen to my explanation. What happened just now doesn't count. Let's not get divorced and live a good life, okay? Chen Yuding recalled many of her experiences with Long Hao these past 2 days. The more she thought about it, the better she felt about Long Hao. She couldn't bear to let him go. She really couldn't bear to let him go. Longhouse saw through his wife's character. She was the type who wanted everything. She was accustomed to his care and consideration over the years. Her current behavior did not mean that she really loved him. But after the divorce, no one could care for her and love her as attentively as he did. My wife has never liked me. She just wants the feeling of being held in her hands and giving to me without reservation. Pa! Chen Chuxing slapped Chen Yuding. Isn't it embarrassing enough? Go get a divorce right away. Faced with a daughter like this, if she was not his biological daughter, Chen Chuxing really wanted to strangle her to death. Long Hao's determination and his father's anger forced Chen Yuding to obey. Taking the materials needed for divorce, the two drove to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Long Hao went forward to line up, and looking at the couple in front of him going through the formalities, he felt extremely sad. When I got married, I never thought that this day would come. The world is unpredictable, and people's hearts are hard to predict. Soon it was Long Hao and Chen Yuding's turn. After handing over the divorce agreement and other materials, the clerk did not ask many questions. He had seen such things many times. He just glanced at Long Hao, surprised that this man was leaving the house with nothing, and then started to process the matter. Are you sure you want a divorce? Yes, Long Hao said firmly. Chen Yuding remained silent at this moment. Where's the woman? Chen Yuding seemed not to hear what the staff said, and she just looked at Long Hao and shed tears silently. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. We should have kept each other's dignity. You didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Looking at the pitiful Chen Yuding, Long Hao couldn't bear to be cruel and started to comfort her. Yes, no matter how unwilling or reluctant she was, Chen Yuding still agreed to the divorce. She could not blame others for the bitter consequences she had sown. After hearing this, the investigator pressed the steel stamp. At this moment, Long Hao felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Long Hao silently, and the two came to the parking lot. Long Hao was about to get in the car and leave. Chen Yuding grabbed the corner of his clothes. Thank you. Thank me. Thank me for what? Thank me for being kicked out of the house. Thank me for giving you the compensation. Thank me for being banned from the entire industry and having to go back to my hometown to farm. Long Hao's words were like needles piercing Chen Yuding's heart. My father wanted the compensation, and I didn't cause you to be fired. I'm sorry, I didn't know things would turn out like this. Chen Yuding felt so ashamed of what Long Hao said that she could only speak to defend herself. Okay, what's the point of saying more about what has already happened? Go back and pack your things. It's best if we never see each other again. Hubby, thank you for your love for me. Thank you for your care and companionship over the years. I am sorry. After saying this, Chen Yuding turned around and left in tears. Chapter 20 Men Should Live Wisely. Coming to the house again. Although only an hour had passed, Long Hao had a feeling that things and people had changed. The love nest that I spent many years and saved money to buy no longer belongs to him. I am a little sad, but more importantly, I feel that it is not worth it. Divorced. Looking at Long Hao who walked in, Chen Chuxing rarely had a gloomy face. Divorced Uncle Chen. From now on, I have nothing to do with your Chen family. We owe each other nothing. I'm going to go up and get my things and leave. Chen Chuxing has always looked down upon the young man in front of him, but he has always recognized Long Hao's character and personality. Especially this time, after his wife betrayed him, he paid such a huge price and decisively broke up with her, which made Chen Chuxing admire him very much. This is for you. He handed Long Hao a bank card. After taking the card, Long Hao looked at Chen Chuxing, wondering what this was all about. The agreement just now only allows you to refuse the divorce, but it's no use saying that now. My daughter is sorry for you, but my Chen family cannot owe you anything. I can't repay you for your kindness. Here is 5 million. It is also your contribution to the Chen family over the years. Take it. As he spoke, Chen Chuxing patted Long Hao's shoulder, turned around, sat on the sofa and sighed. Long Hao held the card and understood Chen Chuxing's thoughts a little. Chen Yuding could be embarrassed, but he, Chen Chuxing, still had a safe face, even though he had always looked down on Long Hao. She also thought that the two would get divorced, so she threatened Long Hao with the divorce agreement, also to save her daughter's face. But if they really get divorced, Chen Chuxing will not do such a shameful thing for such a small amount of money. After putting the money into his pocket, Long Hao didn't say anything. After all, this was what he deserved. He had a new understanding of this father-in-law, who always found fault with him. At least he still understands right from wrong and has some dignity. Go upstairs and pack your things. The sooner you pack, the sooner you can leave. Chen Yuding did not come back, and no one knew where she had gone. Only Long Hao and Chun Chusheng were at home. Long Hao arrived, the two children were still asleep, and now they have probably been taken away by Chen Yuzhen. After cleaning up, Long Hao looked at Chen Chusheng sitting on the sofa and felt that this arrogant old man was really pitiful. Suddenly, I felt like I was a fellow wanderer in this world, but I felt relieved at this moment. And he has probably been deceived by Li Yuzhen for decades. Thinking of this, Long Hao felt that he should help him. Otherwise, he would probably die without knowing what his wife had done behind his back. Uncle Chun, I'm leaving now. Here are the keys. They're on the table. Well, let's go. Long Hao tried several times, but couldn't open his mouth. He immediately took out the photos he had printed and a USB flash drive where he had copied the videos and put them in Chen Chushing's hand. Uncle Chin, the most important thing for a man is to live wisely. I don't have any backup copies of these things, so I'm giving them to you. Take good care of them. After saying that, he left quickly. Chen Chusheng was a little scared when looking at the photos and USB flash drive in his hand. Could it be that this guy had found evidence of his daughter's infidelity? He was somewhat glad that he didn't do anything too extreme. Otherwise, Long Hao would definitely not give him these things. When I think about this thing being publicized, how can I put my face aside? Although I am sure it is evidence of my daughter's infidelity, it is still better to take a look at it, just in case I am wrong. Li Yuzhen, you are a ruthless person. As soon as Chun Chushing looked at one of the pictures, he spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out. Dad, what's wrong with you? Chen Yuding returned home only after seeing Long Hao leave. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, she didn't know how to face Long Hao, so she just waited downstairs. When I came back, I saw my father collapsed on the sofa, his face as pale as paper, with blood all over his chest and the coffee table. He quickly called 120 and then went forward to support Chen Chushing. I accidentally saw the photos scattered on the ground. When I looked at the picture of my mother and my cousin together, I felt a black screen in front of my eyes and fainted. Fortunately, Chen Yuding made the call before she fell into a coma, otherwise Chen Chushing might have been really angry to death today. The ambulance arrived quickly. Although they didn't get through to Chen Yuding on the phone, they still went into the house as the door was not closed. Looking at the unconscious father and daughter in front of them, they did not choose to send them directly to the hospital, but immediately began emergency treatment. Chen Yuding was young after all, and although she was greatly stimulated, she woke up quickly. After waking up, he ignored the doctor's advice, quickly picked up the photo from the ground, tore it into pieces, and threw it into the toilet. Chen Chusheng was so angry that he was stabilized after temporary rescue, but he did not wake up yet and was carried on a stretcher to the hospital. Chen Yuding sat in the ambulance, looking at her father, and didn't dare to call her mother. She could never have imagined that her family would be broken up in just a few days. Long Hao didn't know what happened to the Chen family, nor did he want to know. After doing what he should do, he has done his best for Chen Chusheng, otherwise he would have worn the green hat until he was buried in the coffin. Passing by a barber shop, Long Hao thought that he had started a new life. Let's start from the beginning. Cut my hair short. Looking at his hair that was full of artistic flavor, Long Hao missed his old buzz cut. The hairstylist had great skills, and in less than half an hour, Long Hao was transformed from an elegant white-collar worker into a handsome, sunny, and energetic young man. With his fair skin and short hair, he looks like a college graduate. The whole person not only looks a lot younger, but also full of vitality. Looking at himself in the mirror, Long Hao is very satisfied. He feels that this is what a man should look like. After paying the money, Long Hao prepared to go home. As soon as I walked out the door, I felt like I bumped into someone. Then I felt a surge of power coming over me. A scream brought Long Hao back to his senses. At this moment, a small piece of information appeared in my mind. Breast cancer in the middle stage, treatment methods. Holy shit, this works too. Why don't you get out of the way? Although she bumped into him because she was walking fast, Sun Qian was very embarrassed and angry because this guy was staring at her blankly. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean it. Long Hao apologized quickly. The woman in front of me looked to be in her 30s. Although she looked very beautiful, the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes inevitably revealed her age. Although the man in front of her was very handsome and sunny, and seemed to be exactly her type, Sun Qian did not look at him well at this moment. Walked around Long Hao and went into the barber shop. Long Hao really wanted to tell her. She is sick, and it's cancer. But this embarrassing situation made him at a loss for words. He immediately went to the barber shop. After all, he could cure the disease himself and earn merit points at the same time. Sister, I'm sorry. Long Hao's opening remarks almost pissed Sun Qian off to death. Sister, am I that old? If you don't know how to speak, just shut up. Damn, so grumpy. Miss, I really didn't mean it just now. Well, it wasn't intentional. It was deliberate. No, listen to my explanation. I am a doctor. I just felt that you had a tumor, so I felt it for a while longer. Long Hao felt that this explanation was perfect. It not only revealed his identity, but also explained his behavior just now. Young man, your tricks are too old-fashioned. I have something else to do today, and I don't have time to chat with you. You'd better get out of here right away. Sun Qian has never lacked suitors and has seen countless strange ways of chatting people up. To her, Long Hao's approach is nothing new. I work at Maria Hospital. This is my phone number. If you don't believe me, you can find a place to check yourself. After saying that, Long Hao handed over a note with his phone number and name on it. Sun Qian took it and put it in her bag, not bothering to pay any more attention to Long Hao. Seeing that the other party accepted the note, Long Hao turned and left. Chapter 21 Sun Qian. After returning home, Long Hao packed his things, then went to the bathroom and washed himself thoroughly. His face was shaved cleanly, and he wore a handsome suit, looking very energetic. He picked up the bracelet worth 7 sixes and rushed downstairs impatiently. Soon Long Hao arrived at the door of the First Blood Girl, with a nervous heart and trembling hands, as if he had returned to his youthful college days. Knock, knock, knock. Long Hao mustered up his courage and knocked on the door a few times. Then he took a few steps back and stood straight, like a soldier being inspected. However, after waiting for 2 minutes, there was no movement in the room. Didn't you hear it? Long Hao stepped forward and knocked a few more times with greater force, but there was still no response. Look at the time, it's past 12 o'clock. Could it be that he has gone to work and is not at home? Let's come back at night. Although Long Hao felt a little disappointed when he thought of this, he didn't care much. After all, the house was here and he could still run away. When he returned to the house again, Long Hao felt very hot. Looking at the suit on himself, he suddenly felt like a fool. The weather outside is over 30 degrees, and it's hot to wear just a shirt, but I'm wearing such a thick suit. It turns out that women always make men lose their composure. After taking off his suit and looking at his white shirt soaked with sweat, he felt a little amused at his own behavior. Forget it, let's go eat first and go later in the evening. After changing into cooler clothes, Long Hao prepared to go out for dinner. At this time, Sun Qian was in the hospital holding the examination report. Looking at the results, she felt very disappointed. It turned out that the guy wasn't just trying to flirt with me. He actually found out that he had a tumor during a checkup. Originally, Sun Qian didn't care about what Long Hao said, but recently she also felt some discomfort on her left side, so she thought it would be a good idea to get it checked out. Without even getting her hair done, she went to a nearby hospital to take an x-ray. It was almost time to get off work, and the doctor was in a hurry to eat, so he worked very quickly. Sun Qian got the examination report in just 20 minutes. Doctor, how should I treat this? Looking at the doctor in front of her, who was holding her films and not saying anything, Sun Qian felt uneasy. It's okay. Although it's malignant, it's in the middle stage. It was discovered in time and can be cured. The doctor's conclusion put Sun Qian at ease. Stay in the hospital first, observe for a few days, do a few more tests, and then start the resection surgery. Remove! Sun Qian was shocked. Yes, if you don't remove the cancer cells, they will spread and your life will be in danger. The doctor's words made her heart sink to the bottom. How would she go out in the future? Thinking of this, she wanted to die. Yes, that young man. The two of them were able to discover the problem with his body through a brief contact, and there must be a way to cure it. Doctor, I'll go home and discuss it first. After saying that, Sun Qian left quickly. He got into the car, emptied out everything in his bag, and finally found the note that Long Hao had handed to him. Sun Qian had received too many notes, but she never took them seriously. But the note in her hand at this moment was like her life-saving straw. According to the number above, I dialed Long Hao's number. Long Hao was about to go out for dinner when he saw a call from an unfamiliar number. Without thinking much, he picked up the call. Hello, Dr. Long. I'm Sun Qian. We met at the barber shop today, and you gave me your number. Oh, Ms. Sun, you checked it out and believed what I said. Believe me, believe me. I don't know if it's convenient for Dr. Long right now. I want to treat you to a meal. Long Hao was about to go out for dinner, and when someone invited him, he didn't refuse. After all, I really helped her, so I deserve to have a meal with her. Okay, you tell me a place and I'll go there later. Tianjia Restaurant, that's my family's property. The two quickly made an appointment, and Long Hao drove there immediately. Soon Long Hao arrived at Tianjie restaurant and saw Sun Qian standing at the gate in high heels. She ignored the scorching sun above her head and looked around. "Miss Sunday." Long Hao stepped forward and greeted her. "Dr. Long, you're here. Please come in," Sun Qian said as she walked forward, took Long Hao's arm, and led him into the hotel. Hey, let me go." "Yes, please, please." Feeling Long Hao's struggle, Sun Qian also felt that she had gone too far. They had only met each other twice, and her behavior was indeed easy to be misunderstood. Long Hao with the report in her hand. "Tell my chef to serve the food," she said softly. Before she finished speaking, Sun Qian waved to the waiters to leave the room and close the door. After all the waiters left, Sun Qian took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and handed the report in her hand to Long Hao, and asked softly, "Dr. Long, can you help me take a look at this film? Can I still keep it here?" Sun Qian's voice trembled slightly, revealing her inner fear and anxiety. Although she was a woman, she couldn't help but feel panic and helplessness when facing her physical condition, especially after hearing what the doctor said. Although Sun Qian was very scared and even a little panicked, there was still a trace of doubt in her heart. So, she decided to seek advice from Long Hao, hoping to get a more accurate and reliable diagnosis. Calling Long Hao, she calmed down. She immediately used her connections and personal connections to consult more than a dozen experts and professors in the field, and the conclusion they all got was that the tumor needed to be removed. At this time, Sun Qian was really panicked. Now Long Hao was her only hope. If Long Hao's answer now was also to remove the organ, then she would be really desperate. "Don't worry, I can cure it without surgery." Long Hao pretended to look at the film and said confidently. Sun Qian breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. Although she had not received treatment yet, she received a positive response from Long Hao, and her panicked mood improved a lot. "Then I'll leave it to Dr. Long." At this moment, Sun Qian would not hesitate to ask, "Really? You didn't lie to me, did you?" These are unemotional words. Long Hao said he could cure it. She would believe him. If he couldn't, then he would betray her trust. What price she would have to pay then would depend on her mood. "You go to Maria Hospital tomorrow. When you arrive, call me directly, and I will start the treatment then." Long Hao eagerly. It was really hard for her to act cute and pitiful at the age of 42. Long Hao thought about it and decided that treating Sun Qian's illness was not difficult, and it could probably be cured in half an hour. "However, I still cannot reveal my ability. Otherwise, if it gets out, there are so many cancers in the world that even if I work 16 hours a day, all year round, I still won't be able to see all the cases. Dr. Long, don't worry, I will keep it a secret." As if she saw what Long Hao was thinking, Sun Qian immediately made the promise. Sometimes women's intuition is really accurate. Long Hao, who was about to make a decisive move, hesitated after hearing this. Long Hao wasn't worried that she would go out and talk nonsense. After all, there were only the two of them here, and if he didn't admit it, no one could do anything to him. Chapter 22, this misunderstanding is a bit big. "Dr. Long, please have pity on me. I'm not married yet, and you don't want to see me unable to get married in the future, do you?" Seeing the other party hesitating, Sun Qian continued to act pitiful. Sun Qian is actually a non-marriageist, otherwise she wouldn't be still unmarried at the age of 42. Long Hao looked at the other party in surprise. It was indeed unbelievable to him that she was still unmarried at this age. However, after all, they had just met, and he was only doing this to earn merit points, so there was no need to delve into it. "Okay, after dinner, find a quiet place, and I'll treat you." When Sun Qian heard Long Hao's agreement, she immediately became happy. Although she had never thought about getting married, she still took good care of her body. She could go to the hospital for treatment tomorrow, and it wouldn't delay anything, but she didn't want to wait even a minute. What if something unexpected happens? What if I go to the hospital tomorrow and can't find anyone? What if Long Hao got hit by a car during this period? This is cancer, and we must prevent anything that might happen. Long Hao knew what Sun Qian was thinking. He would probably want to strangle her to death. After talking about all this, the two didn't know what to say, and the waiter brought a sumptuous banquet. Looking at the dishes in front of him, Long Hao was surprised at Sun Qian's financial resources, but he didn't ask any more questions and started eating immediately. Sun Qian was worried and couldn't eat anymore after a few bites. Her beautiful eyes just stared at Long Hao. "Okay, let's go and find a place to start treatment." Being looked at like this by Sun Qian, Long Hao felt very uncomfortable while eating. Although the food was very good, he didn't want to eat like this anymore. Okay. I'll arrange whatever environment Dr. Long requires immediately." Sun Qian was a little impatient at this moment. After all, the tumor was growing on her body. Just be quiet. Don't you need any equipment? No. Let me heal you, and you have to trust me. Long Hao had to confess his feelings again in the evening, so he wanted to cure Sun Qian as soon as possible. Then let's go to the third floor. There's a lounge there, and the environment inside is pretty good. Although she couldn't figure out how Long Hao was going to treat the patient, seeing how confident he was, Sun Qian didn't know what to say. After all, she needed help from others. The two came to the third floor, where there was a separate room at the end of the corridor. This room belongs to Sun Qian's third brother. Sometimes when he and his friends drink too much, they take a rest here. Today, this room came in handy. After opening the door, Long Hao took a look. It was said to be a lounge, but it was decorated very well and had a large space, including a living room, bedroom, and bathroom. Long Hao saw a glimpse of the life of rich people. Let me make it clear first, I don't have a medical license. My treatment methods are inherited from my ancestors, and the fees are very high. Long Hao looked at the treatment methods listed on the panel and thought it would be a good idea to tell them in advance. It's okay, as long as he can cure me, Dr. Long will charge any price. Sun Qian didn't hesitate. Okay, let me check it out for you first. Seeing the other party's cooperation, Long Hao was not worried. He turned around and signaled the other party to start. How can I cooperate with you? Sun Qian asked with a red face. The location of the tumor is so special. Do we need to have a thorough examination? Ahem. Sorry for the rudeness. Just lie down, and I'll take care of the rest myself. Long Hao said with some embarrassment after a light cough. Okay, I'll listen to Dr. Long. Sun Qian closed her eyes and tightly grasped the sheets on both sides with her hands, feeling very nervous. Miss Sun, doctors only see patients, not gender. Long Hao comforted her while rolling up his sleeves. Take a deep breath, suppress all distracting thoughts, and start the treatment. There are several methods provided by the system. The reason why Long Hao chose massage was actually just to save time. Alas, forget it. A doctor is a caring person. Although I am not a doctor, I also have the mentality of curing diseases and saving lives. I did not hesitate to start the treatment according to the treatment method in the system. The treatment process was extremely complicated. Long Hao overcame hundreds of crises, including tenderness, roundness, size, elasticity, etc., and finally eliminated the tumor in Sun Qian's body. Although he didn't know the principle, the system introduced it in this way, so people would ask about it. If you ask, it's cheating. It's okay, Ms. Sunday. 10 minutes later, Dr. Long said to Sun Qian with a smile. Thank you, Dr. Long. Sun Qian responded gratefully. At this moment, a heroic voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Qian, I heard you came to see me? Then, the door was suddenly pushed open and a figure appeared at the door. Fuck, what are you doing? Qian's third brother widened his eyes and looked at the scene in the house with astonishment. He even forgot to take back his hand that was about to push the door and stood there like a sculpture. Third brother, why did you come in without knocking? Qian saw this and blamed him angrily and amusedly. She muttered to herself that this third brother was always so rash and had no sense of etiquette at all. However, at this moment, the third brother had no intention of paying attention to his sister's accusations. Thinking of this, the third brother showed a relieved smile on his face. For so many years, he had been worried about his sister's lifelong event. Now seeing this scene, a big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. If this had happened 20 years ago, he would have definitely gone up and beat Long Hao up first. But 20 years have passed, and the whole family has tried every possible way to arrange her marriage, but to no avail. My younger sister is already 42 years old, and my eldest brother's daughter has given birth to 2 children, but she still hasn't gotten married. The 3 brothers are really worried about her. At this moment, how could he scare or threaten the man in front of him? Besides, the boy in front of him was quite energetic and strong. He was calm and steady when facing danger. Long Hao was in a daze at this time, so he appeared very steady. It would be nice for him to be his brother-in-law. Qian, it's third brother's fault. You guys continue. I'll go down first. Third brother said, and immediately closed the door and left. Hey, big brother, do you know that Qian is wanted by someone? Really? It was in my hotel. I saw it with my own eyes. What do you mean you want to come over? Okay, come quickly. Hey, second brother, Qian has found a boyfriend who is in my hotel. You should come and have a look. You are in a meeting, so please come quickly. Hey, Jingrui, hurry up and pick up your grandparents. Your aunt is finally getting married. What? When have I, your third uncle, ever lied to anyone, they'd come to my restaurant. Hurry up and get them over to discuss the marriage. Hello, who are you? Ah, Lao Zhao, my sister is getting married. I was so excited that I dialed the wrong number. Listen to me. The sound coming from the corridor completely stunned the two people in the room. Sun Qian didn't care that Long Hao was right next to her and ran out barefoot. Sun Disheng, I'm gonna strangle you to death. Shut your fucking mouth now. Qian, let go, let go. You are already this old. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. That's not the case. That's not the case. Call me and tell me you're mistaken. Don't let them come over. You think I'm blind. I can't even see this right. Qian, you're already 42 years old. If you get married this month, I can even have a nephew next year. Listening to what was said outside, Long Hao felt that a huge trouble was about to come, so he immediately found a pen and paper in the room, quickly wrote down the prescription, and prepared to leave. Chapter 23, Really Drinkable. Ms. Sun, this is for you. It's all written on it. Just take it as directed. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. He handed the prescription to Sun Qian, who was beating up his third brother. Dr. Long, I'm sorry, my third brother was just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Sun Qian took the prescription and said somewhat embarrassedly, It's okay. Just explain it clearly. If you have any questions, you can come to the hospital to see me. After saying that, Long Hao prepared to slip away. This place was too dangerous. Sun Disheng notified his entire family in no time. Now that everyone was here, it would be difficult for him to leave. Brother-in-law, don't. Sun Disheng broke free and hugged Long Hao's shoulders. Don't be embarrassed, young man. I agree with your relationship with my sister on behalf of the whole family. What's going on between me and your sister? I just met her today. Although I'm divorced, I'm only in my early 30s this year. Your sister is already 42 years old, 2 digits older than me. Which eye of yours is looking at me with interest? But it was just a thought in my mind. After all, I had to consider Sun Qian's face. After all, I had just played with her big white rabbit for a long time. Mr. Sun, this is a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation. Long Hao struggled to break free, but found that his men's self-defense skills were not enough to break free. Could it be that he could only defend himself against women? Third brother, this is really a misunderstanding. Mr. Long is a doctor, and he was treating me just now. My brother-in-law is a doctor. What a great profession. He is the most respected. Damn, this guy only listens halfway, right? Come on. Today is the best day to have a few drinks with my brother-in-law. How could Sun Disheng not hear clearly what the two people were saying? But in the scene just now, his sister was shirtless. No matter what the reason is, this boy should always be responsible for his sister. Long Hao and other people came, no matter if it was coercion, bribery, or kneeling and kowtowing for the sake of his sister's lifelong event. He didn't care about his face today. Long Hao was half dragged and half pulled by Sun Disheng into a luxurious private room. He tried to explain all the way, but it was of no use. Sun Disheng had made up his mind and didn't care what he said. This was the first time in all these years that he saw his sister so close to a man. He had only one thought in his mind. You will definitely be my brother-in-law. Little sister, go tell the people outside that we're closing the shop this afternoon. Let Lao Gao in the kitchen use all his special skills. I want to treat my brother-in-law well. How could Sun Qian not know what third brother was thinking? She felt extremely embarrassed. After hearing his words, I quickly left the private room. Brother-in-law, my sister is not here at the moment. Tell me how you two hooked up. Oh, at the barbershop this morning. What do you mean by hooking up? I just met Miss Sun today. Ah, you just met today? Well, third brother, I'm really not familiar with your sister. Don't worry, third brother understands you. Isn't fast-paced love popular now? Young people shouldn't be under so much pressure. No, you really misunderstood. Ms. Sun had a tumor, and I was treating her just now. Are the methods used to deceive women improving so quickly nowadays? Boy, you can fool my sister, but you can fool me. Long Hao, with a serious expression, patted his shoulder and said, Brother-in-law, a man should be brave enough to take responsibility for his actions. I didn't, it was just a necessary treatment method. Stop talking, I understand. No, listen to me. What are you talking about? Are you married? I was married, but divorced. What else is there to say? Don't worry, third brother won't dislike you. I, Long Hao, will be famous throughout my life. At this time, the waiter brought 2 bottles of mitai and a few dishes of appetizers. Sun Disheng took the bottle and poured 2 200-ounce glasses directly. Brother-in-law, have one. After saying that, he finished the cup with Tauntaun. Drink. What are you looking at? Long Hao was a little dazed when he saw Sun Dishing drinking a glass of wine in 3 seconds. I really can't drink this. How do you know you can't drink it if you haven't tried it? Try it first. If you can't drink it, I won't persuade you. Long Hao took a small sip. Brother-in-law, you can't be like this. Sun Dishing held his empty glass and motioned Long Hao to look at the full glass in his hand. Third brother, I'll have another drink with you, but you can't lose face this time. As he said that, he filled up the glass with another 2 taels of wine, then tilted his head back and gulped, showing Long Hao his unique skill of drinking a glass of wine in 3 seconds again. Brother-in-law, it's your turn. Sun Dishing put the empty cup on the table, bared his teeth, and looked at Long Hao with burning eyes. I have to drink. This guy is bullying me just because he can drink a lot. Long Hao, have never been afraid of anyone at the drinking table since I was a child. Close your eyes, tilt your head back, and drink a glass of wine in 3 seconds. Everyone will be amazed by this unique skill. After drinking, Long Hao pointed the empty cup at Sun Dishing with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Not bad, good man. I'll fill it up for you. Long Hao also let it go now. Since the explanation didn't make sense, he decided not to explain it. Since I can't leave, I won't leave. Since you want to drink, come on. Who's afraid of who? Matai costs thousands of dollars a bottle, and you don't have to pay for it yourself, so you might as well drink it. Third brother, what are you doing? Sun Qian walked into the room and looked at the wine bottle next to the 2 people. There was less than half of the wine left. She was a little surprised that the 2 people who were entangled just now were drinking now. My little sister is here. Go and bring another box of wine over. Long Hao reached out and grabbed a handful of peanuts from the plate, eating them one by one. When he saw Sun Qian come in, he smiled politely. Come on, third brother. I'll toast you a glass. It's all because of this guy who's making trouble. Once I knock him down, I can leave. Okay, come and fuck my brother-in-law. Sun Dishing was very happy about Long Hao's toast. The 2 clinked their glasses, raised their heads, and exclaimed, Tun tun tun. Sun Qian performed a unique skill of drinking a glass of wine in 3 seconds. Go move the wine. Why are you standing there? Sun Dishing urged after drinking. Long Hao took the bottle and started pouring wine. After pouring it, it was exactly 2 glasses. He put the empty bottle aside and then opened another bottle of wine. Sun Dishing now understood Long Hao's thoughts. Young people are impulsive after all, and they're going against him. But why don't you argue about something else? Why do you argue about this? Now that I am his uncle, I will teach him a good lesson today and let him know that there are always people better than you. Come on, brother-in-law. Third brother, please. In less than an hour, 3 bottles of the box of wine that Sun Qian brought over were gone. The more Sun Dishing and Long Hao drank, the brighter their eyes became. They looked at each other, and both felt that they were shooting themselves in the foot. Stop drinking, or something bad will happen. Looking at the 2 people who refused to admit defeat, Sun Qian felt helpless. She was very clear about her third brother's alcohol tolerance, and at first she thought that Long Hao would be defeated in no time. But I never thought that the 2 of them would drink 5 bottles in one gulp. And it looked like if I didn't persuade them anymore, the remaining 3 bottles wouldn't be enough for the 2 of them to drink. Chapter 24. The 3 brothers became ruthless and even betrayed their own sister. Brother-in-law, let's take a break. Sun Dishing was unsure at the moment. Although he was not drunk yet, he had not yet figured out this kid's bottom line and didn't know if he could handle it. I just took advantage of Sun Qian's words to give myself a break. Okay, take a break. Long Hao was also unable to complain because Sun Dishing was such a heavy drinker. The 2 smiled at each other and put down their glasses. Third brother, I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, Long Hao stood up. Sun Dishing smiled and waved his hand. When he came to the bathroom cubicle, Long Hao held the toilet and began to vomit until his stomach was empty and there was nothing left to vomit out. After rinsing his mouth and washing his face, Long Hao felt that he was in much better condition. Although he had drunk a lot, it takes time for the body to absorb it. Now that the stock in his stomach was emptied, his mind felt much clearer. When he arrived at the private room, Long Hao saw Sun Dishing and Sun Qian talking to 2 men. Long Hao arrived. The 4 people looked up at him at the same time. The gazes of the 3 men were very fiery, which made him feel very strange for a moment. Sun Qian smiled helplessly and said, Dr. Long, I've explained it and cleared up the misunderstanding. I'm really sorry. It's okay. Just explain it clearly. I don't have anything to lose. It's not a problem. Long Hao went out. Qian Qian's elder brother and second brother came over one after another. Taking this opportunity, She took out her medical examination report and told her how she met Long Hao and how she received treatment. Of course, there are some things she would definitely not say. She just explained the need for the inspection and passed it over in a few words. After hearing the explanation, the three brothers also felt that the third brother had made a mistake, but they did not blame him. After all, if the two of them encountered such a thing, misunderstandings would be inevitable. Dr. Long, I'm Qianqian's eldest brother, Sun Dezhao, and this is Qianqian's second brother, Sun Dexing. You already know the third brother, so I won't introduce them to you. On behalf of the three of us brothers, I would like to thank Dr. Long for saving Qianqian. Long held his hand tightly. I'm sorry, Dr. Long. I made a mistake. Sun Dishing apologized with a red face, and it was not known whether it was because he had been drinking or if he was really embarrassed. Brother, now that everything is clear, we have to thank Dr. Long. He happens to be here today, so let's have a meal together. Sun Dexing also came over to smooth things over, and several people sat at the table. Brother, I really don't want this brother-in-law anymore. Let's wait and see. Lauer has already asked someone to investigate. Brother, this is a rare opportunity. I think this guy is pretty good. Let's use some tricks to get Qianqian to him. Shut up and wait for the second brother to send you the news. Not everyone can marry a girl from our Sun family. Okay, big brother, whatever you say is fine. I'll listen to you. But my parents will be here soon, so you go and explain. I just asked Jingrui, but my parents were still taking a nap and didn't get any news. Dr. Lai Long, it's our first meeting, and we three brothers would like to toast you. As Long Hao spoke, he saw the three brothers opposite him raising their wine glasses in unison. But this time the glasses were changed to small half-liang cups. You're welcome. You're welcome. Long Hao clinked glasses one by one, and the four of them drank at the same time. Qianqian, you should also offer a toast to Dr. Long. Others saved you. Don't be so rude. The boss Sun Dezhao put down his glass and said to Sun Qian, Thank you, Dr. Long. Sun Qian picked up the glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Ms. Sun, you're too polite. I'm a doctor, and this is what I should do. Long Hao was in a more relaxed mood now. The misunderstanding was explained clearly. The drinking glass was directly reduced by 4 times, and the pressure was gone at once. Dr. Long, we also know about Qianqian's illness. Although it can be cured, she will be half disabled after the operation. We in the Sun family are really grateful to you for curing Qianqian. Please keep this card. It is our consultation fee and also a token of our gratitude to you. The second brother, Sun Dexing, handed over a bank card. Although he didn't know how much money was in it, Long Hao felt that he deserved it. He took it without hesitation and put it directly into his pocket. Then I will accept it with pleasure. Seeing that Long Hao accepted the money, his sister's kindness came to an end. The three brothers also felt a lot more relaxed, and they started drinking happily. The second brother went out for a while, saying he was going to the bathroom, and Long Hao didn't care. But after the second brother came back and talked to his eldest brother, the eldest brother's attitude towards Long Hao changed. Brother, I've investigated. His name is Long Hao, the son-in-law of the Qin family, but he's divorced. It seems that it was caused by Chun Yuding's cheating, but it's not confirmed yet. This boy has excellent character. He dares to love and hate, and can let go. Although his family background is very ordinary, he is definitely a man. I've sent the specific information to your phone. You'll know when you take a look. After saying that, the second brother brought the third brother to drink with Long Hao. Sun Dezhao took out his cell phone and started looking at it under the table. Long Hao's experience from graduation to divorce is clearly written there. This Long Hao is really a good man. The conditions of the Chun family are still good, but it is clearly recorded that he has not spent a penny of the Chun family in all these years, nor has he used the Chun family's resources to do anything for himself. He has worked several jobs since he got married. With his own efforts, he bought a house and a car, and he has always been very responsible to his family. Later, when he learned that his wife had betrayed him, he could not tolerate any sand in his eyes. In order to get a divorce, he chose to leave the house with nothing, and even refused to take a penny of the compensation he had just received. Such a man can endure hardships, dare to fight, is responsible, has a sense of responsibility, will not bow to money, and is not afraid of power oppression. If such a man cannot be his brother-in-law, he will never forgive himself in this life. Although his sister is 12 years older than him, in Sun Dezhao's opinion, this is not a big deal. In his eyes, his sister will always be 18 years old. However, it seems that it will be difficult for this guy to agree to be his brother-in-law, and I will have to use some tricks to persuade him. Sun Dezhao, have been upright all my life. Now I cannot care so much for the sake of my sister's lifelong happiness. It's despicable, but I will prepare more dowry to compensate her. Thinking of this, Sun Dezhao made up his mind and immediately gave the second and third brothers a look. As brothers for many years, how could they not understand what their eldest brother meant? The three brothers immediately reached a tacit understanding and looked at Long Hao with smiles on their faces becoming more and more weird. Qian, don't just focus on eating. You're so happy today, let's have a few drinks together. The second son, Sun Dexing, even started to scheme against his own sister. Okay, I'll have a few drinks with you. Sun Qian didn't doubt it. She thought her three brothers were really happy for her, so she joined in. Chapter 25: The Third Brother's Strange Action. The atmosphere became much more lively with the addition of Sun Qian. Long Hao, who had just put the card in his pocket, was in a good mood. Looking at the situation of the four brothers and sisters of the Sun family, the money in this card was definitely sufficient. He accepted everyone who came, but what he didn't notice was that these three brothers were always persuading him and Sun Qian to drink together, intentionally or unintentionally. As the younger sister, Sun Qian just felt that her three brothers were particularly enthusiastic today, and she didn't doubt it. After more than 40 minutes, Sun Qian, who had drunk more than a pound of wine, was already lying on the table. The third brother called two waiters, helped Sun Qian to the lounge on the third floor, and then started to pour wine for Long Hao. The cup was half a liang, and Long Hao could not remember how much he had drunk. He felt himself dizzy now, and the three brothers in front of him had turned into 9 brothers. Come on, brother-in-law, have another drink with the third brother. Sun Dexing took 2 glasses of wine, drank one himself, and put the other one into Long Hao's hand. He held the bottom of the glass and poured it into Long Hao's mouth. Long Hao, who was drunk, did not notice that his grandson Sun Dexing took the 2 liang wine glass again. After a few drinks, he finally reacted, but it was too late. Before he fell, he pointed at the 3 brothers and said, "You brothers have no moral principles." After that, he burped and collapsed on the chair. Fuck, this guy can really drink. I might not be able to beat him myself. Sun Dexing looked at Long Hao, who was finally drunk, wiped the sweat from his head, and felt like a mission accomplished. Brother, what's wrong with you? The second brother, Sun Dexing, saw the eldest brother lying on the table motionless, thinking that he was also drunk. Second brother, you don't know how much my eldest brother can drink. I guess he can't drink now. Then what should we do next? Big brother didn't tell us. Isn't it obvious? Big brother asked us to get this kid and Qian drunk. This will definitely make it a done deal for them. By then, this kid won't be able to refuse to be our brother-in-law. The second brother, Sun Dexing, thought about it and nodded, thinking that what the third brother said made sense. Okay, help our brother-in-law to the room to rest. The two of them smiled at each other, helped Long Hao up, and walked towards the lounge on the third floor. When the boss Sun Dezhao was the only one left in the room, he actually sat up, poured himself a glass of water, and after drinking it, a smug smile appeared on his face. If anyone sees this, they will definitely praise it. The eldest brother is the eldest brother. He made clear arrangements for his 2 younger brothers without saying a word. He just looked at them and arranged everything. When the truth was revealed and the younger sister came forward to question her 3 brothers, the eldest brother explained that he had also drunk too much and didn't know what happened afterwards. He can get out of the matter with just one sentence, and only the second and third sons will take the blame, while he will always be the good brother in his sister's eyes. The 2 younger brothers upstairs were still unaware of their older brother's tricks and were still carrying out the plan honestly. Go in and help my sister change into pajamas so she can sleep more comfortably. The third brother called a waitress over and gave the instructions. Third brother, if we do this, my little sister will definitely be angry when she wakes up. What should we do then? The second brother frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Others would get other people's sisters drunk for their own use, but they got their own sister drunk and sent a man in. The more he thought about it, the more awkward it felt. Compared to my little sister's lifelong happiness, it doesn't matter if I get beaten by her a few times. Aren't we, as her brothers, doing this for her own good? The third brother didn't care at all. How could he not know what kind of person his sister was? Long Hao was a strong young man with a good body and good looks. Most importantly, he was young. For his sister to be with him at that age was definitely an old cow eating young grass. There was no such thing as a disadvantage. When the time comes, my younger sister will definitely thank us after she holds her son. The third brother added, but what he was thinking in his heart was that when my younger sister had Long Hao's child, it would be impossible for her not to be her brother-in-law. The second brother thought about it and felt that what the third brother said was right. Well, third brother, You usually seem to be straightforward, but I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Haha, second brother, this is all for my little sister's happiness. The two brothers held the drunk Long Hao and stood in the corridor discussing Sun Qian's future happy life. Boss, everything is ready. Miss Sun has fallen asleep. The waiter came out to report on his work. Here, this is your reward. The third brother took out 1,000 yuan and handed it to the waitress, then sent her away. Come on, second brother, give me a hand. We can make this misunderstanding bigger. Second brother, what are you doing? The third brother was a little puzzled when he saw Sun Dexing, turning on the air conditioner and directly adjusting the temperature to 16 degrees. Third brother, you probably don't know this. When people are cold, they will hug each other to keep warm. Damn it, second brother. You are worthy of being the most educated among our brothers. You know a lot. Okay, let's go. Big brother is still downstairs. The two brothers closed the door and left. Sun Qian had a dream. In her dream, she felt like she came to a very cold place. It was cold everywhere, and she couldn't help but curl up into a ball because of the cold. But the cold was everywhere, surrounding her all the time. Just when she was about to give up, she felt as if there was a warm heater beside her. Now she finally felt warm, and like a kitten, she snuggled up to the heater and slept soundly. At this moment, the air conditioner in the room is still working, and the room temperature has dropped to less than 20 degrees. Turning on the night light beside the bed, Sun Qian saw her cell phone on the bedside table. She picked it up and saw that it was past 2 in the morning. At this time, she also realized that it was her three brothers who did this. She knew exactly why they did it. She was a little angry, but more of a thank you. Otherwise, I would never have such a peaceful experience in my life. There was a message on the phone from his second brother. When he opened it, it contained detailed information about Long Hao, from his family to his divorce, from graduation to his unemployment. Everything was recorded very clearly. To know that Long Hao was single, but the fact that he had 2 children was recorded in the record, made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Although the Sun family is very capable, they were unable to find out in such a short time that Long Hao's 2 children were not his biological children. When a man has a child, he has concerns, not to mention that the man next to him is so responsible. Thinking of this, Sun Qian knew that she couldn't get involved. Otherwise, Long Hao would be the one who got hurt in the end. Sun Qian was already past the age where she needed love and was used to living alone. She had never had any special feelings for Long Hao before, but the feeling of being alone now made her feel overwhelmed. Sun Qian laughed at herself, but when she thought of the age difference between them, she couldn't help but back off. Chapter 26. Sun Qian wakes up in the middle of the night. Sun Dezhao blames her. Long Hao silently, for a long time. Suddenly, she bent down and kissed him deeply on the lips, then turned around and left without looking back. As soon as I opened the door, I saw my 3 brothers sitting on the sofa in the corridor, sleeping soundly. They stayed outside like this the whole time. Sun Qian came to the eldest brother and gently woke him up. When Sun Dezhao woke up and saw his sister, he was about to speak when he was stopped by Sun Qian. The two of them went to a private room downstairs. After closing the door, Sun Qian made a pot of tea and sat quietly in a chair. Sun Dezhao tried to speak several times, but was interrupted by Sun Qian. The brother and sister just sat there in silence. Brother, I don't blame you for this. Sun Qian's words made Sun Dezhao, who had prepared countless excuses, speechless. The little sister's behavior was beyond his expectations. She was neither noisy nor angry. Her silence made him feel scared. You've also read the information that my second brother sent me. Well, I've seen it. Although Long Hao is divorced, he is definitely a good match. Otherwise, the brothers wouldn't do this. I know you all care about me, but this Long Hao is different. What's the difference? I just need your nod. I'll leave the rest to you, brother. I'll make sure this guy marries you. Brother, I know that if you do this, Long Hao will most likely marry me, but have you ever thought about whether we can really be happy if he marries me? Why not? Long Hao's character is definitely worthy of your lifelong trust. Sun Qian took a sip of tea, shook her head, and sighed softly. Brother, although Long Hao is divorced, he still has 2 children. I know you can accept having children. In fact, I can accept it too. But have you ever thought seriously about Long Hao? What's wrong with him? He's a very manly man, responsible, good-looking, and capable. He's quite good. Yes, he's good. Any woman would be happy to marry him. But these advantages of his are the reason why I can't be with him. Little sister, how come? Sun Dezhao was interrupted by Sun Qian before he could finish his words. Since he got married, he has been a very responsible person who has taken good care of his family. He is also a very principled person and has never spent a penny of the Chin family's money. But have you ever thought about it? If the two of us were really together, would he give up his two children? No. Sun Dezhao thought for a while and shook his head. Yes, no matter what the reason for the divorce, he will not give up his children. Then these two children will be the unbreakable connection between him and his ex-wife. I have met that woman Qin Yuding. She has good conditions and is very beautiful. They have been together since college and are probably each other's first love. Do you think Long Hao will really let her go after his divorce? Wouldn't he live with Chun Yuding again for the sake of the child? Sun Qian's words made Sun Dezhao fall into deep thought. Long Hao is so responsible. No matter why Chun Yuding and her husband divorced, there is a great possibility that Long Hao will get back together with Chun Yuding for the sake of their children. If I really married Long Hao because of your nonsense this time, he wouldn't like me. I married me only to be responsible. With his two children and Chin Yuding in between, do you think I will really live a happy life, brother? If she knew that Long Hao divorced because of the child. Therefore, people should try not to automatically make up things based on incomplete information. The truth is often beyond your expectations. Little sister, I'm sorry, it's all my brother's fault. Sun Dezhao also figured it out at this time. If my younger sister marries a man who doesn't love her, she won't be happy no matter how good his character is. Okay, big brother, this matter ends here. I'll leave the second and third brothers to you. I'm going home first. After saying that, Sun Qian left. Sun Dezhao worked on it alone for a long time and felt ashamed of his impulsiveness. It is better for me, the eldest brother, to solve the trouble caused by my brothers. Going to the third floor and looking at his two younger brothers who were soundly sleeping, Sun Dezhao went up and kicked each of them to wake them up. He stared at the two of them with cold eyes, stopping them from saying what they were about to say, motioned for them to follow him. And then the three brothers came to the private room they had just been in. Tell me, what did you two do while I was drunk? What's wrong, brother? Wasn't it you who gave the signal? Fart. The second and third brothers shrank their necks and dared not say a word. They also knew that this action was indeed excessive. Looking at his two younger brothers, Sun Dezhao couldn't bear to blame them anymore. After all, they were the ones who had to bear the biggest blame. He then organized what Sun Qian had just said and explained it in his own words. In that case, my younger sister is indeed not suitable to marry Long Hao. Sun Dexing nodded in agreement. What should I do? My little sister has suffered such a great loss. Let's just let it go. Sun Dexing was unwilling to accept this. He still wanted Long Hao to be his brother-in-law. After all, his alcohol tolerance was very much to his liking. It's you two who made my little sister suffer. What else do you want to do? Okay, I just talked to my little sister. Let's just pretend this never happened. Both of you are not allowed to mention it again. Let's go back. Okay, I'll listen to you, brother. I'll go back first. Sun Dexing didn't have any good ideas. He didn't know what to do with matters of the heart, so he prepared to leave immediately. Third brother, don't leave. Go and get rid of that kid tomorrow. Don't let him see anything. Sun Dezhao stopped the third brother who was about to run away and gave him instructions. Why me? The third brother pointed at his nose with some reluctance. If it's not you, then it's me. Isn't this hotel yours? Like I didn't sleep in your room. After saying that, Sun Dezhao glared at him and left. Oh shit. I had to go to the venue, prepare food and wine, and not only did I spend money and get nothing in return, but in the end I had to ask him to clean up the mess. But think about it, since I am the third child, my older brothers dare not resist me, and I can only be bullied by my younger sister. In short, you are the one who drinks the most, you are the one who works the most, and you are the one who takes the blame. Now my bed is occupied by someone else, and I don't even have a place to sleep. Oh, this is fate. With his head hung, Sun Dexing pulled over a few chairs and put them together, ready to stay there until dawn. Long Hao slept for more than 10 hours and felt refreshed when he woke up in the morning. When he saw himself lying in the lounge upstairs, he couldn't help but recall the famous scene of treating Sun Qian yesterday afternoon. Hey, what nonsense are you thinking about? It's just a cure. At this moment, he couldn't remember anything about what happened last night. After getting up, getting dressed, washing his face, Long Hao prepared to leave. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Sun Dexing standing at the door with red eyes. Ah, third brother, you're here so early. Well, kid, you're awake. At this moment, Sun Dexing didn't know how to face Long Hao, but he was still a little angry in his heart. I'm sorry, third brother. I drank too much yesterday. I'm sorry to bother you. What are you talking about? You almost knocked all three of us down yesterday. I should take care of you. Nothing. I'll leave first, third brother. Long Hao always felt something was weird when he looked at Sun Dishing, but he didn't think much about it. He thought that he still had to go to the hospital, so he prepared to say goodbye and leave. Go ahead, go ahead. Come and have a drink with Brother Sam more often when you have time. Sun Dishing waved his hand and said, Third brother is gone. Long Hao also likes people with Sun Dishing's personality, and he feels comfortable calling him third brother. Chapter 27, It's time to show real skills. After leaving Tianjia restaurant, Long Hao got in the car and drove all the way to Maria Hospital without even having breakfast. As soon as I arrived at the hospital entrance, I met Tang Hongyuan and Zhu Yin. I don't know how long they had been waiting at the door. When they saw Long Hao, they excitedly came to greet him. Brother Long is finally here. You kept me waiting for so long. Mr. Tang, it's not even 8 o'clock yet. Long Hao looked at his phone and felt that he was not late. You don't know Dr. Long. The other day you told my husband that we could have another child. He couldn't sit still the whole day yesterday, and he ran out to wait at 6 this morning. Zhu Yin stepped forward and explained to Long Hao. Don't worry, Mr. Tang. I never brag. I'll go through the on-the-job procedures and start treating Madam. Long Hao walked into the hospital and called the dean. Sun Han Kuan came down to greet him in person. After some polite exchanges, the two came to the dean's office. Mr. Long, I have prepared everything for you. The position of director of the orthopedics department of our hospital is waiting for you to take up the position. Long Hao left that day. Han Kuan personally learned about the treatment process at that time and called it miraculous. The fate of the top position in orthopedics was decided at that moment. Dean Han, there is something I want to talk to you about. Although Long Hao had no prejudice against orthopedics, he still wanted to go to the gynecology department. After all, with the existence of the gynecological master plugin, I can definitely earn more merit points in gynecology. In the orthopedics department, firstly, there are not as many patients as in the gynecology department. Secondly, bone setting consumes a lot of one's energy. If there are several children with the same condition as the one he saved, he would not be able to treat all of them even if he died of exhaustion. Besides, he still had to earn merit points, and he was looking forward to exploring new abilities. Mr. Long, although we can say that our hospital still gives doctors like you a lot of autonomy. Actually, I want to go into gynecology because orthopedics is just my hobby, and gynecology is what I'm really good at. Long Hao did not hesitate to put forward his demands directly. Han Kuan frowned slightly when he heard this. Maria Hospital itself is known as a gynecological hospital. Although the medical level of other departments is also the best in Sioux City, the gynecology department is definitely the strongest. On the one hand, they have to live up to their reputation, and on the other hand, many people visit the gynecology department. 30% of the entire hospital's profits come from the gynecology department. If it was any other department, he could make the decision on the spot, but he really didn't dare to agree to the gynecology department's request. Mr. Long, I'll tell you the truth. There's no problem with other departments, but I can't guarantee you anything about gynecology right now. Oh, what's wrong? Dean Han, is it because I'm a man that the gynecology department only recruits female doctors? That's not the case. The director of the gynecology department is a very capable doctor, and her family also owns a portion of the hospital's shares. Although I am the director, I don't have the final say in the gynecology department. Is that so? Why don't you go ask the head of the gynecology department and see what she means? Long Hao still didn't want to give up. He checked when he got up in the morning. Sun Qian completed the treatment and gave him 15 merit points, which made Long Hao a little confused. Cancer is supposed to be more serious than a broken bone, but when looking at the merit points gained, it seems to be different from the actual situation. At this moment, what he wanted was to have contact with a large number of patients so that he could explore the mechanism of earning merit points. The current 52 merit points did not bring him any benefits, and he wanted to quickly break through to 100 to see if he could draw a prize again. Okay, I'll go with you and give you a brief introduction to gynecology on the way. The two walked towards the gynecology clinic together, and along the way Long Hao got a brief understanding of the gynecology department. The director of the gynecology department is Su Mu, who is 29 years old this year. Although she is young, she graduated from a famous foreign Western medical school. The papers she published during her time in school have won many international awards, and she is known as a medical genius of the time. As for how he came to this hospital in Sioux City, Dean Han also said that the Su family has a large stake in this hospital, so after graduation, Su Mu rejected a high-paying job abroad and came to his own hospital to practice medicine. Although Director Su has only been here for 2 years, his medical skills are well known throughout the entire Sioux City. Even many patients from neighboring cities come here to see him. Mr. Long should be prepared. Don't worry, I've never been defeated by anyone in gynecology. Longhouse said confidently. As soon as I stepped into the gynecology office, before Director Han had time to introduce himself, a young nurse rushed in hurriedly. Hurry, where's Director Sue? The woman is bleeding heavily and can't be stopped. Her life is in danger at any time. What? Director Sue is still doing a tumor removal surgery and can't spare the time now. The deputy director Lin Xiaoan next to him said nervously. What's going on? Can't you go in this situation? No, director. The woman was carrying twins, and we advised them to have a cesarean section. But the family disagreed and insisted on a natural birth. Besides, the person inside is Dr. Chin. Our skills are similar. If she can't help, there's no point in me going there. Director Sue can't pull it out? It will take at least half an hour. Director Sue's tumor removal surgery is also very important. The patient and Director Liu have a deep relationship. Let me do it. Long Hao knew that it was time for him to show his real skills. Mr. Long, you just arrived. Dean Han was interrupted by Long Hao before he finished speaking. Is there a better way? Time waits for no one. Don't worry, Dean Han. I won't promise anything I'm not sure of. Then I'll leave it to you. Dean, please lend me your clothes. Long Hao was still in casual clothes. In order to save time, he directly attracted the attention of Dean Han. Okay, no problem. Long Hao left and went to the operating room under the guidance of the young nurse. As soon as I entered, I smelled a strong smell of blood. The person who was busy should be the Dr. Chin that the nurse mentioned. But it seems like all the work is in vain. One of the two children has been born, and the other is probably still in the belly. At this time, the mother had already fallen into a coma. If this continued, both the child and the adult would die within 10 minutes. Long Hao put on protective equipment and went straight to the patient. The young nurse briefly introduced Long Hao's identity to Dr. Chin. Dr. Long, I have no other options. The rest is entirely up to you. Originally, Qin Xuejiao had prepared to take the blame, but at this time someone stepped forward to take the blame. Although she would inevitably be affected in the end, at least someone shared the responsibility. Long Hao didn't care about Qin Xuejiao's little thoughts and reached out to touch the woman's arm. A lot of information appeared in my mind. I looked at it carefully for a while and quickly determined a treatment plan based on the current situation. Hemostats, scalpel, surgical scissors, vascular clamp, surgical forceps. Everything is ready. Long Hao took the lead naturally. Have you checked the mother's blood type? Start the blood transfusion now. Someone immediately ran out to get a blood bag. Dr. Chin, I need you to perform a cesarean section on the woman immediately. Dr. Long, we can't do this without the patient's family's signature. Go and get them to sign right now, otherwise you will lose the baby in your belly. What about the pregnant woman? Don't worry, the mother will be fine with me here. Chapter 28. Heavy bleeding when I just came to the gynecology department. Dr. Chin, start the operation immediately. Time waits for no one. Looking at the young nurse who was still preparing the letter of responsibility, Qin Xuejiao bit her back teeth and really wanted to turn around and leave. What are you standing there for? Someone has gone out to sign. As long as the family members are not the mother's enemy, they will definitely sign. But the hospital has a rule that surgery cannot be performed without a family member's signature. I don't have time to talk to you. If you can do it, do it. If you can't, get out of here and ask the dean to bring in Dr. Lin. When Qin Xuejiao heard that the dean was also outside, she really didn't dare to quit. But standing in the operating room and doing nothing is not a good thing. Looking at the unconscious woman in delivery bed and Long Hao busying around her, a feeling of shame arises spontaneously. Qin Xuejiao remembered why she studied medicine, the excitement she felt when she was admitted to the medical university, and the oath she took when she graduated and started working. But when did I slowly start to become confused, indifferent, and no longer like a doctor? Long Hao's forceful intervention, just now, ignoring the hospital regulations and only caring about the patient, aroused her original intention. A doctor's first responsibility is to cure diseases and save lives. I can do it. Qin Xuejiao's tone was full of determination. As time passed, Long Hao and Qin Xuejiao cooperated with each other, and another child was born smoothly. The birth of a new life made everyone full of confidence in Long Hao. At this time, Long Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. He was not as confident as he seemed. The system panel only provides methods, and the specific implementation still depends on him. A small mistake may lead to serious consequences. The safe birth of the child also gave him great courage. Come on, let's continue. The mother was bleeding severely, but Long Hao was able to find the bleeding blood vessels directly. After using several hemostatic forceps and vascular clamps in succession, the bleeding was under control. Long Hao's explanation, Qin Shuejiao also began to suture the wound, and the nurses were busy cooperating. My blood pressure has returned to normal. The heart has returned to normal. The patient's body temperature also increased. We did it. Under the leadership of Long Hao, they successfully completed the rescue work. At this time, both Qin Shuejiao and the nurse felt a sense of accomplishment. Okay, don't get excited. The finishing work is still very important. Dr. Qin, I'll leave this to you. I'll leave first. Long Hao prepared to leave. How is the mother doing? The tense voice and hurried footsteps stopped Long Hao, who was about to take off his protective suit. Sister Qin? Qin Shuejiao, who was busy, had no time to answer before the visitor urged her again. Director Su, the mother is currently in a stable condition. The two babies are a little weak, but there are no other problems. Director Su, could you please move your foot away? You are stepping on me. After hearing Long Hao's words, Su Mu felt that the ground under his feet was indeed soft. I bent down slightly and looked down, only to find that my small feet were stepping on a big foot. Su Mu quickly took 2 steps back, her pretty face flushed, but no one could see it because she was wearing a mask. I'm sorry. I was in such a hurry that I didn't notice you. It's okay. Director Su is also worried about the mother's condition. I understand. When meeting Director Su for the first time, Long Hao had a good impression of her. At least she was a doctor who cared about her patients. Long Hao, who was just hired by the dean, the woman was in a very dangerous condition just now, and it was Dr. Long who cured her. Qin Shuejiao gave Su Mu a brief introduction of what had just happened. Dr. Long is a skilled doctor. Our gynecology department welcomes you to join us. Su Mu would certainly not give up Long Hao, who had such excellent medical skills. You have to know that she has been extremely busy in the past 2 years. She is the only one who is responsible for the entire gynecology department. Although Dr. Qin and Deputy Director Lin are good doctors, their medical skills are only comparable to those of other hospitals in Sioux City. With the joining of Su Mu, the reputation of Maria Women's Hospital has gradually spread to the surrounding cities. The pressure brought by the increase in fame can be imagined. If the hospital does not have superb skills and cannot handle this wave of traffic, the corresponding negative impact will be unbearable. Ever since Su Mu became famous, she hasn't had a rest for a long time and works more than 10 hours a day. Long Hao also demonstrated his superb medical skills, which would undoubtedly help relieve her of a large part of the pressure. Director Su, this is not the place to talk. Let's go out and talk. Long Hao took off his protective suit and gestured. Okay, Dr. Long, I want to talk to you too. The two came to the office, where Dean Han and Mr. and Mrs. Tang Hongyuan were waiting. How is it? Dean Han asked Long Hao, but his eyes were looking at Su Mu. Dr. Long's medical skills are very good. There are no major problems for the mother and the baby. That's good, that's good. Dean Han breathed a sigh of relief. Dean Han, then I have passed the assessment. Mr. Long, you must be joking. With your medical skills, there is no need for any assessment. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. I'll leave the rest to Director Su and you. After saying this, Dean Han left. Brother Long, we have time now, right? Tang Hongyuan had just taken his wife to receive treatment, but he learned that Long Hao had entered the operating room and was rescuing a woman who was bleeding heavily in labor. Although I was very anxious, I suppressed my mood. After all, saving lives was the most important thing. Sometimes there is no first come, first serve in the hospital. It all depends on the patient's condition. Mr. Tang, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I'll help Madam now. Don't call me Madam. You saved my son, so you are my benefactor. You can call me sister-in-law or elder sister. Hearing that Long Hao had saved another life in just half an hour, Zhu Yin admired him even more and couldn't help but want to get closer to Long Hao. Director Su, please wait a moment. The patient is the priority. I have to get busy now. We can talk again at lunch. Okay, see you at noon. Long Hao watched Su Mu leave, then turned around and said to Tang Hongyuan and his wife, Brother-in-law, I think calling you sister is more intimate than calling you sister-in-law. It's all right. This shows that you and your sister are destined to be together. The three of them exchanged pleasantries for a while and became much closer. At that moment, Long Hao also started treating Zhu Yan. Long Hao was a little hesitant about Zhu Yan's condition. It's not that it can't be cured, but I'm confused about what method to use to treat it. The system offers 3 treatment modes. The first one was the massage that Long Hao was particularly skilled at, but after what happened with Yan and Sun Qian, he was a little scared. Although he called Zhu Yan's sister, everyone knew it was just a courtesy. Moreover, he didn't want to use this method to treat the disease frequently. He couldn't just treat each one of them over and over again. The second option was to use acupuncture, but Long Hao rejected it without even thinking about it. After all, although the system introduced it in great detail, Long Hao didn't know acupuncture at all, so no matter how much he said, it would be useless. The third option is quite normal. Prescribing some Chinese medicine and taking long-term medicinal diet can cure Zhu Yan's infertility. If it was an ordinary patient, there would be nothing wrong with Long Hao using this, but the treatment process would take more than half a year, and this guy received a check of 10 million from Tang Hongyuan, so it feels a bit awkward to let people wait another half a year. After thinking about it, Long Hao decided to let Tang Hongyuan make the choice. After all, it would be his wife who would be giving him the massage, so it didn't matter as long as he agreed. Chapter 29. Long Hao is free in the morning, busy as a dog in the afternoon. Brother-in-law, I have 2 treatment methods. The first one can cure Sister Yin in about 2 weeks, and the other one is estimated to take more than half a year to cure. Then I'll definitely choose the first one. Why, Brother Long, does the first one cost more? Don't worry, I'm not short of money. It's not a matter of money. The 2 treatments are done in different ways, so the treatment time is also different. Sister Yan's uterus has had multiple habitual miscarriages. In order to have Xiaojia, she took a lot of stimulating drugs. Now it has lost its activity, which is also the reason for Sister Yan's infertility. Therefore, if we want to cure Sister Yan, we must first activate the activity of the uterus so that it can recover and give birth to life again. I don't understand any of this. Just tell me the method. Okay, the first method is that I will use massage techniques to stimulate Sister Yan's acupuncture points, and then use some medicinal herbs to complete the treatment in 2 weeks. The other method does not require massage, but relies on medication and medicated diet to slowly change Sister Yan's physique and thus reawaken the activity of the uterus. The first option will inevitably involve some physical contact with Sister Yan, so I would like to ask for your opinion. The first one, I can't wait that long. I want to give my husband another child. Zhu Yan said impatiently after hearing this. Upon hearing this, Tang Hongyuan also understood Long Hao's thoughts. After all, it was indeed very embarrassing for his wife to have physical contact with another man. But his wife's words made him not hesitate much. After all, it was to treat an illness, so it was better to put aside some concerns. Listen to your sister Yin. Let's go with the first option. Brother Long, don't feel pressured. Doctors treat illnesses and save lives, and they use special methods for better treatment. The couple's words put Long Hao's concerns to rest, and he immediately asked Deputy Director Lin to arrange a quiet ward for him to start treatment. During this treatment, Long Hao's mentality was very stable, and he was not as out of control as the previous 2 times. In less than half an hour, Long Hao completed the massage. The whole process was normal, just like a doctor treats a patient. After writing the prescription, Long Hao declined the couple's thanks again. While they were away, he used his power to deliver a child to Zhu Yan. Only after seeing the red light enter her body did Long Hao turn around and return to the department. After the treatment of the mother and Zhu Yan was completed, Long Hao obtained 25 and 15 merit points respectively. Now he is only 8 points away from breaking through 100 points. Long Hao couldn't wait to continue treating the patient. But since Long Hao had just arrived, Director Su was not there, and Deputy Director Lin didn't know how to arrange him, so Long Hao had nothing to do for the whole morning. Sitting in the office, Long Hao casually flipped through some cases to kill time, and thought of the girl downstairs again. I had planned to go there again last night, but I drank too much and fell asleep. Now that he could neither see the patients nor meet the person he wanted to confess his love to, Long Hao seemed a little impatient the whole morning and always felt that time was passing very slowly. Dr. Long, let's go eat together. Long Hao was in a daze. Long Hao turned around and finally saw Su Mu's true face. She has a plump figure, a well-proportioned height, a slender waist, and a plump bust, giving people a strong visual impact. Her black hair was tied up behind her head. Her beautiful neck was white and slender. Her lips were bright red. Her teeth were white. Her eyes were gentle and bright, and a pair of dimples appeared and disappeared as she spoke. She is a very nice female doctor, but Long Hao has no idea about her. Looking at Su Mu, he couldn't help but think of the woman with whom he had had a relationship in a muddle, and he didn't know where she is now. Dr. Long, Su Mu's voice became louder. Oh, Sorry, I just didn't expect Director Sue to be so beautiful. I was so mesmerized by her. Dr. Long is quite honest. Long Hao's direct answer was beyond Sue Moo's expectations. Well, let's go eat now. Not knowing how to respond, Long Hao quickly changed the subject. Sue Moo smiled slightly and said nothing. The two of them walked towards the cafeteria together. On the way, Sue Moo got to know Long Hao in detail. So, you majored in traditional Chinese medicine? After finding a seat and sitting down with his plate, Sue Moo asked. I guess so. Long Hao thought that the system he had obtained was passed down by the mountain god, and as a deity with very Chinese characteristics, the mountain god must know Chinese medicine. I didn't expect that you were so young, but have such high level of Chinese medicine. The old Chinese doctor is deeply rooted in people's hearts. Even people like Sue Moo are surprised at Long Hao's age. Director Sue, I am 1 year older than you. Long Hao still cares about the comment that Sue Moo is young. Yes, I know. I have read your information. However, this is the first time I have seen someone who studies Chinese medicine and has medical skills like you at the age of 30. Director Sue, have you forgotten yourself? Your medical skills are very impressive even at your age studying Western medicine. Sue Moo blushed and felt a little shy when he heard this. This guy is not humble at all. Not only did he accept my own compliment, he also took over the topic and praised himself. No need to brag to each other like that. I'm going to let you see patients this afternoon and assign you a nurse who has a basic knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Well, I'll follow the director's instructions. I can do anything. The two of them finished their meal quickly while chatting casually. Afterwards, Sue Moo brought Long Hao to the outpatient department, arranged an outpatient office for him, and left. Long Hao looked around the room and felt it was pretty good. Thinking that he would work here in the future and that his boss would be a beautiful woman, he felt a little excited. After a while, a little nurse came over to report. The girl's name was Tian Tian. She was very cute, and Long Hao was very satisfied when he saw her. The two chatted for a while, and then it was time to go to work. Maria Women's Hospital is very famous for its gynecology department. Long Hao could have expected that there would be a lot of people, but he didn't expect this many. What he didn't know was that after learning about Long Hao's medical skills, Sue Moo arranged him in the busiest outpatient department. And Long Hao didn't know that according to the hospital's regulations, he only needed to see 50 patients a day. Starting from the first patient, Long Hao didn't stop. He thought he had to see all the patients outside before he could go off work. Long Hao was worried about the girl and thought that he must go find her tonight. So he gathered his strength and did not stop for a moment. Tian Tian, which one is this? Long Hao asked tiredly while lying on the table after just finishing seeing a patient. Dr. Long, you have seen 62 patients already. That's amazing. Although the girl was so busy that she was almost exhausted, she really admired Long Hao. No matter what disease the patient has, Long Hao can accurately tell the patient's symptoms just by taking their pulse. And then he will prescribe medicine, tell the patient precautions, and tell them when they can expect to recover. He treated more than 60 patients in a row, and none of them could stump him. This was the first time she had seen such a great doctor. How many are out there? I'll go take a look. Tian Tian stuck her head out of the clinic and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the crowd in the corridor had obviously thinned out. Not much. Much less than before. Then continue to call numbers and try your best to avoid working overtime today. Chapter 30. Worker's Fate, Overtime. Following Tian Tian's call, Long Hao began his hard working life again. While seeing a doctor, he complained that it was difficult to get an annual salary of 5 million. With the departure of the next patient, Long Hao finally finished seeing today's patients at 5:58. Tian Tian looked at the empty corridor before 6 o'clock and fell silent for a moment. In one afternoon, Long Hao saw 140 patients, and on average he spent less than 2 minutes with each patient. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she would never have believed that such a thing could happen. When it was almost 7 o'clock, there were still many patients in the corridor, and Tian Tian had advised them several times to come back tomorrow. But today, the patient was gone before she got off work. Although she was really tired now, she was in a surprisingly good mood. Brother Hao, we really don't need to work overtime. Tian Tian pulled Long Hao's sleeve and shouted excitedly. An afternoon of intense work also brought the two people closer together. Dr. Long became Brother Hao, and Nurse Tian became Tian Tian. Calm down. We started seeing patients in the afternoon today. We will start in the morning tomorrow. Time won't be so tight, and we won't have to work overtime anymore. Yeah, Brother Hao is so awesome. You're amazing too. Thinking about how the girl was busy all afternoon without complaining or getting tired, and always serving with a smile, Long Hao sincerely admired her. It's 6 o'clock, let's retreat. Goodbye, Brother Hao. After saying that, the two of them prepared to change clothes and leave. Dr. Long, Director Sue asked me to come and inform you that there is an additional surgery, and she can't leave right now, so she asked you to come over quickly. We agreed not to work overtime. Brother Hao, please keep working hard. I'm leaving now. After saying this, Tian ran away quickly. Long Hao didn't want to work overtime. He obviously couldn't refuse such a thing. Saving lives is like putting out a fire, so he put on his white coat and rushed to the operating room. After I came over, I didn't see Su Mu, nor did I see Deputy Director Lin or Dr. Chin. There is no time to think about anything else at the moment, just save people first. Looking at the old lady lying on the hospital bed, Long Hao put on protective clothing and prepared to start work. Long Hao doesn't know how to perform surgery. After all, he doesn't even know how to use a scalpel. But he has a system and can achieve the treatment effect through various methods. After taking the old lady's pulse, Long Hao also understood the old lady's physical condition, but he didn't know how to start. There were very few treatment options on the system, or they could not be considered treatment options. The old lady's health condition is very poor, but it is not caused by any disease. It is heart failure caused by the aging of her organs due to her old age. The solution given by the system is to use acupuncture to activate the vitality in the body, and then combine it with tonic medicine for nourishment, but it cannot cure this type of heart failure. It can only delay the condition. Moreover, the old lady will pass away in 3 years at most due to aging of her organs. This also made Long Hao understand that the system could not do everything, and faced with such a situation, he could only follow the will of heaven. But Long Hao had never used acupuncture, and now he was in a dilemma. The old lady's condition was very serious. If she didn't receive treatment, she probably wouldn't live for a few days. Please bring me a set of silver needles. After thinking about it, Long Hao decided to provide treatment. Although he was not very confident, the system also gave the acupuncture points in order. Moreover, you cannot rely on the system for everything. Since you have chosen to practice medicine, you must take on certain responsibilities. Soon the nurse brought out the silver needle, disinfected it, and handed it to Long Hao. After taking the silver needle, Long Hao first determined the location of the acupuncture point with his hands, and then began to insert the needle slowly. The first acupoint was very stable, and Long Hao's confidence increased a lot. The Heart Sutra of Bone Correction helped him a lot, and the introduction in it gave him a particularly comprehensive understanding of the structure of the human body. The second injection was started immediately, followed by the third injection, until the last injection was inserted into the old lady's body, and Long Hao finally completed the treatment. During the entire acupuncture session, Long Hao performed 49 needle insertions, which took more than 2 hours, and each needle was performed with extreme caution. This was his first time doing such treatment, and it took a lot of his energy. I took the old lady's pulse again, and it was obviously much stronger than before. Although the physical condition shown on the system panel was still very poor, it was much better than before. This also gave Long Hao a lot of confidence and strengthened his determination to continue studying hard. Okay, send the patient to the intensive care unit first. I need to meet the patient's family. Don't you need surgery, Dr. Long? No, the old lady's condition cannot be cured by surgery. Now I have stabilized her condition. Let's send her out first. Without further explanation, Long Hao left the operating room. As soon as I walked out the door, 2 old men in their 70s surrounded me. Young man, how's my mother? Don't worry, gentlemen. The old lady's condition has stabilized, and she didn't have to undergo any surgery. Looking at these 2 old men, Long Hao felt that the old lady was probably at least 90 years old this year. What about my mother? I've been transferred to the intensive care unit. Come with me. I have something to tell you. Long Hao immediately brought the 2 old men to the office, looked through the old lady's information, and got to know a little about her situation. The old lady's name is Li Tsuehua. She is 98 years old this year. No wonder her organs are failing so badly. The 2 old men in front of them are the old lady's 2 sons. The eldest, Yang Kaishan, is 72 years old this year, and the second, Yang Keilu, is 69 years old this year. Yang Kaishan just called someone to report that he was safe. From the address, it turned out that he had an older sister who was older than his 2 brothers. Uncle, the old lady's health is not good anymore. She is not suffering from any disease, but organ failure caused by aging of her organs. Well, we know that. My mom is almost 100 years old. We are prepared. The current situation is this. I just used acupuncture to activate the old lady's body functions, but she is too old and can't hold out for long. I estimate that in 3 months, she will suffer from heart failure. My mother can live for another 3 months. Yang Kaishan became excited when he heard this. When he sent the old lady here, he thought she would not survive the day and did not hold out much hope. But now he could not help but feel excited when he heard Long Hao's words. Well, 3 months is no problem. If you want to extend it longer, it will cost a lot. What? It could be extended. Yang Kaishan grabbed Long Hao's hand, so excited that he couldn't speak. Brother, don't get excited. Listen to what the doctor has to say. Oh, sorry, young man. It's okay, uncle. I understand your feelings. Go on, young man. As long as my mother is alive, I can afford any price. Long Hao with burning eyes, his heart full of anticipation. Chapter 31. Long Hao is in trouble. Su Mu comes to the rescue. The old lady's body functions have been activated by my silver needles, but these functions are just a tree without roots. Precious medicinal materials are needed to fill the gaps in her body. These medicinal materials are very expensive, and some of them are not available in our hospital, so you need to find them yourself. Even if I find all the herbs, I can only guarantee that the old lady can live for 3 more years. I can't guarantee more than that. 3 years? Are you sure, young man? Yang Kaishan's aura changed when he heard this, as if he was a superior, examining whether his subordinates were lying. A sense of oppression came over Long Hao. Why the hell do I feel so creepy? Long Hao hasn't felt any change in Yang Kaishan yet, and he is indeed very confident, and he didn't lie, so he feels very normal and doesn't feel any pressure. Don't worry, sir. I'm still confident about this. I just don't know what you will choose next. Seeing that Long Hao remained calm under his oppression, Yang Kaishan withdrew his aura and returned to the state of an ordinary old man. Tell me what herbs you need to keep my mother alive, and we brothers will find a way to provide them. I just looked at the herbal medicine storehouse in our hospital. I won't talk about what's in it, but I'll write down what's not in it now. As he spoke, Long Hao took out paper and pen and started writing. The 2 old men immediately came behind Long Hao and stretched their heads to look. 50 to 100 grams of Ganoderma lucidum, that is about 200 years old. More than 200 grams of black ginseng, that is over 100 years old. 20 to 30 grams of 5-split Coptis chinensis, a plant of longevity grass. Our hospital doesn't have these 4 items. You need to find them. Young man, I know the first 3. Although they are expensive, they can still be bought with some money. But what is this wansui grass? Master, this wansui grass is a medicine. If the old lady wants to prolong her life, she must have a complete wansui grass. I've never heard of this thing. Where can I find it? Long Hao was in trouble after hearing this. The system only gave him a name, and he had no idea what the wansui grass was. Old man, I know about the longevity grass. At this time, Su Mu came to the office and rescued Long Hao in time. Girl, do you know? Well, let me tell you too. Su Mu sat opposite Long Hao and the 2 old men and began to introduce them. Longevity grass, also known as immortal grass, first appeared in Li Shizhen's Compendium of Materia Medica. Because this grass has extremely strong vitality, it can grow again when it encounters water, even after drying up for several years, so it is also called the grass of resurrection. Brother, I know where to find the 9-death resurrection grass. Yang Keilu said excitedly. Are you sure, second brother? Sure, the 9-death resurrection grass has a trunk that looks like a leopard's foot, and the overall shape is pictographic, right girl? Yes, this gentleman is talking about the wansui grass. Second brother, where did you meet him? Yang Kaishan was also very excited when he got Su Mu's affirmative answer. Last month, on Old Win's birthday, his eldest brother gave him a plant of the herb that could bring back the dead. He said he had found it from some damn place at a great cost. The old man even showed it off in front of me. I remember it very clearly. Okay, I'll get the first 3. You go to the Wen family now and make Wen Tianxiong hand over the wansui grass. Don't worry, big brother. With the friendship between me and that old guy, he will definitely give it to me. Young man, I will prepare the herbs tomorrow and leave my mother to you. Don't worry, sir. As long as I can find all of them within 3 months, I am confident that I can extend the old lady's life. The 2 brothers of the Yang family hurried away with the note and began to look for medicinal herbs. Only Long Hao and Su Mu were left in the office. Mrs. Li, are you sure you can keep her alive? Su Mu had heard a lot of information at the door just now, and only came in when the long-lived grass was mentioned. Well, the old lady's body is like rotten wood now. Even if she can extend her life, she won't live for many years. Long Hao didn't think it was such a great thing that he extended the old lady's life for 3 years. Long Hao, I realize I know too little about you. Long Hao with sparkling eyes, as if he could see through him. No, don't try to understand. This is all I have. I just want to make a living. Long Hao felt very uncomfortable feeling Su Mu's fiery gaze. Director Su, can I get off work? I have things to do in the evening. Look at the time, it's already 9 o'clock. If I get home any later, it will be after 10 o'clock. It would be inappropriate to knock on the door downstairs at that time. Of course I can. Thank you for staying to help me today. I'll double your overtime pay tonight. Is there overtime pay, or double the pay? Long Hao's eyes lit up. What are you thinking about? It's only for today. Don't you have something to do? Why don't you leave now? Su Mu wanted to laugh when he saw Long Hao's greed for money. Hey, I thought I would get double pay for every overtime I worked. If that was the case, I would stay in a hospital. It turns out I was overthinking. Shaking his head, Long Hao left the office with his hands behind his back. Su Mu did not go back to rest after Long Hao left. She took the thick medical records and looked at them carefully. Although she was very busy every day, she never gave up studying and would take time out every day to continue studying. It turns out that a person's success is not only based on extraordinary talent, but also on unknown efforts and persistence for 10 years. Long Hao left the hospital. As it was past the rush hour, the roads were not congested, and it took him more than 20 minutes to return to the community. After returning home, washing his face, and changing into clean clothes, Long Hao came downstairs again with the bracelet with 7SS on it. She must be at home this time. With this thought in mind, Long Hao knocked on the door again. Take 2 steps back and stand straighter than last time. But the result was the same. There was no movement in the room after 2 minutes. Long Hao knocked a few more times and waited for about half an hour, but still no one opened the door. Feeling irritable, Long Hao came downstairs and saw that there was no light in the girl's house. No wonder no one opened the door. It turned out that no one was at home. With a heavy heart, Long Hao came to the door again, ready to wait for the first blood girl to come home. But what he didn't know was that when Xin was not in Sioux City at all. She had left the day before his divorce. And there's no certainty as to when he'll come back, or perhaps he'll never come back at all. As for this house, when Xin bought it casually because she didn't want to live in a hotel. Anyway, housing prices are rising so fast now, and buying a house will give her a place to stay when she comes to Sioux City, and she can sell it at a high price later, so it can be considered a good investment. After waiting for 2 hours, Long Hao looked at the time, and it was 11:30. It seemed that he would not be able to wait any longer today, and he felt a little disappointed. Returning home, Long Hao quickly washed up and lay down on the bed to prepare for sleep. But he couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. Not seeing the first blood girl today had a great impact on Long Hao. I thought about it for a long time and comforted myself. It's okay. I will definitely wait for her. The monk can run away, but the temple cannot. I will stay here, and I don't believe that she won't even come home. With this thought in mind, Long Hao fell asleep. The tiredness during the day made him sleep soundly, but the loss in his heart made him sleep uneasily. I woke up around 6 in the morning, still feeling tired from yesterday. Thinking of his busy whole day, Long Hao checked his merit value again. He opened it and saw that it was 362. Chapter 32. Long Hao starts to learn, and his ex-father-in-law prepares for divorce. Long Hao was very satisfied with the increase in merit points. He didn't expect that it would reach more than 200 points in just one afternoon. If you calculate it this way, you can earn a minimum of 300 points for each day of consultation, which means you can earn 10,000 merit points per month and 120,000 points per year. It's exciting just to think about it. Congratulations to the host for breaking through 100 points of merit. You can now participate in a lottery. What was supposed to come has finally come. It is worth my busy whole afternoon. Click to draw the lottery. The panel is plain and still has no special effects, but new prizes have appeared. Long Hao received it. His expression changed slightly. This reward was indeed very powerful, but it was not what he needed right now. Enhanced child giving ability. You can choose the gender and quantity of children, up to 3 per litter. Should I change my profession and stop being a doctor? Should I build a temple and sit on it and wait for customers to come? Hang another sign at the door. 20 years of professional fertility delivery. Then make a fee schedule. 50,000 for a boy, 60,000 for a girl, 200,000 for twins, 500,000 for twin boys and girls, and 1 million for triplets. You can choose a boy or a girl. Well, I guess it won't be long before I become the richest man in Shidu City. If I build the temple next to a hospital that specializes in infertility treatment, the money will come even faster. Thinking about all this, Long Hao fell asleep unknowingly. In his dream, he saw the girl he had been thinking about massaging his shoulders. Yan squatted down and gently washed his feet, and Sun Qian sat obediently beside him peeling grapes. Ha ha! The lewd laughter echoed in the house. Why are dreams our highest pursuit? Because dreams really contain everything. Long Hao woke up in the morning. He recalled the dream he had last night. Although he knew it was impossible, it did not stop him from fantasizing about it. I got up, took a cold shower, and then went to work full of energy. Brother Hao, good morning. Tian Tian, you traitor. Hey, Brother Hao, my mom asked me to go home for dinner last night. So you left me alone to work overtime? Where is the revolutionary friendship we promised you? You just abandoned your comrades like this. Brother Hao, look, I brought you breakfast beef buns that my mom steamed. Tian Tian shook the bag in her hand and said with a smile, You have a conscience. I just didn't eat anything. As he said that, he took the bag, took out a bun, took a bite, and it tasted really good. Delicious. Annie's cooking skills are good. Of course. I've never eaten a meal better than the one my mom cooked. Long Hao smiled and said nothing, concentrating on making dumplings. Tian Tian was still praising her mother for the delicious food she had made for her in various ways. Brother Hao, shut up. I haven't had breakfast yet. Tian Tian reacted and looked at the bag that was bulging just now, which was now flattened, and immediately went over to grab it. After swallowing the last bite of bun, Long Hao handed the bag to Tian Tian. Don't worry, there's some left for you, eat it. Ah, there were 10 buns, but only one was left for me. Are you a pig? You can't blame me for this. Annie made such delicious buns that I even left one for you. Impa, ti de hetless man. Tian Tian turned her head and ate the last bun silently. I'll treat you to lunch at noon. Do you want to go? Looking at the depressed little girl, Long Hao wanted to laugh. Go. I'm going to eat you out of money. Seeing and hearing that there were benefits, Tian Tian immediately put on a smile again. Long Hao couldn't help but complain, Oh, woman. After breakfast, the two men put on their white coats, put on masks, and prepared to start work. Long Hao also wore a pair of plain glasses today, making him look much more stable. Brother Hao, why are you wearing glasses? It looks more cultured this way. After arriving at the clinic, the two people quickly got into work mode. Long Hao's speed was still very fast. As the number of patients decreased one by one, the merit value exceeded 400, but there was still no lottery prompt on the system interface. Long Hao was not in a hurry. There were rewards at 10 points and 100 points respectively, so there would definitely be rewards at 1,000 points. According to this rate of increase, it will reach 1,000 points in a few days, and new capabilities will be added by then. Long Hao is still looking forward to this. It was soon 12 o'clock, and Tian Tian gently persuaded the remaining patients to leave, and then the two of them finished their morning work. Long Hao did not deliberately insist on seeing all the patients. After all, this was not a one-time task, and it would probably be like this every day in the future. By arranging his rest time reasonably, he would be able to better serve the patients. Su Mu did not show up the whole morning, and neither did the Yang brothers. After all, those precious things were not so easy to obtain. Coming to the cafeteria with Tian Tian, the little girl was not polite at all. She filled her own plate and arranged Long Hao's plate very clearly as well. Tian Tian, can you finish all this? Long Hao couldn't help but ask. It wasn't because he felt bad about spending money, but because he hated waste from the bottom of his heart. Brother Hao, don't worry. We will eat from your plate. I will pack up the ones on my plate later. Then we won't have to cook when we get home in the evening. Smart girl. Brother Hao, you ate my mom's buns. I'll treat you back. She smiled sweetly like a little hamster that had eaten honey. Eat and then help me find some books on Chinese medicine. I want to read them later. Long Hao found it a little funny. Such a family-oriented girl is quite cute. Brother Hao, you are so good. Do you still need to read books? You don't understand this, right? Read more books, and I will become more and more powerful. Tian Tian was impressed by Long Hao's trick. I immediately started to eat. Until he was almost done eating, Long Hao didn't see Su Mu coming over, and he felt a little empty. When he came here, he was still looking forward to seeing this beautiful doctor. Let's go, Brother Hao. I'll go find you some books on Chinese medicine. You take care of the plates and help me pack them. After saying that, Tian Tian left in a hurry. Watching Tian Tian leaving, Long Hao couldn't help but sigh at the girl's vitality, and immediately started packing the food. At this time, Chun Chusheng in the central hospital couldn't eat anything. Chen Yuding sat on the edge of the bed holding a bowl of chicken soup, not knowing how to comfort her father. She was too embarrassed to talk about what her mother did, but when she thought about it, she realized that she was no different from her mother. Chun Chusheng, with lifeless eyes, lay on the hospital bed. Although he was rescued, his heart was filled with despair. Yuding, I want to divorce your mother. The hoarse voice revealed a cold hatred. Dad! After screaming, Chen Yuding didn't know what to say. Should she persuade her father to be more cheerful or not be impulsive? Any man who can look at this kind of thing in a positive light and remain calm can do so. First, her husband Long Hao left the house in anger, and then her mother cheated on her father. This family is really over. All cooperation with the Liu family has been stopped. We cannot let them make any more money from my company. You will do it this afternoon. At this time, Chen Chuxing's hatred towards his wife and Liu Baoqiang reached its peak. He had already read the contents of the USB flash drive that Long Hao gave him, and even Chen Yuding had read it. The scenes in the video made Chen Chuxing's teeth break. Chen Yuding also wanted to scold her mother, but what she had done made her too embarrassed to do so. In the quiet ward, neither the father nor the daughter spoke. There was only the sound of heavy breathing and Chen Yuding's low sobs. Chapter 33. The girl downstairs disappeared. Lying on the hospital bed in the clinic, Long Hao was flipping through the medical book that Tian brought over. I first found a complete book on Chinese medicinal materials and started reading it. After all the prescriptions he wrote required Chinese medicine. Yesterday's incident with the longevity grass taught him a lesson. If Sumu hadn't appeared in time, he would have been embarrassed. Flipping through the book's introduction to medicinal materials and comparing it with the prescriptions he wrote when treating patients, Long Hao gradually improved his understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. As he was immersed in the show, time passed quickly. When Tian came, Long Hao was still watching the show so intently that he didn't even hear the sound of the door opening. Brother Hao, it's time to go to work, Tian reminded. Oh, it's time. Long Hao took out his cell phone and saw that. It's 1 hour 60 minutes already. Let's start calling numbers. Long Hao put on his mask, put on his white coat, and started his afternoon work. In the dean's office, Han Kuan was somewhat surprised when he looked at yesterday's data and immediately called the head of the outpatient department. Hey, Lao Huang, are you sure the data on the gynecology clinic is correct? Director Han, it's true. At first I thought there was something wrong with the system. I went to the finance department and the medicine department to check this morning. The treatment income and the shipment volume of medicines all matched. There was nothing wrong with the gynecology data. Oh, that's fine. Director Han, where did you invite this great doctor from? I want to see him secretly this morning. His medical skills and speed of diagnosis are really amazing. Haha, old Huang, please pay more attention to Dr. Long in the gynecology department. Be sure to meet any needs he has. If there are any problems that cannot be solved, please tell me in time. Don't worry, Dean Han. I will definitely cooperate with Dr. Long. But now I have a situation to tell you. Dean, please make a decision. Tell me what's wrong. All the medicines that Dr. Long prescribed were Chinese medicines. The medicine stored in the medicine warehouse will not last for a month at the rate yesterday. I'm thinking about asking them to order another batch of medicines. Otherwise, I am worried that many of them will not be enough by the end of the month. Are they all Chinese medicinal herbs? Yes, I do. Can profits be guaranteed just by taking medicine without checking the equipment? Don't worry, Director. Although there is no examination fee, a course of dental Chinese medicine treatment takes at least half a month. Some patients take 2 or 3 courses of medicine at a time. Moreover, Dr. Long earns much more than before with the speed of treating patients. Okay, go to the herbal medicine warehouse and prepare a month's supply of all the Chinese medicines available on the market based on yesterday's shipment volume. Okay, Dean, I'll go now. After hanging up the phone, Dean Han leaned back in his chair and looked at the data from yesterday afternoon carefully. This is really like hiring a cash cow. Now this kid's fame has not spread out yet, but it won't be long before he will be famous in Sioux City. By then, an annual salary of 5 million will definitely not be enough to keep him. I will observe him for another week and then talk to the chairman. His salary will have to be increased. Tian, how many patients are there? Looking at his watch, it was already 5:30, and Long Hao was almost exhausted. He felt like his whole body was falling apart from the constant diagnosis and prescription. Brother Hao, there are still many more. There are many more patients coming in this afternoon than in the morning. We probably have to work overtime today. Tian took a sip of water from her pink thermos to moisten her throat. The young nurse had talked too much the whole afternoon, and her throat was feeling very uncomfortable. Even with the system in place, it's still hard to escape the fate of having to work overtime. Long Hao collapsed on the chair, speechlessly, not paying any attention to his image at all. Brother Hao, let's get started. Work harder, or we'll be even later. Okay, call the next patient. Long Hao could never have imagined that the more than 100 people he treated quickly and accurately yesterday felt much better the next day after they went back and drank his medicine. So after a morning of fermentation, his fame slowly spread among small circles. People who originally wanted to go to other hospitals for treatment also came here to see him after being advised by their friends. After arriving, seeing the waiting room full of people and the corridors also full of people, he became even more convinced of Long Hao's extraordinary medical skills. Otherwise, why would there be so many people waiting to see a doctor? The herd mentality makes patients not afraid of the long waiting time and wait outside obediently. Sumu performed 2 operations this afternoon and examined several patients under his name. Everything is fine now. I immediately wanted to see how Long Hao treated patients. As soon as I arrived at the door of the gynecology clinic, I discovered a strange phenomenon. There were basically no people in front of other doctors' doors, and some doctors were so idle that they were checking their phones. There was a long queue outside Long Hao's clinic, with at least 20 patients. With curiosity, Sumu walked to the door of the clinic and saw Long Hao taking the patient's pulse while explaining the patient's condition and things that needed attention. Then he quickly wrote out a prescription on the keyboard with his hands. The whole process went smoothly without any delay. It only took a little over a minute to see one patient and then move on to the next one. Sumu observed for more than 10 minutes. During this time, Long Hao had just seen 10 patients. He did not waste any time and repeated the process of taking the pulse, giving medical advice, and prescribing medicine. Just like a machine, accurate and efficient. Sumu did not go in to disturb Long Hao. He looked for a while and then left quietly. What a strange person. How did he learn such amazing medical skills? After more than an hour of hard work, Long Hao finally finished seeing all the patients at around 7 o'clock. The usually lively Tian could no longer jump around. She said hello to Long Hao, dragged her tired body out of the clinic, and prepared to go home to have a good rest. This is really not a life for a human being. After a day of seeing patients, Long Hao came into contact with all kinds of women, some of whom were beautiful and had great figures. However, it only took Long Hao less than a day to go from initial appreciation to final numbness. After resting for a while and recovering a little, Long Hao quickly changed his clothes and left the hospital. When I got home, I didn't go downstairs immediately. Instead, I collapsed on the sofa and didn't move. After sitting for about an hour, Long Hao finally recovered a little. He didn't even have time to eat. He changed his clothes again, put on the bracelet with 7 sixes on it, and went downstairs. Boom, boom, boom. Everything was just like a replica of the previous 2 times, with no changes at all. When Long Hao came downstairs and looked at the still dark house, he felt even more lost. Was it really just a one-night stand? He had a deep obsession with women and felt unwilling to accept it. After that day, although he never saw Wen Xin again, he still had a little concern for this woman in his heart. Although he knew that this was just wishful thinking, it was his truest thought. Long Hao thought about the various difficulties in the pursuit process and was prepared for a long-term strategy. But the situation where he couldn't even see anyone was beyond his expectations. The disappearance of the first blood girl was like a thorn in his heart, making him toss and turn at night and unable to fall asleep. Chapter 34, Third Brother. Thank you. In the next 3 days, Long Hao truly felt the terror of the women in Sioux City. When the store has a sale, they will line up. When a new product is launched, they will also line up. If there is a milk tea shop next door, most of the people lining up are still women. The gynecology clinic, which only sees female patients, has a very long queue. These women only care about his clinic. Don't they see that there are 3 other clinics next to it where they can also see doctors? Long Hao had no idea how many female patients' hands he had touched in the past 3 days, and had received countless invitations and notes. At this moment, Long Hao is already numb. After 3 days of high-intensity work, Tian successfully developed a hoarse voice. I can no longer jump up and down. Every time I see the long queue outside, I feel scared. She was no longer as lively as usual. Even when Long Hao treated her to a meal, her face was stiff and she spoke very little. The big black circles and slightly messy hair all show the torment that reality has inflicted on her. She laughed from morning to night, talked from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., making her not want to do anything or say anything during her rest time. If it weren't for the generous overtime pay supporting her, Tian really wanted to run to her boss's office, take a photo of her resignation letter, yell I quit, and then leave in style. Tian, should I take a rest tomorrow? What day is tomorrow? Thursday. Let me see. Tian took out her cell phone and flipped to the shift schedule she had saved. Under Long Hao's name on Thursday was the word rest. The young nurse's body was immediately filled with strength. Brother Hao, we won't be working tomorrow. The hoarse voice could not hide the girl's excitement. Let's go home. After hearing the positive news, Long Hao stood up and waved his hand to end his work for the day. When he returned home again, Long Hao did not take the elevator directly from the underground garage. Instead, he stood downstairs, looking at the still dark room, and his feeling of loss slowly turned into habit. Maybe that night was just a dream. I got the most precious thing a woman had, but I still wanted more. Greed is always a common problem of human beings. After returning home and looking at the empty room, Long Hao felt indescribably uncomfortable for a moment. The once beautiful and happy family is gone, and Long Hao still feels a pain in his heart when he thinks about his two daughters who were as close to his heart as his life. But he is not the biological father of the children, so what right does he have to fight for them? The divorce put an end to him and the Chin family. There was no point in arguing about who was right or wrong. Life always moves forward and does not stop for anyone. After finishing a can of beer in one gulp, Long Hao buried his longing for the first blood girl deep in his heart. At this time, in Tianjia restaurant, Sun Qian came to the private room and looked at her third brother, who called her over, without a smile on her face. She was not as free and easy as she thought she could pick up and put down. These past few days, she couldn't forget Long Hao, whom she had just met for one day. She always touched her chest unconsciously and repeatedly recalled the feeling of that afternoon. My little sister is here. My third brother has found some information that I think will be very useful to you. What did you investigate? Which girl did the eldest brother support? Or did the second brother get punished by the second sister-in-law to kneel down again? Sun Dishing felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. What Sun Qian said was his personal hobby. He liked to gossip about his two brothers when he had nothing to do. Whenever he got some news, he would eagerly share it with his younger sister. The brother and sister were always happy, and then they used the information to blackmail their two older brothers. At this time, Sun Qian thought that her third brother had found out about the privacy of her two brothers again. But she, who had been very excited, could not muster any interest at all. It's not the eldest and second brothers, it's news about my brother-in-law. What brother-in-law? Sun Qian didn't react for a moment. You were talking about Dr. Long. Why are you asking about him? What happened to him? Is he going to remarry Chen Yuding? Sun Qian's tone was a little disappointed. It was a pity that such a good man was not hers. No, they haven't even seen each other in the past few days, so how can they remarry? What is that? I found out why they divorced. Brother San, when did you become so gossipy? Why are you asking about this for no reason? Does the reason why others get divorced have anything to do with you? Sun Qian was a little angry. She didn't want to have any contact with Long Hao after that day, and she had forced herself to let it go. Although she felt very uncomfortable these days, she would not change her decision. Long Hao without telling him, and even found out such secret information. Little sister, I am unwilling to accept this. Brother Long is such a good man, but he can't be my brother-in-law. I can't even drink. Then go marry him, or marry him, and don't call him your brother-in-law for no reason. Sun Dishing's eloquence was not as good as Sun Qian's. He forgot his purpose for a moment. After he came to his senses, he thought it would be better not to keep the secret. Listen to me, little sister. Long Hao and Chen Yuding will never get remarried in this lifetime. I guarantee it. What did you find out? Why are you so sure? At this time, Sun Qian's dead heart regained a little bit of vitality. Chen Yuding cheated on Brother Long, and the two daughters she gave birth to are both from other people. As soon as this explosive news came out, Sun Dishing proudly drank a glass of wine and waited for his little sister to cheer. But Sun Qian's expression did not change. Third brother is sure. I'm not kidding. Little sister, you still don't believe in third brother's ability. I even got the video of Brother Long going to the hospital for a paternity test and the test results. As he said that, he took out his cell phone, opened a video, and handed it to Sun Qian. Taking the phone, Sun Qian looked at the familiar figure in the video and felt a dull pain in her heart. The video shows the moment when Long Hao just received the identification results. At this moment, his face is filled with despair. His back is leaning against the wall of the hospital, tears are falling from his eyes. The heart-wrenching pain is indescribable. As she watched, Sun Qian's eyes were filled with tears. She could never have imagined that the sunny and cheerful man she knew actually had such a sad side. His heart must have been very painful at that time. "Why are you crying, little sister? Shouldn't you be happy?" Sun Dishing looked at his sister, crying while holding his cell phone, and was a little confused for a moment. "Shut up." Sun Qian glared at Sun Dishing fiercely. Okay, I won't say anything more. Just take your time and read it." The video was not long, but Sun Qian watched it for a long time. She repeated it over and over again, feeling Long Hao's sadness and despair, and feeling sorry for the man who had such close contact with her. There is also a paternity test later. I spent 10,000 yuan and asked someone to get it from the hospital. Looking at his sister, who had been silent, Sun Deshing reminded her. Upon hearing this, Sun Qian turned off the video, swiped her phone, and saw the 2 paternity tests that Long Hao had done at that time. The words "no blood relationship" made her feel indescribably uncomfortable, but she also felt an irrepressible excitement. "I feel so uncomfortable and so excited. What should I do? He is so pitiful, so I will marry him, give birth to many children for him, and then stay with him forever until we grow old." Having made up her mind, Sun Qian sent the video and appraisal report to her own mobile phone, and then threw Sun Dishing's phone back. His eyes were red, but he finally put on a smile and said to Sun Dishing in front of him, "Third brother, you love me more than my eldest and second brothers. I will be grateful to you for the rest of my life." "Ha ha, that's right. The eldest and the second oldest can compare with me." When Sun Dishing heard his sister's praise, the corners of his mouth stretched to the back of his head. Chapter 35. I dressed up beautifully, but came up empty-handed. At this time, Long Hao still didn't know what he would face next. How persistent is a 42-year-old girl in her love? And behind her is 3 crazy men who dote on their sisters. "Mom, I'm fine. I found a new job with an annual salary of 5 million. Don't worry about me. I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, you can come find me. I'm going to buy a villa and take you in to live here." "Girlfriend? I just joined a new company. I'll talk about it after I get settled down." "Don't worry. Your son is now handsome and rich and has many girls interested in him. He will definitely not delay you from having a grandchild." "Yeah, don't worry. Let Chunmei come. I live in a place with more than 200 square meters and 4 rooms. I'm the only one here. It's just right that she can come and cook for me." "Okay, tomorrow at 11 o'clock, right? I'll pick her up at the station then." "Where's my dad?" "Oh, when he comes back, you two can discuss whether to come to the city. I'm going to hang up on Mom first. Don't worry. I'll definitely find a girlfriend in a few months." "When has your son ever lied to you? Don't worry, Mom. I'm hanging up. Bye, Mom." After hanging up the phone, Long Hao let out a deep breath. His mother's nagging was still too much for him to handle. He kept talking about finding a wife, and Long Hao didn't know how to respond. "I can only promise and promise again. I thought I would spend some time and effort for several months to get the girl with the first blood, but now I don't even know where she is. Now I am so busy that I don't even have time to go to the toilet. And the person I face the most all day is Tian Tian. But the young nurse is only 20 years old this year, so a 30-year-old, remarried man like me should stop thinking about her." And deep down, Long Hao also treats Tian Tian as a younger sister. My mind was full of thoughts, and I didn't know what to do for a moment. "Hey, let's wait for a while. Maybe the first blood girl will come back by then." After washing up, Long Hao dragged his tired body and fell on the bed and fell asleep in less than 3 minutes. "Third brother, I will go to the hospital to see him tomorrow." Sun Qian, who saw hope, was obviously drunk again. "Okay, third brother will go with you." "Third brother, I want to marry him." "Okay, third brother will book a hotel for you." "Third brother, I want to give birth to a child for him." "Okay, third brother, this third brother can't help you. Third brother, please stop shaking. I feel a little dizzy." Looking at his drunken sister, Sun Dashing didn't know how to express his emotions for a moment. 2 waitresses were called over to help Sun Qian up to the lounge on the 3rd floor again. Sun Dashing was drinking alone downstairs. Should I call my brother-in-law, ask him to come over, get him drunk, strip him naked, and then put him in my sister's bed? Thinking of this, Sun Dashing dialed Long Hao's cell phone, but Long Hao was sleeping so soundly at this time that he was not awakened by the ringing. After calling several times, no one answered. Sun Dishing had no choice but to give up the plan. "Oh well, I have no place to sleep again tonight." Sun Dishing, who was worried about his sister being here alone, pulled over a few chairs and put them together, ready to stay until dawn. "Chunmei, Will Brother Hao really come to pick us up tomorrow? Who had just hung up the phone with Long Moo, told Yon and Long Hao that they would be picked up at the station tomorrow. Yes, and Annie also said that Brother Hao has 4 rooms, and we can live there when the time comes. It's not good to live there. Yon lowered her head shyly. Hey, Yon, you should fight for it. I lied to my parents and went out to work to give you this opportunity. You must cherish it. Otherwise, when my brother finds another girlfriend, you won't even have time to cry. Yes, I will definitely seize this opportunity. Yon also felt that she had been too passive before, and this time she was going to be more proactive. There's one more thing. Just know it and keep it a secret. Whatever it is, if it's important, don't tell me. Yesterday afternoon, I saw my aunt talking to my mother while she was wiping tears. I secretly went over and overheard. My brother got divorced because that woman cheated on him and gave birth to 2 children who were both from other men. Ah, Yan couldn't help but scream. Keep your voice down. Chunmei immediately covered Yan's mouth and warned in a low voice. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yan signaled Chunmei to let go. It has to be kept secret and you can't show it in front of my brother. He cares a lot about his reputation. If he finds out, I'll be finished. Well, don't worry, Chunmei. I won't tell anyone. I don't know how my brother has been spending the past few days. That Chin Yuding is really not a human being. She actually did such a shameless thing. Listening to Chunmei's curse, Yan's heart had already drifted to who knows where. Thinking that she would be able to see her beloved brother Hao tomorrow, a happy smile appeared on her face. Brother Hao, Yan is willing to give birth to as many children as you want. At this time, Long Hao is still sleeping soundly, completely unaware that 2 girls, one big and one small, had already regarded him as meat on the plate and were waiting to take action tomorrow. The next day, Long Hao slept in for a rare time. After waking up, he continued to study the medical books he brought back from the hospital. Wait until 10:30 and then go to the station to pick up my cousin. At this time, in Maria Hospital, Sun Qian walked out angrily. After asking for a long time, she found out that Long Hao was taking a rest today. At around 7 o'clock in the morning, Sun Qian knocked on the door of the barber shop and got a beautiful hairstyle. Put on your favorite clothes, draw eyeliner, apply red lipstick, and dress up beautifully. I was thinking of showing up suddenly and giving him a surprise, but who knew that this guy was off duty today? After getting into the car, Sun Qian calmed down her excitement, took out her phone, and dialed Long Hao's number. Hello, who is this? Dr. Long, excuse me. I'm Sun Qian. Oh, Miss Sun, what's the matter? When he heard that the person on the other side was Sun Qian, Long Hao immediately had an image in his mind. Very big, very white, and very elastic. Well, I went to the hospital today and wanted to find you to see me again, but when I got here I found out that you were off today. So I thought I'd give you a call to see if you had time. Oh, I'll be at work tomorrow. Miss Sun can come see me tomorrow. Tomorrow. Sun Qian felt a little disappointed when she heard that. Well, I have something else to do later. My cousin is coming over today, and I have to pick her up at the station. I also have to take her shopping in the afternoon. I'm very busy today and don't have much time. Oh, then, Dr. Long, are you free at noon? I'd like to invite you and your sister to dinner. You can also help me take a look. It won't affect your afternoon affairs. I'm so sorry. I made third brother spend all the money last time. Please, Dr. Long, if you don't check on me today, I won't be able to sleep at night. Most people can't resist an old girl acting like a spoiled brat. Well, let's go to third brother's place. I'll pick him up and go straight over. You can tell third brother. Well, don't worry, Dr. Long. See you at noon. After hanging up the phone, Long Hao looked at the time. It was almost time to go to the station. He packed his things and went downstairs. Chapter 36, Sun Qian and Song Yan's first meeting. Long Hao packed up the clothes he had taken off in the past few days and was about to throw them into the washing machine when he suddenly found the bank card that the second son of the Sun family had given him that day. I took it out and saw that it was from Zhongyuan Bank. There happened to be one near the community, and I still had some time, so I prepared to check how much money was in the card. Sitting in the car, I couldn't help but sigh that I had been so busy these days that I forgot such an important thing. Long Hao walked to an ATM, memorized the password on the back of his bank card, and began to search. He was shocked when he saw the 5 on the top and 6 zeros on the back of the ATM machine. Wow, these Sun brothers are so generous that they spent 5 million on a medical consultation. The world of the rich once again refreshed his 3 views. The 3 brothers of the Sun family were indeed rich, and they gave him so much, on the one hand because Long Hao saved their sister from having her rabbits eviscerated, and on the other hand it was also a deliberate attempt to make friends with him. After all, it is worth getting close to a doctor as good as Long Hao. Who can guarantee that they will not get sick for a lifetime? After putting away the bank card, Long Hao was in a good mood. After buying the bracelet, he had more than 3 million left in his hand. Later, Chen Chuxing generously gave him 5 million in divorce compensation, which made his wallet much fatter. Today, this card has brought his assets to the tens of millions level. Long Hao, who once had an annual salary of 500,000 yuan, want to go shopping. On the way to the station, I was thinking about whether I should sell the rented house directly. At that time, the service staff of the agency also said that if the house could not be rented out, it would have to be put up for sale. As for his car, which is worth just over 100,000 yuan, even though he has only driven it for 3 years, Long Hao really wants to replace it now. It's not that I dislike the car, but this car holds too many memories of my ex-wife and 2 children. I'm going to buy a car in the afternoon, and I'll sell this car directly when the time comes, so it's better to sell it cleanly. As he was thinking this, Long Hao arrived at the station. After finding a place to park the car, I walked towards the exit. Sioux City is not a very big city, and the station only has 1 square and 1 exit. At this time, the entrance was crowded with people, including taxi drivers soliciting customers and waiters promoting hotel rooms. Of course, at most it would be like Long Hao coming to pick someone up. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Long Hao saw Chunmei's iconic ponytail from afar, swinging with her footsteps. She was very happy to see her cousin Long Hao, and immediately started waving, trying to attract Chunmei's attention. Long Hao saw Yan beside Chunmei and was stunned for a moment. After giving Yan a massage that night, the girl's affectionate gaze made his mouth dry whenever he thought about it. Didn't Mom say yesterday that only Chunmei would come? Why did she bring a little tail with her? Moreover, I also promised to let Chunmei live with me. If Yan also moved in, after long-term contact, Long Hao couldn't guarantee whether he would do anything. But now is not the time to worry about this. Maybe Yan just came here to accompany Chunmei for a few days, and will go back soon. Brother, here it is. Following Yan's signal, Chunmei quickly discovered that Long Hao was in a daze. He came over immediately. Yan, who was following behind, couldn't hide her joy and followed. When she was still at the exit, Yan had already seen Long Hao outside. As if by some magic, among so many people, she still spotted the man she had liked for many years at a glance. Girl, you've gotten tanned. Taking Chunmei's backpack, Long Hao patted her head. Brother, I have this. Chunmei unceremoniously hung Yan's backpack on Long Hao's shoulders. I can do it myself. Yan looked at Long Hao, still a little shy. No, that's fine. My brother is so strong that he can carry 2 backpacks. Let's go. I'm starving. Holding Yan's hand, Chunmei squeezed out of the crowd. Long Hao carried 2 backpacks and followed the 2 obediently. When she arrived in front of the car, Chunmei grabbed the backpack, threw it directly on the back seat, and then sat in. Yan, please sit in the front. There is no room in the back. Then he closed the car door. Long Hao now wanted to pull Chunmei out and ask her carefully, is it really okay for you to be so obvious? He didn't notice that I had already opened the trunk, but I couldn't refuse Chunmei's suggestion at this time. Sister Yan, please sit down. I will take you to dinner. After closing the trunk, Long Hao helped Yan open the car door. Thanks. Yan was too embarrassed to look up at this time. Chunmei's assist was so brutal that she was almost saying what she was thinking directly. But now that things have come to this, I can't help but get in the car, so I quickly got in. Long Hao came to the driver's seat, feeling embarrassed and not knowing what to say. Hurry up, brother. If you wait any longer, your sister will really starve to death. Okay, I'll go now. After fastening his seatbelt, Long Hao prepared to start the car. Coincidentally, Yan had also fastened her seatbelt at this time, and the 2 sockets were very close to each other. 2 hands, one big and one small, touched each other. The 2 men's bodies stiffened slightly. Brother, how you drive, I'll help you. Yan fastened her own seatbelt, then took over from Long Hao and fastened it for him. Thank you. While driving, the dizzy Long Hao stepped on the accelerator without shifting gears. I took a quick look and found that neither of the 2 girls noticed my embarrassing incident. He calmed his mind and headed towards Tianjia restaurant. Along the way, Long Hao stared straight ahead, and the atmosphere in the car was very awkward. Yan looked at Long Hao. The more she liked him. The more she looked at him, the bolder he became, and the love in her eyes was about to burst out. Being stared at, Long Hao felt uncomfortable all over, and his body became stiffer and stiffer. Chunmei called him several times from behind, but he didn't hear anything. After arriving at Tianjia restaurant with great difficulty, Long Hao quickly found a good place to park the car, got out of the car, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, do you want to eat here? Looking at the grandiose signboard of Tianjia restaurant, Chunmei couldn't help but secretly smack her lips. It looked very expensive. Well, my friend is treating me today, so I just happened to bring you over. Brother, look at those two people at the door. They are so strange. Long Hao followed Chunmei's gaze and discovered the siblings Sun Qian and Sun Dishing. Sun Qian seemed to have dressed up carefully today. She looked radiantly gorgeous and was standing at the door of the hotel looking around. This scene reminded Long Hao of the scene from a few days ago, but this time there was another person next to him. Sun Dishing was holding a pink parasol and standing next to Sun Qian to block the sun for her. He has a broad and muscular figure, just like a big bear. The strange combination of the two people attracted the attention of many passersby. Third brother. Long Hao started to greet from a distance. Brother-in-law is here. These two are. The word brother-in-law made Chunmei and Yan's faces change. Brother. Why does he call you brother-in-law? How come I didn't know you had such a brother-in-law? A friend who is a bit outspoken and shouts nonsense. Long Hao's explanation made Yan beside him feel relieved. Sun Dishing's shout almost made her think that she would die before she could accomplish her mission again. This is my cousin Chunmei, and this is the neighbor's sister Yan. This is my friend. You two can call him third brother too. This is third brother's sister. You can just call her sister. Long Hao briefly introduced each other. Sun Qian looked at the two girls beside Long Hao from a distance. After hearing the introduction, Chunmei was the first one she excluded. But the weak little girl next to him, who is both the neighbor and the younger sister, raises her threat index infinitely. Chapter 37, Third Brother. You are right. After some polite exchanges at the door, several people came to the private room one after another. Long Hao and Sun Dishing sat next to each other, and Sun Qian sat next to her third brother. Chunmei pulled Yan and pushed her directly onto the chair next to Long Hao when they sat down, and she sat next to Yan with a smile on her face. Long Hao in front of so many people, Yan's little face turned red. She sat on the chair with her head down, fiddling with the towel on the plate with both hands. When Sun Qian saw this situation, she narrowed her eyes slightly, as if facing a formidable enemy. This shy little expression made even me feel a little soft-hearted, and I couldn't help but feel a desire to protect her. What's more, men are visual creatures. An idea came to him as soon as his eyes turned. Brother San, get out of the way. What's wrong, little sister? Go sit over there. As she said this, Sun Qian glared at Sun Dishing. Seeing his sister's unfriendly look, Sun Dishing had to change seats with her. Long Hao looked around. Oh shit, two women are sitting around me. Can I still eat this meal? Third brother, how about I sit over there with you? Long Hao said weakly. Ha, brother-in-law, it's nice for you to sit there. Sun Dishing is not a fool. He knows that his sister is about to take action. Long Hao, I feel a little pain in my chest today. If you have time now, can you help me take a look? Sun Qian blinked her big eyes at Long Hao, gently rubbing the bunny on her chest with her left hand, a look of pain on her face. This tone, this expression, this action, made Long Hao's mouth dry. Fox spirit. Chunmei's low voice of complaint came from the side. Long Hao pitifully. Ms. Sun. Long Hao opened his mouth to speak. A snow-white index finger touched his lips. Call me sister, or Qian is fine. Long Hao really wanted to say, are we familiar with each other? But thinking about what he had done, it was hard to say that he was not familiar with her. However, Qian really couldn't bring herself to call her that, because the senior fairy opposite was much older than him. Sister Qian, I'll help you look at it now. Long Hao's expression was extremely uncomfortable. Although he didn't turn around to look, he could still feel the resentful looks of the two girls next to him. Brother, Yan has a chest pain these days, you can take a look at it too. Chunmei couldn't bear to see her best friend suffer, so she spoke up immediately. Okay, no problem. Thinking about the angina pectoris that Yan had because of overthinking, I didn't know how to treat it at the time, so I just gave her a massage and prescribed some medicine. Now that I see her today, I should take a closer look at her. Who would have thought that as soon as Long Hao finished speaking, two pink little hands stretched out in front of him. These two hands are so white, so beautiful, round and slender. Under the light in the box, they look so tempting that people can't help but want to hold them in their hands and play with them carefully. Long Hao's embarrassment only lasted for a moment. As a man who was so stubborn that he was willing to leave the house with nothing in order to get a divorce, he was also provoked to anger by the repeated teasing of the two girls. Damn, I see that you are women. You have been tolerant again and again, But now you are starting to get ahead of me and force me to make a choice. He immediately stretched out his hands, held the two girls' hands at the same time, then placed them on the table and began to take their pulses. Sun Qian and Yan did not expect this result. They did not say anything and just looked at Long Hao quietly. Soon Long Hao learned about the physical conditions of the two girls. Sun Qian's tumor was gone, and her body was recovering well. She would probably be fully recovered after taking medicine for a few more days. Yan's cyclical angina pectoris also recovered, and the inexplicable heart disease was gone. Although her body was still a little weak, there was no problem with the nourishment of her own prescription. However, the affectionate looks of the two girls gave Long Hao a headache. When he came into contact with them just now, two panels appeared on the system at the same time. This situation gave Long Hao the idea of opening two windows to see the doctor, so that he would not have to work overtime in the future. Thinking of this, I still have to thank the two girls. If it weren't for what happened today, I don't know when I would have discovered the split-screen function of the system. However, the subsequent inspection made him feel a little overwhelmed. Lovesickness, what the hell is this? The two of them actually have the same disease, and the treatment method is just a few short words. There was no cure, and Long Hao's head began to hurt. He had guessed a few days ago that Yan liked him, and it was very likely that she had come to the city with her eyes on him. Long Hao's heart was still sweet to be liked by such a beautiful and innocent girl. But what's going on with Sun Qian? When did she start to like me? Is it the after effect of the last massage? Although he knew that there was a big age difference between the two, it was impossible for Long Hao, who had personally measured Sun Qian's figure, to say that he had no thoughts. Moreover, Sun Qian's fair and firm skin and flawless figure don't look like a woman in her 40s at all. However, although both girls are good and marrying one of them can bring lifelong happiness, the girl with the first blood has already taken root in Long Hao's heart. The little red flower on the white bed sheet not only bloomed on the bed, but also in his heart. Brother-in-law, elder brother. Long Hao took a long time to feel the pulse, so long that Sun Dishing and Chun Mei couldn't help but remind him. Long Hao, who was interrupted, coughed lightly to cover up his gaffe. Then he let go of the two girls' arms, took a sip of water from his teacup, and said, "Both of you are recovering well, and there are no problems at the moment. But I still feel pain in my chest. Long Hao, why don't you help me press it again?" Upon hearing this, Sun Qian immediately began to beg. "Press it again." Long Hao immediately wanted to nod and say, okay. But in the end, I still don't dare to do it. After doing some things, you will be responsible for them for the rest of your life. Brother Hao, I've been feeling unwell lately. Can you help me push it down again? Yan, who was standing next to him, took a lot of effort to say these words in public. At this moment, a hand was tightly holding the corner of Long Hao's clothes, and her pretty face was red enough to bleed. But a pair of eyes looked at him expectantly, and the love in their eyes made Long Hao shiver. Long Hao thought that he could give Yan a try when he returned home in the evening. Although he had the Yixue girl in his heart, this childhood sweetheart who had grown up with him was also very much to his liking. The emergence of this thought scared Long Hao himself, as if he would not be responsible for Yan after the massage. Look at the look in this little girl's eyes. If I really go to find her at night, it is unknown whether I can get out of her room. Oh, this is also a girl who cannot be easily provoked. But facing their request at this moment, Long Hao really didn't know how to refuse. Brother-in-law, eat first and then go upstairs. You can massage them both in. There's nothing to worry about when it comes to curing illnesses and saving lives. Third brother, you are right. Sun Dishing's words woke him up. What's the point of being so entangled about curing diseases and saving lives? You have to know that doctors only see patients, not gender. Chapter 38, I'll get drunk first. You guys can do whatever you want. After finding an excuse for himself, Long Hao put his worries aside and immediately pulled Sun Dishing to drink. Why did he drink? Of course, he was not planning to give massage to the two girls. Did he really think he could fool himself by using the excuse of seeing a doctor? Since I can't say no, I'll just get myself drunk and get away with it. Then I'll close my eyes, and I won't know anything. With this in mind, Long Hao drank happily. Sun Dishing was also a drunkard. The two of them toasted each other and finished 4 bottles of white wine in less than an hour. Yan didn't know how much Long Hao could drink, so she looked at him worriedly. She wanted to persuade him, but she didn't know how to start. Chun Mei was starving. When she saw the delicious food in front of her, she forgot about the matter of assisting. She decided to eat first before doing anything else. Sun Qian looked at the two men beside her with a smile and was about to explode with anger. She went to the hospital in the morning, but found it empty-handed. She acted coquettishly and cutely and asked Long how to come over for lunch. She hadn't started pursuing him yet. Unexpectedly, a tender and delicate little green plum appeared, and its pitiful look made her want to bite Long Hao a few times. Brother-in-law, listen to third brother and leave the marriage to me. I will definitely arrange it for you smoothly when the time comes. Sun Dishing was obviously drunk. Okay, I'll leave it to third brother. I'll definitely give him a big red envelope when the time comes. Long Hao also drank so much that he started talking without thinking. Hee hee. I feel relieved with my brother-in-law's words. Well, when I catch that girl, I will definitely ask third brother for help. As soon as he said this, Sun Qian and Yan were stunned. That girl, which girl? Long Hao is really fast. He found a new target just a few days after his divorce. At that moment, the two people felt nervous and a sense of danger came into their minds. Brother, which girl is it? What's her name? Chunmei was frank and asked directly. I don't know his name, but he lives downstairs from me. Chunmei didn't know what to say for a moment. You don't even know her name, but you're thinking about getting married. My cousin is not a good person either. Why think so much? Come on, brother-in-law, drink this cup. Sun Dishing's brain was clearly not working enough, and he hadn't reacted yet. Sun Qian's little feet kicked him several times under the stool, but he didn't react much because of his thick skin. Sister Yan, I have something to say to you. Let's go sit next door. Seeing that her third brother was not doing well, Sun Qian set her sights on Yan. After hearing this, Yan thought about it and nodded, then followed Sun Qian out of the box. Chunmei also wanted to follow, but was stopped by her eyes. Two women, one big and one small, came to the next room with their own thoughts. Sister, now that it's just the two of us, I'll get straight to the point. Yeah, Yan nodded in response. Sister can see that your feelings for Long Hao probably started a long time ago. Yes, I made up my mind when I was 16 that I would not marry anyone else but Brother Hao in this life. Yan's tone was firm. Sun Qian was stunned for a moment. Is this girl so infatuated? Sister, I won't hide my thoughts. I also want to marry Long Hao. We are rivals now. I can see that. Since we sisters all want to marry him, we can't let him fall into the hands of other women. Don't you think so, sister? Yan agreed with Sun Qian's words. Now she only had one opponent. If there were a few more, her hope would become smaller and smaller. Sister, what can I do? There is a way, but I don't know if my sister can make up her mind and be willing to make some sacrifices. Sun Qian seduced Yan with a smile. For Brother Hao, I am not afraid of death. Sister, please tell me what you have to say. Then come over here, sister. I'll tell you in secret. After a while of whispering, Yan's face turned red again. She pinched the corners of her clothes with both hands and bit her lips tightly with her teeth. Sister, can you do what I said? But if this happens, Brother Hao will be angry, and it's too ridiculous for the two of us to be together. So you want to leave Long Hao? If so, I won't be polite. He happens to be drunk, so we can take action in the afternoon. I won't give up this opportunity. Besides, you think he will really get angry. Sister knows men better than you. Although Sun Qian spoke confidently, she didn't really think that way in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dragged Yan into this. After all, she and Long Hao had just met and were still very passionate. If she really did this, then everything would be lost and they wouldn't even be able to be friends anymore. However, if Long Hao's childhood sweetheart is dragged into this, things will become much more complicated. If he tries harder, he might be able to get what he wants, but in the end, one of us has to leave. Yan's mind is very simple. Although she wants to agree to Sun Qian's request, in the end, the two of them still have to decide the winner. As someone who came from an aristocratic family, Sun Qian's realm was not comparable to that of a simple girl like Yan. She knew very well that the so-called rules were set for those who had no power. People like them at the top of the pyramid had countless ways to evade these regulations as long as they did not do anything too excessive. What's wrong, sister? Are you scared or just can't accept it? Don't care about worldly opinions. Your own happiness is the most important thing. Don't you want to live with Long Hao for the rest of your life? I guess. But now I don't know if this is the right thing to do. I've never seen anything like this before, and I've never thought about it. If my parents knew about it, they would beat me to death. Yan is very conservative after all, and her mind was confused for a moment. She didn't know whether she should agree or not. What's the big deal? My eldest brother and third brother are not married, but I haven't seen my parents beat them to death. And my sisters-in-law live together in harmony. If Sun Dezhao and Sun Dushing knew that their sister's bold idea was inspired by them, I wonder if they would slap themselves in the face. It turns out that people are shaped differently in different environments. Things that seem incredible to Yan happen every day around Sun Qian. The clash of the two people's worldviews obviously shattered Yan. Sister, don't hesitate. What Longhao said just now was not drunken talk, but what he really said. If we don't take action, then we will both be prepared to live alone for the rest of our lives. Don't you want to give Longhao a child that belongs to both of you? Sun Qian's words were like a hammer, hitting Yan's heart heavily. After 9 years of unrequited love, she was fed up with loneliness. Thinking about having to spend the rest of her life like this, her body trembled with fear. And having a child of her and brother, Hao was like a sweet bait dangling in her heart. Okay, sister, as long as I can be with brother Hao, I will listen to you. Chapter 39. Women are really scary when they are scary. Seeing that Yan was finally successfully tricked into boarding the ship, Sun Qian couldn't help but reveal a sly, fox-like smile. She held Yan's hand tightly and comforted him softly. Don't worry, sister. I'll be there to protect you from now on. After they looked at each other knowingly for a moment, they returned to the box together. Chunmei was full of curiosity about the conversation between the two of them just now, and couldn't help but get close to Yan and asked questions in a low voice. However, how could Yan dare to disclose such a private matter so easily? If Chunmei knew about what she and Sun Qian were planning, she would definitely come forward to stop it. So, Yan casually said, nothing special, just asking about some things in brother How's past. Oh, is that all? Then why don't you ask me? After all, I am his biological sister, and I know more about it than you do. Chunmei looked suspicious, but when she thought about how her good sister had never lied to her in the past, she stopped asking any further questions. At this time, Sun Qian came up with an idea and tried to get rid of Chunmei, the troublesome light bulb. She pretended to be enthusiastic and suggested, Sister Chunmei, why don't you take this opportunity to go to the mall and buy something you like? Anyway, Longhao still needs to help me and Yan with treatment later. My brother can still see a doctor later. Chunmei pointed at Longhao, who could not even sit steadily. Of course I can. The effects of alcohol come and go quickly. You can recover after a rest. Sister Chunmei, you just arrived in Sioux City. You must have a lot of things to buy. I'll find someone to take you to my second brother's mall. You can take whatever you like. It will be your welcome gift from your sister. After saying that, Sun Qian called over a restaurant waiter, gave him a few instructions, and then called her second brother. Chunmei was taken away by the waiter in a daze before she finished her meal. Looking at Yan, who was still in the box, I always felt that something was wrong, but I just couldn't figure out what it was. After making arrangements with Chunmei, Sun Qian turned her attention to her third brother. So she took the bottle and started pouring wine for him. Yan, fill up Longhao's glass as well, he said while winking at Yan. Although shy Yan was very nervous, she still firmly began to implement the plan. The two men were thus schemed against by their own sister and childhood sweetheart. No matter how much the two of them could drink, they drank too much without realizing it due to the gentle persuasion of their younger sister and childhood sweetheart. After about half an hour, Sun Dushing slipped under the table. This guy was too heavy. Sun Qian tried to pull him up several times, but failed, so she ignored him. Longhao was fine. Although he was also drunk and unconscious, Yan took good care of him, and he sat safely in the chair. However, a pair of hands had already embraced Yan's slender waist, and his head was resting on the girl's soft belly, and he fell asleep soundly. Feeling Longhao's strong and powerful arms, as well as his strong masculine aura, Yan's legs were a little unsteady. She didn't know where to put her hands, not knowing whether to hug him back or push him away. At this moment, Yan was extremely nervous. She looked at Sun Qian with her big eyes, asking her to make a decision quickly. With Longhao made her heart beat violently. She held Longhao's head with both hands and dared not move. Two people come. Seeing Yan's nervous look, Sun Qian shouted at the door, and soon two waiters came. Send this gentleman to the lounge on the third floor. Longhao in Yan's arms and said, What about the boss? The two waiters looked at Sun Dishing under the table and asked, My brother has thick skin and tough flesh. You can just find a place for him to lie down. Faced with the boss's sister, the waiter didn't know what to say. Sun Qian's order was carried out immediately. Soon Longhao lay on the bed in the lounge on the third floor again. Yan followed and took care of him by the bed. Although Sun Qian said that she would just settle her third brother down, she still stayed and settled him down. After finishing her work, Sun Qian went to the third floor, opened the door of the lounge, and saw Yan wiping Longhao's body. Oh, little sister, what are you doing? It's very hot here. Brother Hao is sweating a lot. I'll help him wipe it off. Then why don't you turn on the air conditioner? Do you want to wait until tomorrow in this weather? The temperature was very high in the afternoon. The room temperature outside was 38 degrees, and the lounge on the third floor was also around 34 degrees. Long Hao drank so much white wine and was in this environment that he kept sweating. When Yan saw that Long Hao was sweating, she took a tissue and kept wiping him, and didn't even think about turning on the air conditioner. I forgot. Yan was now so shy that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Sun Qian just smiled and didn't say anything. She turned around, turned on the air conditioner, and then locked the door. Then he drew the curtains again, and the room immediately became dark. Sister, do you want to take a shower first? As she spoke, Sun Qian pulled her into the bathroom next door. The two women looked at each other, their eyes full of envy and appreciation. Yan's youthful beauty is something Sun Qian could never ask for. And Sun Qian's devilishly perfect figure is something Yan cannot compare to. She is definitely a natural talent. After taking a shower, the two of them came to Long Hao wrapped in bath towels. Looking at him sleeping soundly, Yan felt guilty. Let's wipe his body first so he can sleep comfortably. Sun Qian started to act as she spoke, but Yan just stood there stupidly, not knowing how to start. Hurry up, don't wait until he wakes up, then we'll be in a dilemma. Upon hearing this, Yan put aside her shame and started to fight. In a few moments, Long Hao's body was wiped clean by the two of them. Long Hao in front of her, Sun Qian also became shy. Although she had always appeared calm, she was still a girl after all. Yan! Sister, I'll go out and sit for a while. Yan's head shook like a rattle. It had taken all her courage to achieve this step. Now, she really couldn't do the next thing in front of another person. After saying that, Yan quickly left the room, leaving Sun Qian alone here. Looking at Yan leaving, Sun Qian felt relieved. After all, she really couldn't let go. Take a deep breath and cheer yourself up secretly. Come on, happiness is something you have to fight for yourself. The drunk Long Hao had fallen into a deep sleep. Sun Qian looked at him sleeping and felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. She had never thought about getting married, but now she had no idea why she couldn't help but feel attracted to this man. Is this what is called love? The lights went out, and the flowers bloomed. Chapter 40. Long Hao gets drunk again. In the dimness, Long Hao felt comfortable all over, as if a warm force was flowing through his body, making him want to struggle to sit up. However, at this moment, Sun Qian in the corridor outside had already fallen asleep. The door opened and closed, the people coming out of the room were panting, and the people going in were extremely nervous. Time passed quietly, and in a blink of an eye, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Long Hao's alcohol gradually faded, and his consciousness began to slowly recover. Half asleep and half awake, he tried to move his body, turn over, and change his posture, but was surprised to find that his left arm seemed to be firmly held by something and could not move at all. Am I still asleep? Or am I still in a dream? Long Hao's mind was still in a state of chaos, and he had no idea what happened in the afternoon. The strange touch from his body made him mistakenly think that he was still in an illusory dream. Otherwise, how could such a good thing happen to him? It must be that he drank too much and had hallucinations. However, as Long Hao became more awake, he gradually realized that the current situation was a bit strange. After a careful understanding, he suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed in his heart, "Oh my God, something is wrong. This is definitely not a dream." When he realized this, Long Hao was terrified and froze in an instant, and he dared not move rashly anymore. I lay there, trying hard to recall, but I just couldn't remember what happened in the afternoon. I only remembered that I had a drink with my third brother, and then I had no memory of what happened at all. Now in this dark room, he didn't even know where he was. As he thought about it, he was so scared that he sat up immediately. Damn, there was indeed someone lying next to me. Long Hao immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that Yan and Chunmei sent me back? Is this in your own home? I hope the person next to me is Yan. If not that... A feeling of fear enveloped Long Hao's heart. At this moment, he wanted to die. Although he didn't know why this happened, it was too late to say anything. After waking up, his mind became confused again, and one hand reached mechanically towards the bedside table. I didn't find the familiar switch, but I found a mobile phone, but I don't know who it belongs to. Taking the phone, Long Hao couldn't wait to press the unlock button. He urgently needed some light, so that he could see clearly who was next to him. Yan, who was sleeping soundly, vaguely realized that the object she had been hugging tightly in her arms suddenly disappeared, and an inexplicable sense of loss surged into her heart. She subconsciously reached out to grope, trying to find the lost warmth. At this moment, her hand touched a hard and warm object. Long Hao. Yan grabbed him without hesitation and pulled him into her arms, but found that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move him at all. However, this did not discourage her. After all, there were other ways to get close to each other. So, Yan quickly adjusted her posture, twisting her body to get closer to Long Hao little by little until the two of them were closely attached. Then, she put her small head close to Long Hao's shoulder and gently pressed her face against his body. The whole action was as natural and smooth as flowing water, and it was done in one go. Long Hao felt Yan's move. Before he could react, everything was settled. At this moment, his arm was tightly held by Yan, unable to move. In desperation, Long Hao had to turn around and use the weak light of his mobile phone to check the situation. When he saw the pretty and lovely face of Yan in his arms, the only trace of guilt in his heart instantly disappeared and was replaced by full sweetness and happiness. Fortunately, I was scared to death. Although he didn't expect it to be the girl named Yan, for Long Hao at this moment, as long as it wasn't Chunmei, he would accept her even if she was a man. Long Hao let out a long sigh, as if he was reborn. Looking at the girl next door, although I felt a headache, it was much better than the feeling of wanting to commit suicide just now. If I had known, I wouldn't have drunk so much. The same thing happened twice, and Long Hao didn't know whether to be happy or worried. Walking out of the bathroom, Long Hao turned on a night light and saw the environment in the room clearly. It turned out that I didn't go home, but was still in my third brother's lounge. He walked to the bed, picked up the clothes on the floor, and put them on, then lit a cigarette and walked out of the room. If this kind of thing only happened with Yan, he wouldn't have a headache, but there was a girl whose name he didn't know ahead. Hey! Walking out of the room, I couldn't help but complain. This girl is really willing to take risks. He knew very well that Chunmei, Yan, and Sun Qian did not drink. She must have been sober at the time. She had just divorced and hadn't figured out what to do in the future yet, but she got involved with another girl, who was the girl next door. Thinking of this, Long Hao felt a headache, but also a little proud. But when he thought that he could only have one wife, he became troubled about who to choose. Neither of them wants to let go, and neither of them wants to hurt. They're very conflicted. But Long Hao did not choose to leave quietly. He had done it no matter what the reason was. The result was already like this, and he still had to take responsibility. But who is responsible is an unsolvable problem. Just when Long Hao couldn't find the answer and his eyes were blank, a soft body came up from behind, hugged his waist with both hands, and put its head on his shoulders. The scent of an intoxicating woman hit him in the face, interrupting his train of thought. "What are you thinking about?" Sun Qian's voice rang in my ears. Perhaps guessing Long Hao's worries, Sun Qian continued. "Actually, you don't have to worry so much. Sister Qian, why don't you stop Yan?" Long Hao sighed. "Why do you want to stop me? Sister Yan has been secretly in love with you for so many years. Is your heart made of stone? I remember what I said. I have someone I like now. Huh. I have 2 third sisters-in-law and 4 eldest sisters-in-law. You can figure out the rest yourself." Sun Qian's words were like a new door open for Long Hao. Yes, if no one wanted to give up, then neither of them would give up. After working in society for so many years, Long Hao has gained a lot of experience, and he has a lot of assets now. It's just 2 women. As long as they are willing, he can fully afford it. Sister Qian, I'm really grateful for your comfort, but could you please let go of my hand first? Long Hao said with his face flushed, a little uncomfortably. Hearing this, Sun Qian smiled lightly, with a hint of teasing in her tone. "Oh, let you go? Little guy, are you trying to default on your debt?" No, it's absolutely not like that." Long Hao quickly waved his hands and explained, "I will definitely take on my due responsibilities for Yan. There is no doubt about that." His eyes were firm and sincere, showing his inner determination and sense of responsibility. However, at this moment, Long Hao did not know the great sacrifice and dedication that Sun Qian had made behind the scenes. "Then what about me? Are you planning to evade your responsibility to me like this?" Sun Qian suddenly asked this, which made Long Hao stunned and completely confused. He stared at Sun Qian with wide eyes, full of confusion, and couldn't understand why she would question him like that. For a moment, he was speechless and didn't know how to answer. Seeing that Long Hao had not responded, Sun Qian asked again, "Are you willing to be responsible for me?" Her eyes were fixed on Long Hao, as if she wanted to see through his eyes to see his true thoughts. WTF. You all took advantage of me when I was drunk to bully me, right? I must get revenge this time. Chapter 41. Long Hao ran away. Go to sleep. Long Hao hugged Sun Qian tightly and spoke softly in a tone full of pampering and tenderness. He thought to himself, I let one person slip away last time, so I can't let these two get away this time. Yes. Sun Qian snuggled in Long Hao's broad and warm embrace, truly feeling his hot body temperature and gentle caress. Even though she was always unrestrained and uninhibited, her cheeks couldn't help but blush like the sunset at this moment. She shyly pressed her head against Long Hao's solid chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, as if she was immersed in a wonderful dream and gradually lost herself. Please carry me over here. Faced with such a cute and tempting request, how could Long Hao refuse? He just exerted a little strength with his arms and easily picked up Sun Qian in an elegant posture, just like the dragon in a fairy tale caring for his beloved princess. Afterwards, they walked into the lounge together, gently opened the door, and walked to the bed. Long Hao carefully placed Sun Qian in the middle of the bed, and then lay down on his side. Sun Qian naturally stretched out her arm and hugged Long Hao's arm. After a while, she fell asleep peacefully. Her breathing was steady and regular, and her face was serene and peaceful. It was obvious that she was sleeping very soundly and peacefully. Long Hao lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling with wide eyes. Although his body was very tired, his mind was extremely active, and he couldn't fall asleep. Any man would have trouble falling asleep in this situation, right? Not to mention someone like him who had been sleeping for several hours straight. At this moment, his arms, which were tightly hugged, seemed to be imprisoned, and he dared not move at all. Time passed minute by minute, and after more than 10 minutes of agony, he finally couldn't bear it anymore. Without caring whether he would wake up the two people beside him, Long Hao used all his strength to pull his arm out, then carefully turned Sun Qian over and quickly turned around, trying to stay away from the two of them. After completing these movements, he breathed a sigh of relief. It felt so good. Not only that, but most importantly, he regained his long-lost freedom. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Long Hao found the time to open the system interface and carefully check the physical condition of the two women. Surprisingly, the lovesickness that had troubled them had miraculously disappeared without a trace. And now their physical condition is perfect, and all the annoying diseases they had before, such as tumors and angina pectoris, have disappeared. Seeing this, Long Hao couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. Then his eyes moved to his own merit points. Oh my god! When did it rise to 1468 points? Long Hao clearly remembered that the last time he checked, it was only a little over 300. After careful calculation, he had worked 3 more days during this period, but his merit points increased by more than 1,000 at once. This growth rate was really too fast. Looking down, I saw another lottery information. Just as I thought, if the merit value reaches an integer, the chance of winning the lottery will increase by 1. Long Hao immediately clicked on the lottery. Usually, the prizes would appear directly during the lottery, but this time was not the case. A line of small words appeared on the system. In view of the host's current physical condition, the system recommends the prize Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine. After receiving the prize, the host can cancel the chance to draw the lottery, or give up the recommendation and draw the lottery directly. Physical condition, Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine. As someone who has read many books on medicine, how could Long Hao not understand the meaning of the system? This is really like sending watermelons in the desert and mutton soup on Mount Everest. It is timely, considerate, and righteous. I clicked the exchange button immediately, and a lot of valuable knowledge emerged in my head. Practicing this technique can not only strengthen the body, but also greatly enhance the body's recovery speed. It also has many benefits for both parties and can transform a person and return to the best physical condition. It can also help both parties prolong their lifespan and keep them young forever. I was originally worried about how I could help Sun Qian, who was 42 years old, to alleviate the aging process. The next day, Long Hao did not go to work and called the hospital to ask for leave. Although the director of the outpatient department was very reluctant, he thought about the dean's instructions and agreed with a smile. In fact, it was not that Long Hao was reluctant to go to work. It was that in the early morning, when Sun Qian woke up slowly, she was preparing to wash up as usual, but suddenly she noticed some wonderful changes in herself. So she hurried to the mirror and stared at herself in the mirror. She was surprised to find that the crow's feet that had been on her cheeks had disappeared. Not only that, Her once dull and slightly sallow complexion now glowed with a white luster like 10 years ago. In an instant, large, crystal-clear tears slid down the corners of her eyes. Until this moment, Sun Qian finally realized that what Long Hao said last night was not just nonsense. She was so excited that she ran to the bed without hesitation and pounced on Long Hao, who was still sleeping like a nimble kitten. Yan was also disturbed by the noise again. But after hearing Sun Qian's explanation and witnessing her incredible transformation, the way she looked at Long Hao was different. Although Yan was only 25 years old, she couldn't resist going back to the age of 18. Long Hao's expression became extremely gloomy, and he roared in fear. "What on earth do you want to do?" The voice was filled with fear and anger. "Let me go. Don't come over here." He struggled desperately. On the other hand, Chunmei was extremely anxious because she had not seen her brother and best friend for a long time. She knocked on the door hard, each time harder and harder. If he hadn't heard Long Hao's response occasionally, he would have called the police for help long ago. After Sun Dishing woke up, he didn't pay too much attention to the people in the lounge. After all, one of them was his biological sister, Sun Xian. Even if he was dissatisfied, what could he do? Could he really rush into the room and drag his sister out? Since it was done, let's wait until my sister came out before making any plans. Sun Dishing learned his lesson this time. He did not continue to make calls, but sat quietly on the sofa in the corridor and waited. Can my brother-in-law's body handle it? He sat there from morning to afternoon and could hear noises in the house from time to time. He was slightly dissatisfied with Long Hao in the beginning, but now he felt that he was too pitiful. The slight dissatisfaction in the morning turned into deep guilt. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Mu called in a timely manner. "Dr. Long, Mrs. Lee's family has prepared all the medicinal materials. Do you have time to come to the inpatient department now?" "Yes, I'll be there soon." Long Hao heard Su Mu's request. He immediately nodded in agreement, completely forgetting that he had already asked for leave. Chapter 42, A Warm Invitation. Long Hao hung up the phone, moved to the bedside, and just as he was about to stand up, his legs went weak and he almost fell, muttering to himself. "I can't afford to offend you. I really can't afford to offend you." Long Hao drives slowly on the road. Sun Qian and Yan also heard the phone call just now. Knowing that Long Hao was going to the hospital to save someone, they did not stop him. Restraining his physical fatigue, Long Hao picked up the clothes on the ground, simply rinsed himself in the bathroom, opened the door, and left. Sun Dishing at the door saw Long Hao, his eyes sunken and his steps unsteady. "I couldn't help but sigh at how amazing my sister is. Brother-in-law, are you okay? Do you want me to get you something to replenish your body?" "No need, third brother. I have things to do in the hospital. Please take care of Qian and Yan." After saying this, he left quickly without paying any attention to Sun Dashing's attempts to keep him. "Brother, you finally came out." Chunmei, with a gossipy look on her face, stopped Long Hao, who was about to escape in time, her eyes shining. "Brother has something to do. You and Yan should follow Sun Qian first. I will come to pick you up when I am done." After getting rid of Chunmei, Long Hao got into the car and drove away with his foot on the accelerator. What happened today left a deep impression on him. He was almost squeezed into a mummy. He still feels scared when he thinks about it now. Arriving at the hospital, Long Hao went straight to the inpatient department. As soon as he walked in, the two brothers Yang Kaishan and Yang Keilu came to greet him. "Dr. Long, we have found the herbs. The wanshui grass will be delivered soon. Should we prepare it first?" Long Hao took the herbs they handed over and took a quick look at them. The study in the past few days also gave him some understanding of herbs. Comparing the quality of the medicinal materials with the description in the book, there is no problem. "Two old men, don't panic. I'll go do some more checks on Old Lady Lee first." They immediately arrived at the intensive care unit. Mrs. Lee had already woken up and looked well, but she was still very weak. Long Hao stepped forward and began to take the patient's pulse. The system's display showed no new changes. "I gave the old lady another injection later, and after she drank the medicine, her life was saved. Dr. Long is here." Su Mu's voice rang out at the door of the ward. Long Hao looked up. He saw her tall figure. However, she was wearing a white coat and a mask on her face, which wrapped Su Mu tightly, making him a little disappointed. After all, I haven't seen Su Mu's perfect face for several days, and I still miss it a little bit when I think about it. After calming his mind, Long Hao was about to greet Su Mu, but as soon as he stood up, he saw a woman standing behind Su Mu. "Yu, why are you here?" Long Hao looked at the woman in disbelief. If it was a stranger, he wouldn't have acted so shocked that he would have stuttered. But the person standing behind Su Mu at this moment was the girl with the first blood that he had been thinking about for many days. If what happened between Sun Qian and Yan had not happened, Long Hao would definitely be very happy at this moment. But now he just couldn't be happy at all. Why? Dr. Long and niece would know each other? Yang Kaishan asked curiously when he saw Long Hao's look. When Xian, who came to help her uncle deliver the longevity grass, also looked at the man in front of her with surprise. I didn't expect that the two of them would meet here, and I didn't expect that Long Hao would become a doctor at this moment. Mr. Long, nice to see you again. My name is Wen Xian, nice to meet you. Although Wen Xian was surprised, she did not react too much. Years of doing business had enabled her to face anything without batting an eyelid. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Wen. Niece Wen, I brought the things. As she spoke, Wen Xian handed over the box in her hand. After taking the box, Yang Kaishan did not open it and gave it directly to Long Hao. Long Hao, who was still in a daze, calmed down after taking the box. Since Wen Xian said it was a one-night stand when we broke up and she acted so calm during this meeting, why should I force it? And since he already has Sun Qian and Yan, what reason does he have to pursue warmth? After figuring it out, Long Hao let go of his obsession of the past few days and began to focus on Mrs. Li's condition. Long Hao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there was indeed the wansui grass inside. He immediately took a pair of small scissors, carefully removed a branch and leaf, and then asked the old lady to hold it in her mouth. He didn't know why he did this, so he just followed the system strategy. Dr. Su, please do me a favor. Take this prescription and have the medicine boiled out. Yeah, it's just a small matter. Sumu called a nurse over and gave her the medicines and the prescription that Long Hao handed over. After giving her a few instructions, he sent her away. The second son, Yang Keilu, was a little worried, so he followed the nurse to the back and watched the medicine being boiled. After finishing all this, Long Hao took out the silver needle, came to old Mrs. Li, and prepared to start the treatment. This time of acupuncture is different from the last time. Last time it was to activate the potential in the elderly's body, while this time it is to help the elderly better absorb the medicinal effects so that those tonic substances can play the greatest role. When Xian, who was about to leave, stayed after seeing Long Hao's actions. She felt that she knew very little about this man. As a doctor with superb medical skills, Su Mu would not leave when she saw Long Hao performing acupuncture. How could she give up such a rare opportunity to observe? The two women and Yang Kaishan, who looked worried, looked at the man in front of them. Long Hao took out the silver needle. His whole temperament changed, and he was still very serious about curing the disease. He pulled out the first silver needle and inserted it firmly into the old lady's body acupuncture point. A few days ago, when Long Hao was in the outpatient clinic, he sometimes used silver needles combined with traditional Chinese medicine to treat patients. At this point, he was able to accurately insert each silver needle into the exact position. Sumu looked at Long Hao with some surprise. She had also seen many Chinese medicine masters who were good at acupuncture and had observed their acupuncture process many times. But Long Hao is very different from them. Long Hao's acupuncture is very accurate, and his hand is very steady. The depth of the silver needle inserted is exactly the same, as if it had been measured. The interval time between two needles is basically the same, unlike those masters of traditional Chinese medicine who have to rotate the needle after inserting one needle and wait for a long time before inserting the next needle. A long time passed, almost 2 hours, and Long Hao had already inserted more than 100 silver needles into the old lady's body. The 5 packs of silver needles that had been prepared were mostly used. After inserting the last needle, Long Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. It was finally done. Seeing that Long Hao had completed the treatment, the nurse took the medicine that had been prepared long ago and slowly poured it into the old lady's mouth. After taking the medicine, just wait for an hour and then remove the needle. Long Hao explained. After carefully instructing the 2 old men of the Yang family on some precautions, Long Hao walked out of the ward. After all, there are 3 girls waiting for him to return to Tianjia restaurant. Mr. Long, do you have time later? I would like to invite you to dinner. The warm words made Long Hao stop. Chapter 43 Long Hao becomes an audience. Why Mr. Long doesn't want to go? Long Hao, who was standing there without saying anything, when Xian asked again. No, yes, I'm willing to go. Long Hao said a little nervously. I'll wait for you outside. Come out when you're done with your business. After saying that, when Xian walked away with her long legs, Long Hao was still very happy about her invitation. He quickly went to the office, changed his clothes, and prepared to leave. Dr. Long, we have to leave now. Sumu asked as he looked at Long Hao, who was about to leave. Yeah, I have something to do later. Does the beauty have a date? Sumu also heard the warm words just now. Long Hao left at this time. You must be going to have dinner with her. Ah, a friend. Long Hao didn't know how to explain his relationship with Wen Xin, so he just laughed it off and left quickly. Long Hao walking away, feeling an inexplicable sourness in his heart. Miss Wen, can I treat you to dinner today? After leaving the hospital, Long Hao came to Wen Xin and said sincerely, Wen Xin nodded imperceptibly. Then Long Hao drove the car and took Wen Xin to Tianjie restaurant. How's it here? Halfway through the walk, Wen Xin suddenly pointed at the food stall outside and said, I don't know why, but Wen Xin now really wants to try something she has never tried before. Okay, I'll listen to you. Long Hao pulled over to the side of the road. The food stalls in summer are very lively. Long Hao brought Wen Xin to a shop selling fried crayfish. He found a seat in a corner, ordered a spicy flavor and another 5-spice flavor, and then Long Hao prepared to order a few drinks. Let's have a drink. Wen Xin suddenly said, How about some beer? I ordered some cold dishes and a few bottles of beer, and poured one for Wen Xin and one for myself. Wen Xin took the wine glass and drank a little tentatively. Her expression changed slightly, and then he seemed to have made a decision. He tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing Wen Xin pick up the wine glass, Long Hao wanted to clink glasses with her, but he didn't expect that she had no intention of doing so and just finished her drink. I felt awkward holding the wine and had to drink it in one gulp. It's my first time drinking beer. Wen Xin exhaled a breath of alcohol and spoke in a light tone. But it's not as bad as I thought. As she spoke, Wen Xin poured herself another cup, held it in her hand, and drank it sip by sip. Long Hao didn't know how to respond. He felt that there was something wrong with Wen Xion's current condition. Why? You don't believe it? No, I believe. Long Hao was in a nervous mood and didn't know how to find a topic to talk about, so the situation was a bit awkward. Wen Xion looked at the restless Long Hao with interest and spoke again. Divorced your wife? Did you change the subject so quickly? And is it really okay for you to ask this? Divorced? You are good. You can take it or leave it. After saying that, Wen Xion finished the wine in her hand. I admire you a lot. Some things took me 20 years to accomplish, but you only took a few days. What does it mean? I don't understand. At this moment, Long Hao couldn't keep up with Wen Xion's rhythm at all. He didn't know what to say for a moment and could only drink with her silently. The 2 bottles of beer were soon gone, and Long Hao opened 2 more bottles and placed them on the table. Since I was little, my mother has been very strict with me. There are many things I have never eaten. Just like this food stall, today is my first time here and my first time drinking beer. I've never eaten the crayfish that's coming up. As she spoke, tears welled up in the corners of Wen Xion's eyes. This is no need to cry. Wen Xion ignored Long Hao's words and continued talking to herself. When I was little, I had to learn many things such as etiquette, painting, piano, dance, and tea art. If I didn't learn well, my mother would criticize me harshly. At that time, I cried even harder than I do now. But then I stopped crying because I saw that my mother cried even harder than I did in private. At that time, I didn't know why she was always so sad, but I knew that every time I made progress, she would smile happily. As I grew up, I found out about my identity. I was an illegitimate child, and my mother was just one of the many women my father kept outside. My mother taught me so well in the hope that my father would come back to see us more often, but in my memory, he seldom came back. At that time, I just wanted to stay with my mother for the rest of my life. We could live happily without my father. But I didn't expect that my mother would leave me before I grew up. Wen Xian shed more tears when she said this. Long Hao handed her a tissue and wanted to comfort her, but Wen Xian stopped him. I don't know why I want to tell you this. Maybe it's because I gave you my first time, so I trust you more. Hey, Long Hao still didn't know how to respond to this, so he just continued drinking. My mother ended her life when I was 16. I knew it was all because of my father. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so depressed. I hated him since then. After my mother left, my father took me to live with the Wen family. The house there is big and beautiful, but it is not happy. I still miss the home where my mother and I used to live. At that time, I wanted to leave that place and stay away from my father. I hated him. So I studied very hard every day, hoping to get into a university that was farthest away from my father. But after the college entrance examination, my father still kept me by his side. The application form I filled out was changed by the teacher after he made a phone call. I was like a puppet, living my life according to his ideas. After entering university, I became even more aloof. I wouldn't talk to anyone, and I didn't have any friends until I met him during my sophomore year. At that time, he was really good to me, always caring about me and taking care of me. Although I never talked to him, he was by my side every day. Gradually, I got used to his company, and sometimes I would pay attention to his affairs, and this continued until I graduated from college. After graduation, I confessed my love to him. I can still remember his expression at that time. He was so happy and joyful. But my father never agreed to our being together after he found out. That was why I rebelled against him for the first time. After a big fight, I left the Win family. I went to find him because I felt he was the best person in the world to me. He was very happy to see me, and he said a lot of things, but I only remember him saying he would marry me. At that time, his position in my heart almost surpassed that of my mother. My father came to look for me several times, but seeing my firm attitude, he did not take me away by force. I've been living in the house where my mother and I used to live. When my father saw my firm attitude, he gave me some money and left, just like he did to my mother. I was very happy during that time. I finally returned to the home where I grew up. Although my mother was not here, the smell of her was everywhere. Chapter 44, Warm Waiting. Long Hao's embarrassment. At this time, the waiter brought the crayfish, and Long Hao peeled one and put on the warm plate. Eat something first. When Xian put down her wine glass, picked up the chopsticks and put the shrimp into her mouth. The spicy taste stimulated her taste buds and gave her a different feeling. Why? You can't eat spicy food? Long Hao asked with concern. No, it's delicious. Why do you feel weird when you hear me say this? No, I'm just a little surprised. Are you curious about why I'm not with him? And this is your first time? I'm really curious. I wanted him to marry me when I was 25, but he said wait. That night was the last time I asked him, but he still asked me to wait a little longer, but I really didn't want to wait any longer. Then why didn't he marry you? Long Hao was a little surprised. After all, it was not difficult to hear from my words just now that when Xian and he had always had a deep relationship. I didn't know at first, but later I figured it out. It's just a matter of identity and status. After graduation, he passed the civil service exam and worked very hard, becoming a section-level cadre very early on. At that time, he was afraid that my status as an illegitimate daughter would affect his career, so he coaxed me and asked me to wait for a few years. I just waited foolishly. In order to help him better, I started learning business. Maybe it's because I inherited my father's genes. My company is getting bigger and bigger, his position is getting higher and higher, but the two of us are getting further and further apart. When I was 30, he actually got married to the daughter of a high-ranking official. I had a big fight with him after I found out and kept accusing him of cheating on me, but he told me that he married that woman just to be able to go further. He promised me that he would divorce his wife and marry me in the future. Although I was very unwilling, I foolishly believed him. After that, in order to improve my status, I started doing charity work, built many Hope primary schools, and adopted 4 orphans. But it still didn't work. As his position got higher and higher, these external things were no longer of much use to help him. After that, I asked him every year when he would marry me. I kept asking him for 15 years. In fact, I knew long ago that he would not marry me, but I kept deceiving myself. Until finally I figured it out myself and let go of my expectations of him. So, I admire you very much. When you knew your wife was cheating on you, you were able to make the right choice in the first place. I wish I could be like you then. When Xan shed tears of regret as she spoke. Her years of waiting were just a complete joke. It's all in the past, and you seem to be doing well now, don't you? Long Hao helped when Xian peeled the crayfish while comforting her. You were 30 years old this year, right? Yes, I do. I'm 45 years old, so do you still want to be responsible for me? Long Hao with interest wanted to see how he would answer. I can be responsible for you. Long Hao agreed on the spot without hesitation. Don't you mind me being old? Old is not a thing. After one night of conquest, the 42-year-old girl Sun Qian's skin looks as tender as that of a 30-year-old woman. She will only become younger and more beautiful as time goes by. How could that be? If I didn't know your age, I would have thought you were 25 now. Long Hao's tone was very sincere, and he didn't dislike when Xian's age at all. But there are some things I can't hide from you. At that moment, Long Hao briefly recounted the story of himself, Sun Qian, and Yan. Of course, he did not explain it in detail, but simply expressed his relationship with the two of them and said that he would not give up on them. After when Xian heard this, she pursed her lips and said nothing for a long time. She stared at Long Hao until he felt embarrassed. Then she spoke. I didn't expect you to change so much after your divorce. It turns out that all men are not good. I felt sorry for you at that time. What can I say? No matter what the process was, I was the one who got the upper hand in the end. It was hard to explain at the moment, so I could only smile awkwardly. Okay, I'm full. Having said that, when XIN stood up, Long Hao was still wondering whether the other party agreed or not, and what did standing up and leaving mean. Do you want me to be responsible? I am different from him. As long as you are willing, I will always wait for you. You're waiting for me with 2 wives. It's so beautiful to think about. When Shimei said angrily, she had just been thinking that if Long Hao didn't mind her age, she would really marry him. Who knew that in just a few days, this guy actually had 2 women? The 2 were walking on the road. Long Hao was drunk and couldn't drive. He wanted to call a designated driver, but was stopped by one XIN. The food stall was about 2 kilometers away from their community, which was neither far nor close. It took the 2 of them half an hour to walk there. No one spoke along the way. When XIN didn't want to pay any attention to him, and Long Hao didn't dare to speak actively because his past was exposed. Okay, I'm here. At the gate of the community, when XIN looked at Long Hao and signaled that he could leave. Well, I live here too, Long Hao said awkwardly. When did you live here? After getting divorced, I rented a house above yours. Long Hao again to make sure that he was not joking. Let's go. Long Hao followed when XIN silently. Long Hao didn't come back to his senses until the elevator stopped at the cozy floor. I'm here. Thank you for accompanying me today. After saying this, when XIN left, Long Hao returned home with a confused mind. He was still thinking about when XIN and her words that she would take responsibility for herself. Although she gave up later, how could Long Hao be willing to accept that? You can't blame him for falling in love with every girl he meets, but when XIN's pitiful experience and bumpy relationship deeply hurt his heart. By the way, I haven't given her the bracelet I bought for when XIN yet. Long Hao slapped his head and remembered the gift he spent 7 sixes to buy for when XIN. He immediately went to the bedroom, opened the drawer, took out the bracelet, and ran downstairs. Long Hao was very familiar with this road. After all, he had walked it many times. Once again, I came to the warm door of my home. Boom, boom, boom. Take 2 steps back and stand straight. Long Hao has done this set of movements many times, but this time he knew there was someone inside, so he would definitely not come back empty-handed. Soon the door opened, looking at Long Hao standing outside, when XIN frowned and looked a little unhappy. She didn't expect that the other party would continue to pester her. Well, I bought this for you, but you have been away for the past few days, so I brought it to you now. As he spoke, Long Hao handed over the shopping receipt, which showed the date of issue. When XIN took it and saw that it was bought for herself on the day she left, I couldn't help but feel funny. I left a day early. If I had stayed a little longer, I might have been with him. But things have passed, and there is no need to dwell on it too much. After all, we were not destined to be together. Okay, I'll take it. As she said that, when XIN took the bracelet that Long Hao handed over, Long Hao only felt a little warmth across his fingertips, and then he froze in place. The system's image suddenly appeared in Long Hao's mind. When XIN took the bracelet and closed the door without noticing Long Hao's expression. But at this moment, Long Hao's heart was in turmoil. Chapter 45 Major Discovery. Children, children, children. Long Hao stood there in a daze, muttering involuntarily. The system panel showed that when XIN's physical condition was not very good, but Long Hao didn't pay attention to that at the moment. He stared blankly at the last description. During pregnancy, with 2 children, there is a risk of miscarriage. The sudden message made Long Hao at a loss as to how to express his feelings. The warm attitude of the conversation just now was very obvious. Although Long Hao felt a little disappointed, he still accepted it. But in this situation, how can you expect him to accept it? When XIN didn't know that she was pregnant at this time. After all, she and Long Hao had been having sex for about 10 days. Even if we went to the hospital for a checkup in 10 days, we could hardly find anything. It turned out that Long Hao's system was a BUG. Not to mention 10 days. If he had the system at that time, he might have been able to detect it when he woke up in the morning. Bang, bang, bang. After talking about the child, Long Hao also saw the risk of miscarriage, and at the moment he didn't care how to explain it to Wen Xian. The most important thing right now is for her to receive her treatment and save her child. The urgent and nervous knock on the door made Wen Xian, who was admiring the bracelet, frown slightly. She did have plans to marry Long Hao before, but it was more of an admiration for Long Hao and a compromise with her life. After all, both my father and my uncle have been urging me to get married, both openly and secretly over the years. Although I don't care much about it, I am still annoyed by their harassment. In addition, Long Hao took her virginity, and she had no aversion to this man, so marrying him might be a good choice. The past life was too tiring. Maybe trying new changes will make life more interesting. But this guy Long Hao actually has two women, which is something when Xin cannot accept. Just having some affection for her is not enough to make her sacrifice her dignity for it. When Xin really liked the gift that Long Hao had just given her, it was simple and restrained, which was in line with her aesthetic. While playing with him, I felt that although Long Hao was a little fickle, he was still a very careful man. It was not bad to have such a friend. But when he heard the knock on the door again, the good impression he had of Long Hao completely disappeared. It turns out that he is the same as other men, all so greedy. Long Hao without any emotion. Why? Is there anything else? When Xion's dissatisfied expression and cold tone were like a basin of cold water, which completely calmed Long Hao down. After I came to my senses, I was a little scared. After all, it was related to my own child. If I couldn't explain it clearly, I probably wouldn't be able to see her again in the future. After thinking for a while, Long Hao decided not to talk about the child for the time being. After all, his past had just been exposed, and when Xian had decisively refused. Now he should think about how to increase his favorability with her. I thought about my strengths, and then came up with an idea. Miss Wen, I remembered something. I forgot to mention it because my mind was confused just now. Please don't mind it. When Xian looked at him, without saying anything, and signaled Long Hao to continue with her eyes. The bracelet she had just given him was indeed very valuable. Now he knocked on the door again, and said he had something to ask. She really wanted to hear what this guy was up to. Long Hao called up the system panel again, looked at it carefully, and had an idea in his mind. As an expert in gynecology, of course he had to start with one Z's physical condition. Ms. Wen, you also know that I am a doctor. When I was with you today, I found that you have many hidden problems in your body. Oh, what's the problem? Why didn't you say it just now? Well, I wanted to say it just now, but I didn't find a good opportunity. I thought I would wait until you calmed down before saying it, but then something happened, and I forgot about it because I was nervous. I remembered it now, and came here quickly. Tell me what's wrong with my body? If when Xin had not witnessed Long Hao's treatment of old Mrs. Li with her own eyes and knew that he was indeed a real talent, she would have definitely started to chase people away. It's a bit complicated, why don't we go in and talk? Although it is nighttime now, the temperature outside is still a bit high, and there are many mosquitoes. Long Hao is worried that if he talks about it here, it will affect when Xion's health. If a mosquito bites the mother of his child, he will be heartbroken. When Xion leaned against the door without moving, she observed Long Hao carefully and found nothing wrong with his expression and movements. She turned around and walked into the house. Come in, but don't have any bad ideas. How could that be? I'm a doctor. Huh? How could I not come up with an idea? After arriving at the house, Long Hao and when Xian sat opposite each other. The furnishings in the house were no different from when he left last time. But now is not the time to appreciate it. It is better to comfort when Xian first. Miss Wen, I can take your pulse. I studied Chinese medicine, which emphasizes observation, auscultation, questioning, and palpation. Although I can see some problems, I still want to feel your pulse to confirm it. A white, round jade arm stretched out. Long Hao knew that he had to put on a good show. After a few days of outpatient service, he was able to act like a qualified doctor. He placed his 2 fingers lightly on the warm wrist, without a single distracting thought in his mind. His eyes slightly narrowed, his face heavy, his head slightly moving up and down. Not to mention that his current appearance is really scary, at least when Xion believes it now. I really thought that he knocked on the door this time, because he was concerned about my health. Not only did I suspect that his motives were impure, but I was also so cold to him, and I felt a little guilty. The pulse diagnosis lasted for about 5 minutes before Long Hao reluctantly withdrew his hand. During this time, he also prepared the specific words. Ms. Wen, have you always had migraines in recent years, especially at the back left of your head? Yes, I went to the hospital for a checkup, and they said it was due to overwork. I just need to rest more. Have you recovered now? No, and it's getting worse. At this moment, when Xian no longer had any doubts about Long Hao and trusted him very much. Well, let's put this question aside for now and move on to the next one. What's next? Any other questions? Long Hao, I have a physical examination every year. Apart from this headache, I haven't found any other problems. Some diseases cannot be detected by machines before they occur, and by the time they are detected, it is too late. Believe me, I will not lie to you. Well, I have some questions. Hands and feet are cold, and they sweat easily. My cervical spine hurts for a while every time the seasons change. My periods are often irregular, and the amount of blood flow is very heavy. During rainy weather, I often have stomach aches and have no appetite all day long. I can't eat. Long Hao told all the problems detected by the system in one breath. Of course, he concealed the last one. After listening to this, when Xin carefully recalled her physical condition in recent years, she had not paid much attention to it before, but after listening to what Long Hao said, she immediately discovered that she did have these problems. Dr. Long, what disease do I have? Is it serious? Long Hao's words made her immediately adjust her attitude and automatically change her identity to that of a patient. Although when Xin gave up her love, she would not give up her life. After all, the world is so beautiful and she wants to see more of it. Chapter 46 Massage is indeed a good treatment method. When Nguyen at this moment looked very lonely and scared, without her usual toughness and indifference. After all, everyone is afraid of getting some strange disease. Don't worry, although it's serious, I can cure it. At this time, the offense and defense were reversed, and Long Hao took the initiative, although he was ashamed of his behavior. But what he said was true, and when Xion's physical condition was not exaggerated at all. Your headaches must have been inherited from your mother. You can recall whether your mother had this condition when she was alive. Cold hands and feet and sweating are a sign of physical weakness and liver problems. The rest are caused by long-term lifestyle habits and irregular work and rest schedules. Each of them is not very serious, but now they are concentrated together. It is very troublesome to treat them. If one part has a serious problem, it will cause an avalanche effect. So your current physical condition is very dangerous, and your life may be in danger at any time. Oh, it's not your life that is in danger, it's my child's life. After all, the system clearly states that there is a risk of miscarriage. It's not too much for me to fool you for the sake of the child. Then, what should I do? Should I be hospitalized now? That's not the case. I told you it can be cured. I'm sure I can cure it for you, but it's best if you don't continue working now. Also, you must get enough rest every day, and your diet for the next 3 months must be in accordance with my requirements. Okay, that's no problem. I can handle company matters online. I'll just stay at home for the next few months. Seeing that when Xin was so obedient, Long Hao felt that he needed to show off his skills to strengthen her trust in him. I'll give you a massage later to help you relieve the problems with your head, stomach, and cervical spine. Tomorrow I will go buy some herbs, and then with acupuncture, I can officially start the treatment. Massage. Although when Xin didn't understand Chinese medicine, she had never heard that massage could be used to treat illnesses, so she had some questions at the moment. Have you heard of pushing the palace to pass the blood? What I'm going to do next is to activate your immunity by stimulating the acupuncture points in your body. When Xin nodded and didn't think about it anymore. Then let's start now. Let's go to the bedroom, and you lie on the bed so that it will be easier for me to treat you. Half an hour passed. Miss Wen, how do you feel now? Well, I feel much better, and my hands and feet are much warmer. An hour passed. Miss Wen, please move around. Is the pain in your cervical spine gone? Really? Long Hao, you are amazing. 2 hours passed. Dr. Long, how long are you going to press it? The warm touch on her lower abdomen made when Xion's face turn red like a big apple. Your case is more serious. You need to press it for a while longer. 3 hours passed. Snore. When Xin recovered a lot after Long Hao's massage, her illnesses that had lasted for many years were greatly alleviated. She has fallen asleep now. Long Hao withdrew his hand and looked at Wen Huan, who was sleeping soundly. He felt a sense of accomplishment. He decided to do this once a day for a month. He believed that he would not be able to win her over. After pulling the quilt over when Xin, Long Hao went home in a happy mood. After taking a shower, Long Hao lay on the bed, thinking about the 3 women in his mind. What happened after the divorce made him feel like he was in a dream. Now my wife has 2 children, and another one is coming soon. I will have my own child in 10 months. Happiness comes too quickly. I am excited but also a little nervous. Looking at the message sent by Sun Qian on his phone, Long Hao couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Knowing that Long Hao went to the hospital to save someone, Sun Qian took the initiative to help him settle Yan and Chunmei, and just asked him to call back when he had time. It's past 11 o'clock now. She may not be asleep yet. Thinking of this, Long Hao dialed Sun Qian's number. After chatting with Sun Qian for a few words, the phone was snatched away by Chun Mei. The cousin strongly expressed her dissatisfaction with her brother on the phone. Only after Long Hao promised a lot of unequal treaties did the call reach Yan. Long Hao has deep feelings for Yan. The love the little girl showed him made him feel heartbroken. Now, in order to be with him, she was willing to share him with another woman, which made Long Hao particularly moved. Long Hao comforted Yan very gently on the phone and promised to give her a perfect wedding in the village, which calmed her nervous heart. I'll leave Yan and Chunmei to you these days. I'm quite busy here, so I'll take some time to visit you in a few days. Just go ahead and do whatever you need, and we'll talk when you're free. I'll take care of Yan and Chunmei. Well, thank you, Sister Qian. Good night. Good night, brother. After hanging up the phone, Long Hao felt a little confused. He and Sun Qian had known each other for too short a time. Although he liked her, he knew that it was more of a lust for her. As for feelings, there were some, but not much. But now he is really grateful to Sun Qian, although he doesn't know why she fell in love with him inexplicably, and the means she used were not very bright. However, Sun Qian has made great contributions to my being able to have both her and Yan. When Xin joins this family in the future, I will have to rely on Sun Qian's help. The next morning, Long Hao came to the clinic early. Good morning, Brother Hao. As soon as he arrived at the clinic, Tian Tian appeared in front of Long Hao and greeted him warmly. Brother Hao asked for leave yesterday, which caused patients to complain for a long time. Those women almost tore down the clinic. Is it that exaggerated? Long Hao didn't know that his fame had spread widely in just a few days. I took a leave of absence yesterday, and the women who came here because they saw the legendary Dr. Long didn't see him, so they had a big fuss. It's so serious, there are other doctors out there, and the hospital doesn't need me. Long Hao is a little puzzled. Hey, don't mention it. The director has been trying to persuade you for a long time, but there are still dozens of patients who were specifically designated for you to treat. Then try to work hard today and get off work early. Long Hao was very happy to hear that he was so popular, but correspondingly there would definitely be more people coming to him for medical treatment. There's a warm family waiting for you to take care of. If you don't speed up your treatment, don't even think about getting off work on time. Okay, Brother Hao, our goal is to not work overtime. Let's work hard together. After putting on his white coat, Long Hao began his busy day. In the middle of the day, Sumu came over as if he had something to say, but when he saw Long Hao's condition, he had no choice but to give up. Long Hao is very serious in his treatment work. Although there is a system hanging around, he still takes the patients very seriously. We try to treat their diseases with the least costly means, and for this purpose, some simple massage and acupuncture methods are also used. At noon, there were still many patients outside. Long Hao sent Tian Tian to the cafeteria to help get food, and her, but never left the chair. The whole day, I only spent 10 minutes eating lunch and going to the bathroom twice, and it wasn't until 6 in the afternoon that I finished seeing all the patients for the day. Exhausted, Long Hao did not stay in the hospital for a moment. He changed his clothes and rushed home quickly. After all, his designated wife and child needed his care. Chapter 47. Chasing a woman requires some skill.